Superzinho!
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season, day number 14. We have 2 more days left until we crown our champion. Who's it going to be? Right now, Team Liquid leads the charge, but hey, you never know what can happen. But I at least apply that concept to second on down. Who knows? Let's throw Alpha7 into the mix. Things are getting dicey, mixy, however what you want to put it. Group C today is going to be crazy. You know that we talked about at the beginning, group of death. Who is it? Well, we said any group with Alpha7 is the group of death, right? But no, I'm going to say Group C is the group of death, and the reason why. Each of the teams playing today, outside of Titan Gaming, although we will see them potentially go up the leaderboards, can disrupt the top 4 placing. That's exciting. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Spider Tiff. Today is the day to see, honestly, Hot Jukes, I think, who's going to be top 4. That's how important today is.
Yes, sir. Dicey, spicy, and, everything nicey, I guess. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. We're going to find out who's going to go to Riyadh and who's going home after just today and tomorrow.
That's right. Only a couple of days left, Tiff. You've been here since the beginning, right? Things are heating up a little bit. I'm expecting a lot today. That's why I lit the candle, all right? Today's going to be wild, Tiff.
You lit the candle?
It's lit.
Had to lit it. Had to light it.
What is happening? You're right. We have been here. It's my final day. I'm excited to see things start to get wrapped up because, Jukes, you already mentioned who's going to be going out or are we going home? Because at the end of the day, 4th place, just going to the survival stage, that's going to be one of the biggest slots up for grabs.
That's right. One of the biggest spots up for grabs today is going to be competitive. But before we start getting too deep into today's shenanigans, let's talk about yesterday, which was wild. Hot Jukes, we started with NRG Galaxy securing a massive win. I thought we were going to get another elimination leader, right? We saw 20 just the day before this with Death Wolves, and well, now you see NRG finishing up the competition. They finish at 20 elims, but Hot Jukes, by like stage 4, stage 5, they were at 13. They tore it up.
Unreal. Where's this NRG been all tournament long? It breaks my heart to see it happen so late. But you know what they say, right? Better late than never. Obviously, this has been a huge rebuild year for North America in general. So, I mean, it's games like this that just get that hype going. They kind of light that fire once again, or add gas to it, because the fire's always been there for North America. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But now, I am just so excited for the fall, especially for this squad.
I am too, and Tiff, the guy front and center, that's Fate, okay? And Fate, we heard from him in the interview, he was brushing the shoulders off after that big performance.
Yeah, he really was. He was like, look, I get to take a step back, kind of roam free across the maps and really focus on what makes sense for us. And it's been really fun to see, especially with the 20 eliminations, because at the end of the day, their average after yesterday is now a 3.29 average elims for a game. So if we're putting down 20, I was sitting there for the rest of the day like, okay, when is this going to happen again? And now I'm going to sit back and wait. Now that we know what they're capable of, I just want to see a repeat.
Yeah, that was the crazy thing yesterday, Hot Jukes, and it took me by surprise along with the desk, is Fate steps down as the IGL so he can kind of unshackle himself so he can slay out. It ended up working out in a couple of fights, and maybe for NRG Galaxy as a whole, but to not see him as IGL, that was a big shift.
That's good, though. I think honestly, Fate has needed to step down as IGL for a while. I mean, the split strategy they've been using this whole entire time, it just hasn't been working, right? And there are, definitely a lot of times where players just work better as gunners, and we just saw the proof in the pudding, right? And with the last day I casted, right, we saw Gary step in for iNCO, and they had the best day ever, right? Who could forget the legendary Gary? Right. So it's like, regardless of whether it had a huge impact or not, if you have games like that, that's the way to go. That's the way to go, right? So, I mean, NRG hadn't performed like that all day long. They go crazy, better than everybody else pretty much as a match tie. I mean, take it to the bank.
Take it to the bank. NRG Galaxy will have their opportunity at double points tomorrow, but for today, well, they're just going to have to play to try to close that gap between them and Hyper. Let's talk about a team, though, that's been dominating throughout the entirety of all 14 days, and that's Team Liquid, Spider Tiff. Team Liquid's been on fire yesterday, so consistent. They lead over Alpha7, who's currently in second, by 115 points.
They are the most winning team here in PMSL, America's first spring, with 13 winner chicken dinners, and to see them have a very consistent double points day is something that we have been begging for. Now, granted, it's not very much similar to what we had witnessed in that week 1 where they hit that double back-to-back wins and drops 5 and 6, but I am more impressed with consistency as a whole as opposed to just grabbing those winner chicken dinners, because they had a 42-point game yesterday, a 32-point game in second, and it was just looking so flawless. At the end of the day, it's like, how do you counteract something like this? Because it just seems to be working.
Absolutely. Dude, this roster, star-studded Mythic, Ayala, Chief, Cardozan. If you had to name the best player on that roster, Hot Jukes, who would it be? Because it's hard for me to choose, man, because all 4 players stand out in their own way.
Gotta be Mythic, right? I don't think you can really go against it. Because, I mean, him just even competing with Revo for most eliminations, what else can you say? I mean, at the end of the day, the hard part from my perspective, especially as someone who, I played competitive before, is you just kind of go off the numbers as a spectator. If you're in the game, if I can hear their comms, I could definitely get a better grasp and be like, oh man, like this guy, regardless of whether he's not getting the numbers, his communication like literally is central to the whole team, right? But from just numbers, looking at that stats wise, Mythic is just crushing it.
I like that. Mythic is a guy that can stand on his own, go against any number of players, and come out on the other end smiling. He's incredible. The double slit in the eyebrows, I'm telling you, I'm becoming a believer. Apparently, that is the way, all right? Mythic is that guy, and let's not forget that 2v1, right? Or 1v2, excuse me, that he pulled off against SLR in the final zone. I mean, come on. He is incredible. But let's talk about moments that might not have been so incredible, right?
Ooh.
Let's talk about in Hyper to end the day, Tiff, because it was heartbreaking to see Stars is in this 1v2 moment, actually 1v1, I should say, moment. You're thinking he's got this. In Hyper at one point had all 4 members up going against 2 different solos, and they still couldn't get the win.
Yeah, that happened. I want to break it down, but that's just when I think about what we were witnessing. It was Hyper. They've got vehicles. They're roaming the final circle. You have 2 solos, one of them being 9Z, and they've just taking off their backpack, going prone, doing everything they can to basically play hide and seek from Hyper, and the hiders won. They definitely did.
It was one of the most ridiculous moments. I wasn't on camera at the time or on the mic, but trust me, I stood up and was screaming because I was like mind blown that a moment like that could happen. And so was Baton from In Hyper. In Hyper, Baton actually breaks it down and talks about it. Let's hear what he had to say.
Guys, match day is over, and I'm here with Baton from In Hyper. Bro, bittersweet perhaps after that final part of the match. Feel that you could have won it?
Yes, because it was our game. We just, gave for 9Z. Just a gift.
It was just not just 9Z, also Titan Gaming was there as well. What do you think happened?
Like, we cleaned all the map. We thought, it's duo on top of us. But, I drive it maybe 10 times on that side where was 9Z, but I didn't see him. And he just killed us. And then Titan helped him.
Yeah, he came out of nowhere. It was a bit of a snake there crawling out of the zone. We were seeing him here. We saw the car go by time and time, and wow, he didn't see him. But it happens. Yep. How are you guys feeling, though, after this match day?
Bad. I don't know. I don't feel good.
Okay. Well, it was tough. It was tough, especially to not win that match. It was tough. But anyways, hey, 2 more days.
Yes.
2 more days. Let's go. Let's get it.
Thank you.
And Hyper, let's go, Nate.
Well, Hot Jukes, Baton did not look happy.
Oh, dude, he looks so sad. And it makes sense why. He literally just said it straight up. It was just a gift.
It was just a gift. Well, let's talk about that gift tip. Break it down. What happened in this final zone?
So Hyper, they have all of the space. Then you have one member, Elim from Titan Gaming here, just immediately opens fire, takes down 2, and this gives Elite that opportunity to waltz on out. And right here, he's in the open, and Star's on the opposing side. And at one point in time, they were both kind of using boulders, and then they just move out. And yeah, starts getting that damage. But at the end of the day, Elite with the Groza is just able to make it work. And yeah, it's just a gift, right? And Starpatch, even though he's just like, that was bittersweet, don't you say? And I'm just like, yeah.
No, so Hot Jukes, that's a moment that just can't and I was trying to explain that yesterday because I was like talking to David. You know, Dave is like very polite and very kind, right? He's like, I don't really want to put him in the grave, and it's like, but moments like that can't happen, Hot Jukes.
Stars is so pissed, dude. I mean, like he is fuming. You know, I know him very well. He's very in interviews,
vocal?
He's very yes sir. In Discord, another animal, dude. He's not happy about that situation. And I mean, he left-sided peek. You know, in PUBG Mobile, you know, when you right-hand peek, you get a very big advantage that way.
Right.
So I'm surprised that he just kept going for it, especially against the Groza. He was almost out of shots, and he just got bodied. What else can I say?
He got bodied. One of the someone in chat was like, he thought he was him, and I was like, oh no. But yeah, it shouldn't have happened. When I'm seeing a player like that run out in the open, you've got cover, essentially a head glitch at that point in time. It's like you should win that or at least reposition. You have plenty of time, and again, before that moment, all 4 players of Hyper were up, and they had to go against 2 solo players, one from 9Z and then the other one from Titan Gaming, Elim. So that moment should not have happened, but yet it did, and hopefully today is going to be a bit of a recovery. Use that anger, right, to fuel you on the battlefield today. But that's all at least what happened yesterday. Let's talk about the standings going into today, because it's getting pretty tight up there, especially at the top. I'm specifically looking at number 3 and number 4's positions. iNCO Gaming, they stay in the lead at the moment, too. But, and the lead is pretty decent. But Influence Rage yesterday shot up the leaderboard, and they're looking to do the same today on their double points.
Yeah, they had a really strong performance yesterday, being pretty consistent across the board. They even won that drop 5 on Miramar with 11 eliminations, so 21-point game, and that was leading into today's Group C double points day, which, granted, if you look at it, they only have 60 bonus points from the prior 2 weeks, so they're averaging about 30 equally, right? I need to see them get more than 30 points, especially if you want to jump over iNCO Gaming, who's already expended their double points day earlier. And then down the line, you have Deathwolves, who's just 12 points away from Influence Rage. So it's not even just, do we want to move up to go ahead and advance on to the group stages as opposed to the survival stage, but it's you have to defend that survival stage slot against Deathwolves, who still do have their double points day tomorrow. And even down there, Team Queso, Royals of War, Hot Jukes and I were talking about this. We were like, hey, it would take a miracle for them to shoot up the leaderboard to be able to hit that 4th place spot. But like, anything is possible at the end of the day, I guess.
It is. I mean, anything is possible. And that's the crazy part is, we're not seeing these teams change up their strategies, right, Tiff? We're not seeing like squads hunt them down or do anything like that. So since that has not really been a factor at all, yeah, anything is possible, right? If you're Influence Rage, you got to go nuts today because Deathwolves are going to be coming in hot tomorrow.
That's true.
Right, Taylor? So, if you're Influence Rage, all eyes are just soaking up points like crazy. And then, Team Queso, Rolls of War, anything is possible, but you need a miracle, baby, right? You got to go crazy.
Influence Rage is in the same spot, in my opinion, that FURIA was in on their double points day on Thursday, right? So FURIA unfortunately dropped the ball. The same thing can happen to Influence Rage because I expect Deathwolves to clear at least 50 points going into tomorrow, right? So at least, tomorrow on their final day, which puts iNCO at risk. And I put iNCO, even though they're not on double points, they have to excel today as well. Today, in my opinion, will determine who most likely is at least going to be our top 3, and then that 4th place spot I think is going to be up for grabs. Let's go to the second page. We have one member from Group C. That's Titan Gaming from good old North America, looking to make an impact as well, potentially trying to catch up to Hyper. Now, that's a large gap. Once again, it's almost relatable to Influence Rage, to iNCO Gaming. But Titan Gaming has Redox, and Redox has been performing incredibly well. In fact, I do believe he breaks into the top 5 in overall eliminations, knocking down Deathwolf's Guizhou, which is very impressive because he's been up there for quite some time. Redox sitting at 99 eliminations today. He looks to go for 100, and we'll see if he's going to be able to do that. But for Group C, this is their big day to make something happen, and something definitely will happen. But from the double points teams, I'm curious what they had to say. Let's listen in.
Hola, soy Milos de Team Queso y hoy tenemos puntos dobles. Y bueno, un saludo a todos los fans de Team Queso y vamos a tratar de jugar súper bien hoy.
Hello guys, my name is Inactive from Titan Gaming, and today we have double points, so we'll try to get the highest rank of the North American teams.
Hola, soy Miloan, jugador de Influence Rage. Hoy tenemos doble puntos y vamos a tratar de dar lo mejor en estas 6 partidas.
Hola, soy colega de Royals y tenemos puntos dobles hoy, así que esperamos estar dentro del top 4 y pues a darle la vida.
Hey everybody, I'm Hot Jukes and I'm here to cast PUBG Mobile.
Okay, great. That's really what you wanted to do?
Yeah.
Welcome,
Okay,
Hot Jukes. It's so nice to have you here. I can't wait to see you cast some PUBG Mobile.
That's what I came here to do.
Is this your first time casting PUBG Mobile today, Hot Jukes?
No.
Oh, no? Well, you're going to kill it then. You're going to do a phenomenal job. I can't wait to hear how you... Is that really what you wanted to do to bring it back?
That's what I want to do today.
Okay.
That's what I want to do. Right? Yeah, I mean, come on. No joke, right? I mean, it's so funny just to see these guys just state the obvious. But, I mean, I want to see them do something different, dude. I will say it till the end of time. Like, you got to start mixing up the strategies at this point. The double points have changed this meta. You know, just doing the same thing as usual isn't going to work. And it's crazy because you... go to Riyadh, right? Yep. Compete for $3 million, right? Or go home, right? That's so true. Wouldn't you want to like do anything you possibly could to do that? I don't know.
You think so? Now I get it. Okay, they're not. And you've been on that bus for a while now about change it up, right? So especially in our interviews, it's like they always say the same thing. It seems. Granted, I think yesterday we did get Fate. I really like that. It was kind of insightful. We got to find out that obviously he wasn't going to be the IGL, but yeah, for the most part, like Tiff again, like these teams don't change it up. For Influence Rage though. Real quick to you, should they change anything up? And the reason why is because yesterday was so stellar. I want to see them just replicate whatever they did.
Yeah, I think they were taking really smart engagements and kind of rotating quite nicely. So I would love to see like a copy paste and coming into today for that. But also you have to be weary because when some of those other squads are just basically like, yeah, I want to do really well today. It's like, okay, that's great. We get that. But what are you going to do, as in Hot Jukes is saying, to kind of change it up? Are you going to start hot dropping on some of these teams that are relatively safer inside that maybe 4th place slot that you want? Especially if you're Royals of War and you're like, I'm going to do anything that I can to get into the top 4. You are very far down in points in comparison to where maybe Deathwolves or Influence Rage are. So what are you going to do to get there?
What are you going to do to get there? So Influence Rage, they've got a moment now to take the bull by the horns and secure their spot on the international stage. Hot Jukes. For Team Queso and Royals of War, though, do they have a shot real quick because they've got a large gap to cover?
Well, I'll tell you what, doing the same for them ain't gonna happen.
I agree with that.
They need double-digit elimination chicken dinners every single game today to even be in the conversation.
Okay.
That's heavy. Hey, look, that is heavy, but absolutely necessary. I agree with you. And also, will teams challenge Influence Rage or iNCO today, right? Especially if you're trying to break into top 4. We consistently been talking about challenge those teams who are doing well. Not necessarily Team Liquid Alpha7, but the others, right? Well, there's no point. But challenge 3rd and 4th place. Well, here it is. Game number 1, Erangel. I'm ready to get it started, so let's get it started. Hot Juke, Spider, Tip, take it away.
Let's get it started. Woo, here we go. The second to last day, Tiff. It all comes down to this, especially, right, for that big Group C. I mean, this is do or die at this point. And I think pretty much at the end of the day today, we're going to find out who's going to make it 3rd and 4th. I mean, that's just the way it is with double points, right?
It really is, and we're already seeing differences. As we drop into Erangel here, the plane path is so south. Alpha7 typically goes towards that like kind of northwestern quadrant where they've been landing all throughout yesterday. And I already see them kind of diving up towards that northeastern side immediately. Team Liquid keeping it consistent over there at Military Base, and Deathwolves, given the plane path, will also return back to their home on the eastern side there. Now, Deathwolves is a squad that is in 5th place on the outside looking in, but only 12 points separating them from Influence Rage. And if I'm Deathwolves, I am single-handedly hunting out Influence Rage and denying them any double points.
I mean, you have to. You really, really have to. It's interesting because they're 70 points behind iNCO Gaming, and that will allow them to, you know, have the last day to catch up. So you want iNCO to have a rough day today. You need Influence Rage to have a bad day today.
Interesting.
So, yeah, it's going to be such an interesting strategy for them. Meanwhile, we're going to watch Alpha7 go against Titan. Wow,
What?
Red Ox try to do that jump shot. Did not work at all.
The Chow coming in and inactive, able to get a trade onto Mafioso. Doran here just navigating around the head peak if we can use this angle, but the car coming straight at him. Carrillo with the hit and run.
That was insane. I mean, just straight up M4 shot, hip fire out the vehicle. You got inactive with the Bison. We like to call it the Bison. The Bison. And it is a little too far away. So yeah, Titan Gaming gonna get roughed up here, and really unfortunate situation, but good for Alpha7, right? I mean, Alpha7, they got an elimination, which they need. They're gonna get 2 here, and they need to soak up as many points as they can get, because tomorrow is gonna be their double points day. And with how Team Liquid did yesterday, they have you know, a pretty big road ahead of them if they want to become the champions at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, it's looking at a prize pool difference, right? To be able to say you got 1st place in PMSL America's Spring, you take home $44,000 alone out of that prize pool, and 2nd place is $30,800. So I mean, that's a big difference in terms of that prizing. So of course, Alpha7 is going to be needing to do everything they can to unseat Team Liquid. Now, if you look at the scores just from week 3 alone, Alpha7's pretty uncharacteristic, because in weeks 1 and 2, it's been kind of tussling between Team Liquid and Alpha7 in that 1 and 2 slot. But right now, they're 4th overall
what a shot.
with iNCO and Hyper ahead of them. And yeah, this is what we were worried about.
This is huge. This is Influence Rage, and that's a 2nd knock. 2 knocked. Be Bold are gonna push this hard. And if you're Influence Rage, you need a knock right here to slow them down so you can get this reset. You can see Milo, he's hurrying up. Yeah, he's trying to push this with the DBS. But he's got to watch out because Lorenzen does have a shotgun himself. Milo, I think he heard the tick from that nade, so he's backing off. Looks like Influence Rage will get a reset on one of their players. Diego's a little bit too far out, though, so this is one of the big things, Tiff, right? When you're in a position like Influence Rage is, sometimes you err on the side of safety, and that could make you second-guess yourself. And with how they're playing right now, it doesn't look like they're even going to attempt going for Diego. Yeah, he's really far out in the open.
And this is tough. And a lot of this is driven by the zone pulling so far towards that center north. And Fran is going to go ahead and grab that full elim onto Diego. And they're kind of, I'm not going to say in shambles here. They just don't have a lot of resources available. We're just like looking for scraps at this point, even for heals. And it's interesting that this is Be Bold on the opposing side, because Dave and I yesterday were just waiting for Be Bold to get active. And the fact is they come in swinging today here on day 14. And the team that we're going up against is Influence Rage, who cannot afford to have any games like this.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a set play by Be Bold, because we know that them and Influence Rage normally share this spot right here. So they normally share Yasnaya, but with what is at stake, I think Be Bold said, hey, let's just try to pop them out early and make them question themselves. And they did exactly that. So if you are Be Bold and you're trying to pull off that miracle run, this is exactly what you need to do. And Law goes down.
And Law was one of the players that was doing so impressive yesterday in general, but this is tough. Like, at the end of the day, does Federal and Milovan just kind of leave here and just focus, maybe grab a vehicle and just head up north and just say, I don't know if we can get you, Law, you're inside this building and we're gonna have to lay siege to it? Nah, Federal is going straight in, looking for angles. Lorenzen on the other side here, breaks the door to give him even more accessibility through it.
Yeah. I think they have to fight this at this point, right? Because this is their double points day. They can't afford just running as a duo and just getting anything simple. They need something big. And unfortunately, Law is completely trapped. So they don't opt to kind of go extra aggressive. They err on the side of safety. Federal is up here, though. If he's able to get this initial knock, he could get something done. Nah, he's trapped. He's got to get this one here. Through the window. Back and forth, back and forth. Oh, my gosh. Runs in now, spots him. He's in trouble.
This is chaos. I thought you were going to hit me with the through the window, through the wall kind of vibe, but Federal down back on the lower floor.
He's sweating.
We are just finally able to get around towards where Law is, but honestly, 10 seconds is going to be needed. You're going to bait that and immediately dive back inside, but just trying to isolate the B-Bold players is kind of crazy right now.
Oh, he catches David and gets the instant flush. So where's the teammate? Did he take off as well, or is he here? I'm trying to find him. Oh no, Milovan's completely far away from this, so it really is just all Federal. I mean,
maybe it's just Milovan go play placement. At the end of the day, we have to stick this res. Time is of the essence, and I think B-Bold is going to start to sense that, but we're not going to be able to have that. You cost your life. The flank comes in. Now, Milovan, the solo. Only one elimination for Influence Rage after the chaos.
Terrible play. And on my opinion, I think Milovan should have just committed. I mean, just either make something happen, make a miracle play against B-Bold, or just go out, because placement points are just too rough at this point, Tiff, right? We've seen so many times these, especially in a zone like this, you're going to have to pull off a miracle to get placement. And we'll see. We'll see if it ends up paying off. I don't think it will, though, because I mean, what is it? 8th place on down is 0 points. You have to get to 8th to even get 1 point at all.
Hear me out. Okay. I think they saw all the solo hero plays from yesterday.
Could be.
Maybe they're like, you know what? It's time to let Milovan cook. But for now, this is where it started. Yeah, just straight out the vehicle. And they just rolled up, picked off one, and then kept it moving. That's
oh my gosh. What's even crazier is this is the M16 on single tap. M16 single tapping away, gets the double knock. Unbelievable. And yeah, I mean, B-Bold, they did lose a player kind of needlessly there. But still, I mean, to get a 1-up on Influence Rage, at the end of the day, that's their goal. It's worth more to shut down Influence Rage than get points yourself.
I mean, Death Wolves are sliding you a check right across the seat from land. Like, all right, I see you there. We appreciate what you're doing, because at the end of the day, Death Wolves are 12 points out of Influence Rage right there, and that's what we're talking about. They're like, you know, if you're not going to be able to get double points, then Death Wolves still in it are going to be able to be like, thank you so much. Granted, no eliminations thus far, and Alpha7 has 3, B-Bold has 3, and Royals of War, you heard some bits from them earlier today saying they want to do everything that they can to get into 4th place, but they're currently in 8th, so we've got a journey.
B-Bold's double points day was yesterday, so at this point, they know that they're just trying to climb the leaderboards the best they possibly can. Royals of War, though, getting into it with 9Z. Over here on the north side, this is a very good spot to hold, especially that plateau right there where Elite is. That's a very, very strong position. But it doesn't look like 9Z are going to take it. Yeah, they're just going to kind of pop some shots off here and take off. Meanwhile, Kogoat, yeah, he's looking to hold that position for now. I'm surprised more of the Royals of War player aren't trying to play this position right here where Kogoat is. It is a very, very strong spot.
I do like it. Just kind of working with the topography on Erangel. Maybe just keep scouting out on 9Z as well. And it looks like maybe they'll just kind of hit the road moving. But Royals of War goes and elsewhere. Koi, Dragon here on your screen. We're losing Koi down to 3 for SLR. Kind of unfortunate, but they have the potential to unseat 9Z for 14th place and work towards, you know, maybe where Titan Gaming is, but Titan Gaming on their double points day can break 400 today, which would be nice.
That would be good. That would be really good. I mean, that's what you want to do, is just put up as much as you can, as you heard from their interview, right? Which is looking to do good on double points day. And Team Queso at 513 would have to have a monster performance here if they wanted to make anything happen. Royals of War is in the same boat, but I want to see them just stay active, right? If you're Royals of War, I do like the fact that they were hunting down 9Z there, because they know that, hey, if we even wanted to stand a chance, we need to get crazy eliminations. Like yesterday, 9Z, a chicken dinner with 1 elimination ain't gonna cut it.
No, and they had another win, and it was with 2 eliminations, so a little bit better, but yeah, still same, but no.
Right.
But it shows they can win, and honestly, the wins that they had were wild, right? We had that 1v1 there with Hyper in map number 6, and then on drop number 2, it was against Team Liquid, and it was a 1v2.
Unreal.
At the end.
And that's what happens so many times is we see teams that are like so down on the leaderboards toward the end of the tournament, they just start going crazy because all that pressure is off of them.
That's true. You almost feel free.
It must be. It must be because I mean, if you're at 9Z, what do you have to lose at this point? You just took down Mafioso's knocked. That's tough, but they should be able to stick the res here. But here comes Be Bold. Uh-oh. Yeah, Alpha7 in trouble. Did they see that knock player? They had to have.
No, they just keep on going. They're like, we got places to be, things to do. No, they got to double back. And Lorenzen falls to Carrillo. Revo comes in, wanting to make sure that he can maintain that top elims over Mythic. Doesn't want Mythic to get anywhere close. Fran with the nades trying to come through. Can we connect and make something of that? Just short.
Just short indeed. I cannot believe Carrillo got that off. That's ridiculous. Be Bold, just kind of full sending it at this point here. Not able to get the thirst onto Alpha7. And they should have. I mean, with how split up they were, if they just sent everybody to that rock, they would have been able to get a win. But hey, it happens. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, right? The team on top right now. 1 elimination so far. They're looking to extend that lead so far that there's nothing that Alpha7 can do tomorrow. But Alpha7, they're roaring back. 5 eliminations already.
That's the way to do it. SLR over here on the other side. Titan Gaming. There goes inactive. Seen them get into the mix with quite a few teams. I know so they lost some members to Team Liquid earlier, so they're kind of a duo at this point. Koi went out the first time we saw them on the broadcast. But for Dragon now, working with Woshan, we'll see what they're going to be able to scrape up together and make the best of what they can. Titan Gaming, down to a solo. Be Bold, down to a solo. Influence Rage, still maintaining with Milovan. Somewhere.
Yeah, Milo needs to pull something out crazy. I think he's hanging out in the middle in that shack, which is, I mean, the strategy you're going to do. Well, but at the end of the day, you need that zone to literally pop on top of you if you want to even stand a chance. We'll see what happens, though. Maybe he's able to snake away at least 1 placement point, but more often than not, it just doesn't work at this kind of level. Meanwhile, Death Wolves, right? Death Wolves, I'll tell you what, out of all the tournaments that are looking for that group stage ticket, I think this team has really had that Cinderella story. They've put in so much work here, and it's kind of crazy because it's going to come down to the last day. And I wonder on the last day if we're going to see teams like iNCO and stuff look to try and shut them down. That'll be interesting to see.
It will, and honestly, Rado Boy is sitting at 94 eliminations, so looking for 100 as well as Guazo, who's sitting at 99. So 2 players that could break into the triple digits. Would be cool to see that, especially here, considering they're 13 points back from Influence Rage after map number 1's performance so far, and just waiting. At this point, if you can just go hunt out and figure out, oh, they're a solo, you eliminate them, they deny them any more placement points, and you just keep out-fragging them throughout these games, you're going to be just fine. And, well, Ayala is not fine, as SLR looks to enact some revenge here.
Oh, boy. Well, let's see how... And he sure does. Look at that. Mythic putting in work. 2 eliminations so far. Super Lazy Reflex are now out of here. First team out on the second to last day of this tournament. Next zone goes on up, and we have a nice hard shift on over to Team Liquid side. So a very fortunate zone shift for them.
That is pretty big. We'll have to see how that works. I believe only 2 of them are going to be left standing here for the end of it. And AGG takes that top area. But for 9Z on your screen, still a duo. This time it's Elite last standing and Royals of War on the other side. It's their double points day. And, well, Elite wants to shut them down.
I mean, and this is what he does. This is what 9Z do. I mean, at this point, they're just playing spoilers for the rest of the lobby, and NRG are going to finally take them out. So that's 9Z eliminated. And it's so crazy to see these teams get aggressive when, at this point, it's inconsequential for them, right? I mean, Entity 7 are on the push as well. Oh, that's Fran eliminated. So that's Be Bold now, God. And a crucial point for Team Queso. But oh, now NRG's on the push. Worlds of War need to make something happen.
Hey, they need to. But for now, Entity 7 trying to rotate out. J7 grabs Hate, doubles back down, has to contend with Wako, and falls across the way. A little bit of a brawl here, and Royals of War could come out of their building after a nice reset from that engagement. What can Malaz do to try and clean things up and save it?
This whole team is getting shredded right here. It's just, yeah, and that's it. They all went out. Malaz just needs to go on the push at this point. He does get that confirmation, but Royals of War come and clean him out. So they're the one that get all the eliminations. Meanwhile, Malaz is going to have to defend himself against Royals of War. Oh, he's down to 1 HP.
We are trying to make it work, but when you just swing and go for the fences there, it's tough. And now Fate in the vehicle trying to get away, but not. Gonna have to see you in the next one because, man, 3 eliminations, though, after all that. But for Royals of War in the blue, get on out of there. Okay, we do.
Barely. I mean, that's 7 eliminations, too. That's a great start for Royals of War, but on this one, they're going to have to just full send it. Now we're going to see a pull up to the gas station. Hiko with some nice little plays out of a vehicle. Who's this against? This is against iNCO. This is a huge fight. Death Wolves need to shut them down, and it looks like they do.
Okay, 5th and 3rd place team overall going at it. Nenabete says, I'm going to try to make something of this. Elsewhere, Royals of War has found Alpha7, not a team that you want to run into, and Nenabete last alive is like, we need to maintain. We are in 3rd place. We cannot sacrifice any more points, and they're sitting on 0 eliminations.
Yeah, not just sacrificing points, right, but also giving some to Death Wolves. That's the team that's going to catch us on the last day. So I am not shocked at all to see Nenabete just really just full send it out of here. He's trying to find a spot. This dip right here is okay at best. Not the best. I told you, it is not the best position. Chief saw it, took him out. iNCO Gaming are gone.
Wow, that's going to open the door for Death Wolves for not only Influence Rage, but like you said, they don't have their double points day until tomorrow. So if they can really claw back at that differential that's between them to really just have that Cinderella story tomorrow, it'd be crazy.
Yeah, not just claw back, right? But stop, right? Just hold iNCO down, as well as Influence Rage. Honestly, Influence Rage is the bigger threat at this point.
Yeah.
But with how this has been going so far, this is a perfect situation for Death Wolves. Because right now, Influence Rage, yeah, 1 elimination with only 1 player up. This is a perfect game for Death Wolves. And now it's just time to soak up some more points on the board.
It's true, and we got a good look at the map and kind of where it shifted. Yes, it goes back west, but Milovan is not in that play zone. We'll have to rotate north, and you've got Royals of War just ahead of you, Alpha7 to your right, so it's not going to be the easiest journey. You're going to have to play very small, make that presence as stealth as you can, and AGG, nothing stealth about them, looking down the sights at Team Liquid. Just taking some shots, but for now, we're gonna have to see how they approach this. They have the player advantage against Team Liquid.
Yes, they do. Team Liquid need to put up some more points on the board. I mean, they already have a massive gap. That Alpha7 is going to be so difficult for them to pass up on, but you never want to count them out. And I think Team Liquid realizes that. So their whole goal is to just make a spread so big that Alpha7 cannot catch them. But look how Alpha7 starting. 7 eliminations already. And they could have got that last one on a limb, but they did not want to risk popping out of the vehicle. So they know what's at stake here.
That's crazy. I mean, they did get a win yesterday on Erangel with 16 eliminations. Would love to see them double down and kind of beat that for them and maybe get at least 17. But at the end of the day, when you've got 28 players left in the lobby and 24 potential eliminations for Alpha7, it can happen. It can happen, especially if you're maintaining your space on that south side of the zone with a couple teams nearby you.
Yeah, this is a tough circle because it's just literally all open field. You can see it. It's all about those holding down these little baby hills, Medelas, that's what they call them down here and down in South Texas. You got to be able to hold it down. And we're going to see right now is Team Queso is going to start throwing out some smokes, holding that position. It's just all snake play.
I love the snake play. I love what you did there. I'm going to double down and go away from that subject, but Milovan just won an isolated 1v1 against Artruzen from FURIA. I understand that he gets picked off from the other member of FURIA, but falls, but at least he grabs another elim before he goes down.
Elim with trying to pre-fire it, and he got McGrellin pretty low here, but that S12K, that's where it's at. So Titan Gaming do go out. 8 teams remaining. And now is where we're going to start seeing some teams get some placement points as Team Queso battling it out with Death Wolves. That's not the ride that you want to get here, especially at this stage.
No, not if you're Death Wolves and you want to break into 4th place. Now, mind you, Influence Rage and iNCO Gaming are both out. This is Death Wolves' chance to grab those eliminations in this open field, and Team Queso is just like, no, this is mine. Silence, trying to literally silence Death Wolves. And now you can see the smokes and the tree using some vehicles for cover, and Ego was on fire, quite literally.
Oh, he was on fire, but he's back up, and Guizao has got 3 eliminations so far. They tried to go for that run over, but they realized he's an isolated player. Yes, full send him, get him taken out. You need every point you can get, and you want to put Team Queso at bay just in case here, as and Hyper are actually going to get this circle.
Ooh.
Alpha7 are on the edge. They're going to probably end up pushing this very, very soon. It's anyone's game.
It's true.
Nice finish.
Oh, that's brilliant. Now they're going to really clean this area out. It's tough because with it being so open, it's going to be hard to really make those rotations unless you have vehicles. And with Death Wolves kind of up here on that northwestern side, they need to finish Team Queso, but they have FURIA at the backs of Team Queso, so they're essentially being sandwiched, which puts a lot of pressure on them. And if Death Wolves decides to put too much focus on a Team Queso, I'm weary that All Glory Gaming will just be like, okay, this is our time to kind of full send.
Yeah, fight timing is so important right here. If you fight just a little too early, you're going to get third-partied. And All Glory Gaming are definitely in a position where they need to do that sooner than later because there's hardly any coverage here. You want to be able to secure an entire side of this map, but they're so far away. They have some vehicles, though. We'll see which side they decide to push to. They can push down to Team Liquid or right over here to Team Queso. Meanwhile, Magrellan and Alpha7 are racking up the eliminations. 9 so far.
Wow, Royals of War out with 7 eliminations. That's pretty powerful considering you get to multiply that by 2 thanks to bonus points here. But still chilling the solo on our screen, just kind of overlooking the Death Wolves. But once we have to start seeing blue come in, Alpha7 starting to rotate into that next play zone, keeping that pressure on to Team Liquid, which it's tough.
That's the team that they need to pass up. So they realize that Team Liquid's on this side. I would not be shocked at all if we see Alpha7 just really hard press this side of the map. You don't want Team Liquid to get any points at all. So I'm kind of shocked to see Alpha7 just kind of play this a little passive. I understand that they need a lot of points. No. You see Carrillo, he's looking right in this direction.
He is trying to do anything that he can to find Chief behind that tree. Now, Chief is not in the next play zone. Will have to move. Alpha7 has kind of spread out on that southeastern side, has taken space, and Hyper is in the dead center of the zone. There goes Chief. Down and out. 3 eliminations. But, you know, Hyper, after that Game 6 that we got to witness at the top of the show, to bring you up to speed on that one, Hot Jukes, I want to see them take drop 1 win here on Erangel. I want to see it happen.
Let's go. I mean, no eliminations. They're playing it very passive, which I'm kind of shocked, but at the same time, not so much, because it's kind of difficult to hold that position where FS is. If he jumps up or even looks out one of those windows, he's getting shot. But Hyper need to get active. Chief, very, very smart to deny the point. He needs to deny points from only one team, and that's Alpha7. He knew that that's the squad that was looking right at him. So he just said, I'd rather go out to blue zone. But can Hyper pull off this win? If this zone centers up, it's definitely possible.
Anything can happen. It's kind of been our motto for the past couple of games that we've been witnessing. But everyone just playing very low sights. You're right, not wanting to peek out the windows, but still looking for information. And I love that we're going to see where that circle does pop here. Because if it does center up on Hyper, you know that next threat is going to be... Wow, it's going to be FURIA having to rotate straight in, and that collapse between Alpha7, Hyper, and FURIA, because they're all going to want coverage from this building.
Yeah, they all want to push this building. The problem is that the first team that pushes it is going to go out, because if Alpha7 push first, FURIA are going to third party, and vice versa, right? So it's all about the timing here. I think Alpha7 are going to play this very, very slow, just edge on in. There's still 2 more zone shifts, so anything can happen.
Dun, dun, dun. We'll have to wait and see. It's only a matter of time, but at the end of the day, Alpha7 is sitting on 10. I was wanting them to best that 16 elimination win yesterday, and the rogue shots coming in. We've got to be safe here, Team Queso. You're so far out from where you need to be for that next play zone, and that is a tough rotation here.
Oh yeah, Team Queso just stuck in the zone. We're gonna see a lot of people go out to blue here, and that's just the way it is at this point. He's gonna run out into the open. Does anybody spot him? Nope. He does find a tree, but that is not the tree he needs to be at.
No, we gotta keep
push
on
even
moving.
further. Yep, keep on moving.
Oh, but the Death Wolves swarming over there in the left with the vehicles and the boulder, and you've got Alpha7 out towards the right, and FURIA as well. AGG directly across the play zone from you. We'll just have to wait and see what they decide to do. But for Death Wolves, the duo on 6 eliminations. Now, mind you, if they win this and pick up more eliminations, they can leapfrog over Influence Rage, but Team Queso not going to make it out.
Yeah, not going to make it out. He was stuck wide in the open. Nothing he could do. And Hyper, though, they have the only coverage on this side of the map. They just got to focus on not getting pushed. And you can see them starting to apply that pressure. Rightfully so. Finally, we see Caprice get outside of the building. That's what Hyper's been needed to do. Step outside and start getting into it. But Alpha7, an absolute war here with FURIA.
Yeah, but Baton Stars, they're already shooting from their buildings. They're taking out members from multiple squads. And, okay, FURIA, can we finish this out? But it's the last one standing here. Death Wolves eliminated at 6 eliminations. And Hyper's really going to play spoiler from their buildings.
About time, and Hyper step out, said we need some eliminations ourselves, and you're gonna see Augustus go out here to the blue zone. It's all an Hyper chicken dinner. Right when Alpha7 were taken out, and Hyper said, all right, it's time to get busy.
Oh no. 6
eliminations so far. That's how you do it.
This is the same thing we experienced yesterday, though. All members of Hyper are alive, and we're looking for Fran. But this time, Fran's in a building, probably going to deny that elimination from them, but it's not going to be enough. Caprice picks it on up, and well, Hyper, how does that one feel after yesterday? Congrats on that winner chicken dinner.
You want to know why? Because the candle's lit, baby! That is what I'm talking about! And Hyper said, no, okay, we're not gonna let that happen one more time. Smiles on their faces. Great for Hyper and great for NA, right? In a whole, to see them finally showing up here in this tournament. It makes me excited for the fall season, Taylor.
Heck yeah, man. They don't make the same mistake twice, which is great. Mind you, they left off with that mistake, so it's nice to see them actually, fixing that mistake at the very end. And I love how Hyper gets aggressive, Tiff. They needed that. Aggression is great at times, right? And sometimes it turns into recklessness, but they made the right play, pushing with FURIA onto Alpha7. I was looking at stage number 7. I'm like, all right, Hyper, Alpha7, they're both in zone. Everybody else, they've got Papa Blue to their back. This is a great spot for Hyper and Alpha7 to be in, but I know A7 was not expecting both teams, FURIA and Hyper, to push them.
Yeah, I would have expected the FURIA push right off the rip because they're rotating in from that same side. But for Hyper, who are sitting in that building with 0 eliminations, that's what we're talking about just moments prior, right? And Hotjukes is like, okay, yeah, this is great. You've got positioning, but we need to find some sort of eliminations. They actually leave the compound and just start cleaning. Oh, yeah, this moment, right? This was tough to watch.
Well, this is a big moment, Hotjukes, because Influence Rage, obviously, they're the closest to breaking into top 4, at least maintaining a spot in top 4, and Be Bold and Influence Rage have been going at it the past 2 days.
And I think Be Bold had enough, right? I think they said, hey, you know what? You've annoyed us all tournament long by landing this close. It's time we shut down your hopes and dreams, So it's tough because Be Bold, there's no way they're catching them. This is a point. This is just all about ego.
I agree. Be Bold, the team that yesterday had a chance to potentially catch up. Unfortunately, their double points did not go well. Because of that, they will fall down. But Tiff, this was also, a decent game for Rules of War. 7 eliminations, 8th place. But I think the real winner here has to be Death Wolves, a team that is still waiting on their double points tomorrow. They finish in 4th place with 6 eliminations. And just, continuing to separate themselves from the pack. Death Wolves is, at least off of game 1, looking like one of the best teams to potentially break in, or maintain top 4.
Yeah, if you're looking for that ESWC survival stage slot, this is the way to do it. Especially with Be Bold kind of there, taking down Influence Rage. It kind of opens the door for you to start really working towards that points differential. And to start things off with those eliminations and breaking into the top 5, maintaining that throughout the day, going into double points tomorrow, that's what we want to see. And honestly, it's kind of crazy. I was looking at this. I know we'll get to run back that last fight there for Hyper to get out that solo of AGG. And this time, hyper aggressive. They spotted him immediately and sealed the deal with 7 eliminations. But this was their 3rd win of PMSL Spring, America Spring. So I'm happy that we're getting that there finally. You were talking about it, Hot Jukes, how we're learning, we're growing, and then we're going to come back swinging in the next season. But this has got to feel good, especially after yesterday.
No, it's about time. It's about time. I mean, the fact that Hyper left the building just made me just look to the sky and say, yes, it's about time. Because let's be real, week 2, Taylor and Hyper would have not done this, right? They would have just stayed in that building, curled up, and just been like, let's get some paper points. Now they're like, nah, let's get out there. We have the position. They flipped the aggression switch. It's about time.
Well, guess who they have on their team now that they didn't have when they weren't being aggressive? They've got Capri, okay? Capri joins the roster, Hyper turns things around, and they start looking good. Capri seriously has been a big game changer for the roster. Maybe not necessarily in like picking up the most eliminations he did in that honeymoon phase when he first joined, but like Hyper is just a much more confident team, it seems, to push really anybody, and I love that for them. Their 3rd win, that's huge, and again, trying to make the front page, which Team Queso's gotta watch out. They dropped down a peg, right? A team that's on their double points today. They did not have a good game number 1. I know they wanted a bit more. 6th place, 2 eliminations. That's not going to be enough. Royals of War, however, will jump up a bit. They were the standout team for double points, at least according to myself. And then Influence Rage, we really need more from them if they want to maintain top 4. Tiff, I'm getting FURIA vibes here, right? Remember FURIA? They needed to maintain top 4. They did it on their double points. Influence Rage could be the same exact story.
Okay, here's the deal, though. If they can just get over, and you need like a 54-point jump, that is, 26 points on your double points day. So, I mean, you just have 2 decent games. There's the potential to do that. And then that opens the door for 4th place yet again, because honestly, if Deathwolves go crazy tomorrow, we can take out iNCO Gaming, who had such a stellar performance on their double points day when it was Group A. So we've already seen that occur, and nothing magnificent can come out of that unless they can just go crazy in general between today and tomorrow. So I'm really worried for iNCO Gaming here.
I am too, and I have a narrative about that. Just to cover the 2nd page, though, nobody's going to be moving up or down. Hyper, though, does gain quite a few points. A couple more points like that, a couple more games, I should say. They break into the top page, which is what Energy Galaxy promised, but Hyper is looking to do.
Oh my God.
And the candle is lit today, everybody. So what does that mean if you're confused? It means that we're going to see some energy today. All right, maybe it's for NA. Maybe it's for Influence Rage. It's going to flip-flop because I'm not consistent, okay? That candle represents a lot of different things, all right? I'm not consistent with who I support. But Hot Chooks, to bring up Tiff's point, I really am worried for iNCO Gaming because that first game was not what they needed. 11th place, 0 eliminations. We talk about Influence Rage, Royals of War, teams that are looking, or Deathwolves. But iNCO Gaming could lose their spot. It is not guaranteed to stay there.
That's right. Just like that flame, baby. That flame's going to go whichever way the wind blows at this point, And it could just take one game to just change everything up. And yeah, iNCO Gaming is not safe. I'll say Influence Rage, they need a 100-point day today. They need it. And the reason why is because Alpha7 is going to be on their double points day tomorrow. So they need to go crazy. And teams at the bottom, some of them are just going to be like, hey, it's over, right? Well, this is going to push everybody. You cannot depend on tomorrow to get points. I'm saying it right now. We're going to see stuff that is crazy tomorrow. So if you're Influence Rage, you got to show up.
Where you want to be today is 3rd place, because the only team tomorrow that can move the needle is going to be Deathwolves, all right? Deathwolves can move the needle and knock you down a peg. So if you're in 4th place, Deathwolves could pass you. You could drop down to 5th. Now all of a sudden you're missing out on the global stage, right? So 3rd place is the magic place to be. Well, that's game number 1 done. Erangel out of the way, and Hyper taking map number 1. Good ONA looking all right to start the day off. We'll see if they continue over the next 5. We've got Miramar coming up, map number 2, when we come back. The PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America's Spring Season, day number 14. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Chooks and Spider Tiff. Game number 1 is finished. Now we're about to head into Game 2 on Miramar. For Group C, our double points team didn't have the most stellar performance to start off, albeit Rose of War did jump up, knocking Team Queso down a little bit, but still light years away from catching up to the likes of iNCO or Deathwolves or even Influence Rage, who the main storyline is on today. Hot Chooks, Influence Rage. Their boogeyman today seems to be Bold. They were going back and forth yesterday. Influence Rage was getting the best of Bold then, but now it seems like Bold is here to play.
And they have nothing to lose. Nothing to lose at this point. Bold are too far away to even have a chance at getting 4th or 3rd. So it's going to make me really keep an eye on the next Erangel match, because match number 3, if they go after Yasnaya again, oh man. So I think Influence Rage at this point need to question their strategies. Like, even if you go to Yasnaya, go to a different part of it at least, because if you do the same thing, you're gonna put yourself at risk.
It's true. Do they switch it up? Deathwolves does that quite well. They like to either land in military or all the way up north, and specifically when it obviously comes to Erangel. Severny is their secondary landing spot. Occasionally, I think, they go over towards Gatka, maybe Hospital, but I've only seen them do that a couple of times. But I totally agree, right? When it comes to Influence Rage, switch it up, right? Do not go against Bold again, because it's a 50-50 as far as I'm concerned. Well, here it is, map number 2. We're heading into Miramar. How's it going to turn out? Well, the players, they hold destiny within their fingertips. Hot Chook, Spider Tiff, take it away.
Let's get it going. Match number 2, first Miramar of the day. And we're going to have a playing path a little far away from El Pozo. So Alpha7 are going to either stretch it out here or go to a secondary location. But man, at the end of the day, things are heating up here, Tiff. Influence Rage need a bounce back game right here, right now.
Yeah, if they don't bounce back right now, I'm genuinely going to be worried about them, because there's 6 drops a day, right? Which is great. And it just gives you enough time to have maybe a throwaway and then really start honing it in. But you have to know that the entirety of the lobby is going to be looking at causing chaos. And I think what you were saying about tomorrow in general is you just don't know what's going to happen with the entirety of the lobby, because if you don't have anything else to lose, you can just straight int and do whatever you want. And I think we're going to see a lot of that. It's going to start.
We're going to see it. Yeah, we're going to see it. We're going to see teams just like push for fun. We're going to see single players look to kind of make a name for themselves and make some crazy plays. And that just destroys like every single strategy you have in the lobby. As we're going to hear, and Hyper, shooting at none other than Alpha7 to start things off. So Alpha7 doing exactly what I was talking about. They're going to be stretching it all the way to El Pozo, and they're going to be a little bit late on this rotation. That really crushes them on Miramar, because it takes them so long to loot there, and then they lose a couple players on that rotation.
That's going to be tough for sure. We'll have to keep our eyes out on it. But Alpha7, you know, kicking things off pretty strong in drop number 1. They find 10 eliminations despite only getting to 5th place. Now, it's good considering they outperformed Team Liquid in drop number 1. And at the end of the day, that's just kind of the motto for today. Just outperform Team Liquid, because they came into that day with 115 points lead over Alpha7. So trying to essentially tear back at that when both of those teams have used up their double points is going to be tough. Not out of the question, but still substantially challenging, unless Team Liquid just completely throws everything away.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
I don't see that happening.
They have such a huge lead. It shouldn't happen, but here's the problem, right? I was talking about like Deathwolves need crazy points tomorrow. Alpha7 need crazy points tomorrow. And I can already see Alpha7 turning up the heat here. I mean, they already did in match number 1. So I'm expecting them to fully let out every strategy under their belt to ensure, you know, them getting first place and becoming the champions here of the PMSL Americas. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. So the teams, like especially Influence Rage, Deathwolf, iNCO, you gotta perform today, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%. Those are the 3 teams that I'm most definitely keeping my eyes on. And honestly, we've got some interesting moments here. Titan Gaming going to lose out on Doran. Now, granted, this is also their double points day. It came in 13th place, and honestly, if you have a strong performance here, maybe you bounce over where NRG is. We'll just have to wait and see what you can make do. But now a trio left in the lobby, and well, here's SLR on the move. They're going to be on the outer skirts, just on the inside of that play zone. A lot of those teams from the northwestern side of Miramar are going to rotate straight into this area. So I like that we're kind of taking some of these angles, but I don't feel comfortable in any way, shape, or form, and I don't really know what's going on here with White Elegy.
Oh, yeah, let's see. What are you doing, White Elegy? On the run, just trying to make something happen. That's what it looks like here. So, I mean, SLR, bottom of the leaderboards. This is what I'm talking about. Like, we're going to see some kind of inconsequential fights that are going to make things just that much more difficult. This is over here near San Martin. All Glory Gaming. Looking to have fun at this point. And that's the hard part about this, is that, you know, we already had 2 groups go past in their double points days. So those teams that have already passed and know that, hey, there's no chance of us making it up, we can just do whatever we want.
That is just the unpredictability of lobbies that you really can't count on. And I think that's why it's tough. I think you have to come into tomorrow in 3rd place. You really do. You're not going to be safe 100% considering just how variable all of our performances have been from that 3rd to even, okay, I'll even say it, 6th place, FURIA. They're 20 points back from 4th place. So that was at the start of the day and kind of roaming around that. So even they could make a play for it. So not out of it just yet.
Yeah, not out of it just yet. Oh boy, let's see what happens here as Team Liquid are on the move. And they are moving quickly. 897 points. First team to break 900. It has to happen today, right, Tiff?
Oh, easy. It happens this game. Actually, I don't want to say that because things could go very sour quickly. At the point in time, Team Liquid is dead center of that play zone, but a lot of teams still going to be trying to vie and get in there. But honestly, I'd be really curious to hear from teams like Hyper, especially after that map win. I think we got an interview with Baton, which is good because we need to hear an update considering how they did in Game 6 yesterday. And then they jump in to win, drop 1 on Erangel.
Absolutely. Let's hear it.
Here with us. Congratulations, bro. Great match. 17 points, I believe it was. So very nice. A nice contrast from last night. Last night, you were obviously bummed out after that match, but we're starting good today, huh?
Yeah, we're starting like with our win, so I feel good.
It was a tough match right there. You had a Alpha7 at the end, but you were able to flank them. Tell me a bit about that last part of the match.
Last part of the match, we saw our south side started a fight. We just dropped the smoke and go and kill all of them, and then just killed last guy.
I like you better like this when you're happy, not when you're sad like last night, all right, bro? Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Let's go right now.
Happy Baton is definitely our favorite ones. Oh man, what a crazy, I think, turn of events overall here. You know, what are you gonna say? What are you gonna say? I mean, hey, chicken dinner, you know he's gonna be stoked.
I like you better like this. Perfect. Perfect. You know what? Just do it again. But at the end of the day, he just comes in. He's like, we saw that our south side was fighting. We popped a smoke. We killed everyone. Perfect. Easier said than done, right? Like, I mean, that just breaks it all down in the most simplistic way, but sometimes you just have to not overthink things.
Absolutely. You can never overthink things. I mean, and I think that is the thing that has been just cursing in Hyper in general, is overthinking. You know, playing things too safe, too separate, crazy splits. And I've been saying this since so early on. If they just went back to the basics, they would be so much more effective. And I think we're finally starting to see them do that. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too late, you know, for them to make it to Riyadh, but it makes me excited for the fall.
Ooh, I mean, look, I also love the fall. It's a perfect time of the year. It's not too hot over here in Georgia, bro. It is like almost 100 degrees right now, so I'll take the fall.
All day long. All day long. And they're going to see right now if, you know, NRG is going to have a similar end here. I mean, they did yesterday. So I want to see, you know, the rest of the NA teams start playing the way they're supposed to towards the end of this tournament. And that's going to make things even more difficult, Tiff, right? For those teams that desperately need points. And So far, nothing on the side of Influence Rage, Death Wolves, so definitely the calm before the storm.
Yeah, the only team right now with any sort of eliminations is going to be Hyper with 1. And I love that NRG is actually going to be rotating in from the north side, right? This is a secondary drop for them. Typically, they'll go towards that island on the most southern point of Miramar. But granted, because of the plane path, they've elected to drop up to the north and now will be rotating in, which works perfect for this play zone because you're going to waltz right in to some pretty open space with 9Z going to be the only team below you. And then when you look towards the west, which is typically the most chaotic side on the rotations in general that I've witnessed from Miramar, you can see it's already happening. And Death Wolves on the opposing side, Rataboy, we cannot let this occur.
No, we cannot. Yeah, especially against a team like Entity 7. That would be brutal. You know, a team that has a chance to make it to Riyadh, getting eliminated by a last place team here. Oof, that's gonna hurt. 9Z is in that same boat. 9Z, you can just see these teams at the bottom are finally looking to make some noise because we have not seen this type of aggression from them all tournament long.
Yeah, but we were talking about it before the show today. We were like, we want some aggression. We want the chaos. Let it just get mixy. And if this is how it's going to be, then so be it. 9Z, throw down, ruin. I want to say like ruin people's days, but I mean, I'm down to see it.
Me too. Me too. And let's just see how many days are going to get ruined here because Influence Rage, that's the team they need to take out. So, unfortunately, not able to get any shots on them at all. But Death Wolves, right? Safe. Gonna move on into this next donut. They're gonna find a really good spot here by Junkyard because this entire area is completely open.
That's a pretty solid rotation in. Their biggest threat's gonna be FURIA looking for a massive rat before they decide to rotate in. So that is probably the most potential threat to occur for now, but trying to lay siege to this area will be quite tough. So good on them to grab that position. We'll just have to see when our later stages where the play zone starts to pull. And if this stays in play, it'll be a really solid gift from the PUBG mobile gods for them.
Oh, it will be indeed. And let's just see who else gonna get that gift here soon. Alpha7 are all the way on the south side of La Bendita. They're already good to go. I'm looking at where Team Liquid is. Team Liquid is right in between Influence Rage. So that's going to make things very, very interesting here soon. Looking at the rest of the zone, and Hyper pushing in from the blue. Oh, but look at this. This is iNCO Gaming. This is the team that needs to hold on to it. And let me ask you this, right? In the past, you know, since you were here yesterday and you're here now, what do you think about iNCO, right? Do you think iNCO has a chance to put points on the board and be safe here in third? Like, do you see them playing aggressive or passive?
Look, they've had a really solid performance in general for this week, right? Coming into week 3, 201 points. It's their top performance that we've witnessed throughout all of our weeks. Other than that, they've been sitting around that top 5, 6 threshold. That double points day that we witnessed from them was absolutely crazy, as we just witnessed SLR fall there. Salute in chat for them because Hyper is just on another level at some point in time here. Thanks God for the week 3. But now I'm yapping. Going back to my original point, great week for them. Yes, I think they have what it takes because we haven't seen this and it just took them a few weeks to really step up. But Influence Rage, it's Be Bold again.
No way, not again. So Be Bold, hunting them down against the 1v2. This is the worst case scenario. And now they know who it is. They realize it's Be Bold. So I think Be Bold are going to just do extra work to finish this team off. Is it going to be Lawrence to get the 1v4 though?
You cannot let this occur. Like, you cannot let this happen. Change the story, but Milovan goes for the chow. And finally, Diego enacts some revenge here. We got to find Fran, though. Can we do it? Come on, Diego, make it work, because look who's in the neighboring compound. It's Team Liquid who's going to straight on send over here. They're both going to pay for this.
Influence Rage is the team that pays for this, and that is brutal. And I'll tell you what, Team Liquid and Influence Rage have a storied history. You know, these squads have a lot of beef between each other, and it's some Brazilian on Brazilian action. Team Liquid knew who this was, and they wanted it to just stick it to Influence Rage there. That's gonna hurt.
You know, once again, Death Wolves out here just like, thank you. I appreciate you. You are doing great. They're just like, at the end of these games, they have got to walk over to Be Bold and just thank them when they wrap it up and hit 4th place today.
Might as well. You might as well, because this is getting intense here, especially since this has happened twice in a row.
Yeah, it's
twice in a row, and I'm sure we're gonna see it happen in the second game. So what I said earlier, right? When it comes to Influence Rage adjusting their strategies, they're gonna have to. They're gonna have to if they want to have any chance of going to Riyadh.
Yeah, and to be so close but miss out, because as of right now, you've got Influence Rage that's locked into that ESWC survival stage slot, and that even already makes your journey that much more difficult. They had a chance to play for third in NRG Galaxy. Yes, they showed up yesterday on drop number 1 for Erangel, and we're waiting for them to have some brilliant moments here today and just starting to kind of get things moving, picking up 1 elimination on their way in, but it's tough, right? Once this zone starts to center up and everyone kind of making their way in, NRG trying to come in from the northern side, FURIA will be that next threat to them.
Hey, but they make it. They find a very clear path into this next zone, and they're going to push up further and further and further in. Let's see where the next zone pops, though. Are we going to get a center up? Maybe another hard shift? Let's see. Next few seconds on the clock. Alpha7 down south. And yeah, big center zone here. What I'm looking at is Death Wolves. Death Wolves have a big couple of fights ahead of them here. And with Influence Rage out, this is their time to shine.
Do we hang out and really try to isolate against FURIA before rotating in? Because I think that might be smart. Granted, it's going to be open. We do have some vehicles to work with. But I would rather start picking up eliminations. But where they lie at this point, being 8 points away from Influence Rage, it's going to be interesting. But yeah, do you play conservative? Do you worry about your position and let those eliminations come to you?
At this point, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I think if you're Death Wolves, you cannot alter your strategy. I think you have to get active at this point because you need big points. You cannot depend on tomorrow. Even though tomorrow is your double points day, there are so many teams that need those points. So if you're Death Wolves, get hungry, get active right here, right now.
You heard it. Hot Jukes wants you to get active. And right now, if you're looking at 9Z, it wouldn't be a bad team to get active against. And you can see Ego out here just scouting, looking for information, maybe to see what that threat is going to look like. But FURIA is not going to be in that next play zone. They still have to look for space. And a lot of people are just keeping their eyes on 9Z because they are inside that play zone. And if 2 teams decide to rotate straight into them, but the way they've separated themselves out, it's going to be a tough push.
It's going to be a tough push indeed, and I'm looking over here at Alpha7. They have this spot pretty locked down, but you know what? They got Rolls of War on their back, and Rolls of War, at the end of the day, are just trying to make something happen. Here comes Fate, though. NRG Galaxy against All Glory Gaming, and it looks like they're definitely going to get the better of them here.
Look, we already heard about the changes yesterday from Fate himself. Wants to roam free. And just kind of piecing apart AGG here, quite nice, already on 3 eliminations. But Hyper, who has been one of the most unpredictable squads of week number 3, decides to get straight into the mix here. Baton in the smoke, taking it straight to J7.
NA Violence, J7 finally catching up through the smoke, gets that headshot against Baton. So these are 2 teams that have played against each other so long now. Rest of Hyper looking to be a little bit farther away from this, but NRG doing solid. 4 eliminations so far on the push, but they have 55 seconds on the clock. They need to get this side cleared out sooner than later.
Yeah, this is tough, right? It's that northwestern side of the play zone, and whoever can leave here unscathed. Stars had already left to scout out a play area for them after this rotation, but when you lose out on 1, it's gonna be tough. Here we go, straight to AGG. Fate from the off angle, holding the cross, doesn't want to let Guapo get over there, and Padrino down and out, and just like that, All Glory Gaming eliminated. Royals of War has fallen elsewhere also.
That's a big loss right there. Royals of War getting taken out here is gonna hurt. Influence Rage gone. That is brutal. What is going to happen here with Death Wolves? Death Wolves 1 elimination, and with this game here, the door's open for them to get past. They can pass up. They can pass up Influence Rage.
It is very likely, considering where they have fallen here. Wherever that next zone, oh my god, they can just waltz right into it. And honestly, one member of Deathwolves has already secured an elimination against 9Z. They were not able to grab that res, so they're still a trio, and that is the biggest threat to Deathwolves, but they're gonna have the player advantage.
They're gonna have that advantage. Indeed, energy on the rotation, barely able to make it in, but they're gonna make it safely here. No sacrifices needed to be had. They are getting shot from the back. Never mind. FS catches Malaz, and that is brutal. Oh, but he does get the better end onto Stars. Oh, but J7 gets shut down by Kree. So yeah, NRG gonna get taken out here little by little. Tough rotation. I'd rather see them just push up little by little than trying to make these crazy bold rotates.
It's tough because Stars had already rotated in ahead of everyone and left and Hyper very separated and was just able to pick apart NRG Galaxy. Now, granted, we do have Spec still alive, 6 eliminations for the squad, and it's just tough. You're just going to play your life, see what you can do, and no. You're not going to play your life because there's a rogue Rataboy from a distance just doing what he needs to do to get into 4th place.
That is tough. But you know who's still alive? Alpha7 on the south side, and they're looking really, really good. Team Liquid are going to have to make a push, though, against Team Queso, most likely very, very soon. But I think they're happy to just share this spot. But meanwhile, it's just absolute chaos on this side of the map. This corner is stacked with squads.
Yeah, I don't really want to be on that side of zone. And
nope.
To see who's looking to maybe kind of push over there, you can see Deathwolves, right? They've separated out completely on that northern side instead of descending upon the remnants of 9Z. We're like, no, we want to get involved. We want to get active, like you said, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, let's see what happens as FS and Stars looking to put some pressure. 9Z catching off Obscure is going to make things pretty difficult. Yeah, especially if Ed Hyper are going to push this. That's that rear sight line completely taken away. So their eye in the sky is gone.
We kind of thought about that, right? It's like maybe you should have just taken the isolated engagement against 9Z as opposed to maybe looking for a third party, because that's exactly what 9Z wants you to do, and they're going to gatekeep. This is very open on this side, like you were mentioning. Not sure if Rataboy was able to get, yes, he does get the res off, and we're going to start that healing process, but you don't want to let that happen. You want to maintain your resources for the end game and just lie and wait. Still 2 eliminations, though. Granted,
not bad.
Not double points until tomorrow, though.
They need to group up, though. I think Deathwolves need to play it old school here. Just get together and just soak up some eliminations. Now is the time. And it looks like they're going to go for it. Rataboy on the rotate. He should make it free and clear. Oh, couple shots down his way. Not a big worry, though. He's actually going to take the initiative and push on to FS. FS is down to 1 HP. Jump out. Got him. Beautifully done there from Deathwolves.
That's how you get active. Stars, though, able to knock Obscure. Trying to get wild here, but it doesn't matter. And Hyper does fall. 7 eliminations. A pretty stellar performance here in drop number 2, considering they won drop 1. But Deathwolves up to 4, losing out on Obscure, and will play it out as a trio. And I'm just looking kind of what is left for our teams. Down to the final 10. Team Liquid still up all 4, along with Team Queso, Entity 7, and Alpha7.
Alpha7 been, I mean, man, these guys are getting a lot more eliminations into the early game, too. 5 already. This is very similar to their last game here. So Team Liquid need to stay alive. They need to cross that 900 mark this game indeed. There's still 10 teams remaining, and with a zone like this, we can take it all the way here. This is going to probably go to Circle 9.
I want to see it. I love that they're actually getting eliminations and being pretty consistent, because before this I was like, you know, what is Alpha7 doing this week? It's not bad by any means. It's just uncharacteristic. Oh, okay. Yeah, get crazy. I'm going to say that's not the way you wanted to land, but it was cool to see.
It was cool to see indeed, and that's what we're seeing. Deathwolves! Very cool, but not cool enough, unfortunately, as they get deleted.
Would have been cooler if you survived that rotation,
yeah, it would have been
but
cooler
fair.
if you did. Yeah, that is for sure. Meanwhile, you got FURIA staying cool right there, and Titan Gaming very close to them. But at the end of the day, the big storyline, iNCO, right? iNCO are still up with 2 players, and they need to get some points here. And it looks like they're going to be ending up fighting Carrillo here very soon.
Oh, that's not who you want to fight very soon.
Nope.
Like, come on. Come on now. We don't want to run straight into them, but we'll have to see how that goes. Alpha7 is going to be separated out on that southern
big
side.
fight.
And you're right. All right. Team Liquid Mythic is going to be the first one to fall down. And Ayala trying to hold the angle around the vehicle. Getting peppered from Revo. Trying to maintain that standout potential MVP.
This is huge. This is so huge. Alpha7 looking to just shut down Team Liquid in match number 2. Trying to catch them so they can win this championship, and they do. Oh, but here come the grenades ringing out from Team Queso. Those look really good.
Ooh.
Mafioso gets knocked. Oh, brutal. Alpha7 did their job, though, right? They were able to shut down Team Queso. They put some more points on the board, but unfortunately, that chicken dinner now is looking pretty out of sight.
We're still up with 2 of them. Well, actually 1 now. 1 just got knocked, Revo. Yeah, that's tough. Team Queso just capitalizing on that full overextension from Alpha7. And to be fair, I understand that you want to take out Team Liquid, but of course you are going to get punished from this, and it just makes sense for Team Queso to do so, and Alpha7 will fall with 9 eliminations. Now, granted, 10 eliminations in the first drop, 9 to back it up. It's still pretty stellar.
Yeah, pretty stellar indeed. And we're going to see right now as Choco is going to get a nice shot onto Entity 7. The next zone, let's see if it goes to iNCO. iNCO definitely need it here because they need to put some more points on the board to extend their lead. And that's really it. This is the main team. That iNCO is the main squad right now that we're looking at to hold down that 3rd place position. Everybody else pretty inconsequential unless Team Queso has, like, again, a monster day here.
Now we say that, but then FURIA could move up into that 4th place slot, right? Now they're farther back, so it's not going to be as easy for them, and there's still a duo. Okay, now a solo as Adrian falls there. So if 9Z just really wants to get crazy and take out different players, you know, that's fine. And even Titan Gaming's gonna hit the full. So iNCO here, 7 on your screen, 2 eliminations straight onto this, outnumbered by Team Queso. A 2v4, you're gonna have to let the frags do some work here.
Yeah, Team Queso need to get busy here because if they want to even stand a chance of being in this conversation for 4th or 3rd place, they need to go crazy. 3 eliminations, not enough. You need double-digit eliminations every single game today, and it's definitely going to help for you to take out iNCO right here, right now. And it should be pretty easy. Silence, 1 well-placed nade should shut these guys down, and it does. But a nice return nade, but it doesn't matter as iNCO Gaming get eliminated with only 2 points on the board. So Team Queso with 5, not a bad start, but it's still not enough. They got to be pushing everybody.
They really do. And I mean, look, they're sitting at 531 points. The next gap for them would be FURIA, and they have to be, it's like 66 points ahead of them. They're going to be able to get that reset onto silence there thanks to some smokes to cover that line of sight. And honestly, the angle here of this hill, and you can just drop on down. But for FURIA, 1 player left standing, setting their sights straight on at Titan Gaming's Inactive, who meets it with the frag. And they'll fall with just 1 elimination.
1 elimination. That's going to be rough there. So Titan Gaming now going to be pushing into zone. But at this point, it really is Team Queso's time to shine. They need every single elimination left in the lobby. That's 1 of them.
Titan Gaming has fallen down to the final 3. Team Queso, 9Z, and Be Bold, the duo. Team Queso could have a fire potential here. You were making sure every elimination left in the lobby. That'd be the total of 5 if they can get it.
They need it. They really do need it. I cannot stress enough. They are so far behind that just regular chicken dinners are not enough at this point. They need some big making up to do. You don't even want the blue zone to take any of these. So Team Queso, I understand that they're trying to optimize position because they do need to win the game, but there needs to be a little blend of urgency, right? You're going to have to take some risks because that's what you have to do at this point. You have no choice.
It's true, and it's double points. So like you said, if you can throw down a 20-point normal game, that turns into 40. That's how you start covering the distance and make a huge change. And it starts with fully sending the trio if possible, or even the duo of Be Bold, who's in the dead center, and Connor. If they're going to start opening that fight against Be Bold, Team Queso, this is your chance.
Yes. You need to get active, Team Queso. You cannot just sit and wait for this game to come to you. You need every elimination in the lobby at this point. Otherwise, yeah, you're going to put up a good day, but it ain't going to be enough to go to Riyadh.
Do you want to go to Riyadh? Do you want to go compete for $3 million? This is how you get there.
Oh, and this is how but this is how you don't get there.
True.
When Connor and Simple go out to the blue zone, these points are critical, and they are losing them. And that's what I'm talking about. I think, yeah, Team Queso most likely going to win this game. But, I mean, if I'm going to try to say silver lining, yeah, it's good to see that progress, right? Like, it's good to see a start. But they have to let this be the only time they win this game without any urgency.
I mean, they've had 6 winner chicken dinners so far. Would love to bring it to 7 here. But for now, they do move up, and they're already kind of separating out. You can see Patroke on the other side there towards that western is looking for angles. He's cooking the grenades, looking for Chuko or some players from Be Bold. But, I mean, there's 3 players left in lobby. You have 4. We could just deathball each squad, but you got Fran with the DBS. And if you're going to, like, start to take the angles, oh, no, here we go.
Here we go. Let's see. Let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, the nades are starting to ring out. This is stage 9, though. This zone's going to go down to nothing. Team Queso are playing a little bit too separate for my liking. I think at this point, you got to just push together. Push together as a unit and just take out each player one at a time here. The chicken dinner should be automatic at this point. Let's see how they decide to play this.
Cannot throw anything. I think the grouping up is going to be quite nice. We typically, when we see teams play like this, it's very akin to what Team Liquid does. They'll separate and send a duo onto each team, right? Now, granted, this is a different story. You have this building, you have the space, you know where some of these players are. You're already sending those nades over towards Fran. You can't let Brunson there get an angle from the high ground. And Chuko, it might go down to blue zone here. Falls incredibly low, and you don't want to see them throw it. It's Fran. Fran picks it up, and that's another elimination that's going to be denied to you. And so now a 4v2. Come on, take it, Team Queso.
Let's see if they can. And they're going to lose another elimination. So Team Queso going to get the chicken dinner here with only one of those. And you can just see, look at their faces, right? They're happy, right? They're happy they won the game. They knew they were going to win it. But at the same time, they know there is a lot of work ahead of them.
That's tough, right? Because you see one of the players go down to the blue zone from Be Bold, so you're getting denied elimination. So yes, you get the winner chicken dinner. You get it with 8 eliminations, but it could have been more.
Could have been more. Taylor, what do you think about that one?
I'm kind of conflicted. Team Queso, I think they do quite well. 8 eliminations, winner, chicken dinner. That kind of consistency, let's say, the next 4 maps, which would be very difficult to do, mind you, right? We haven't seen a team very rarely win back-to-back, let alone win 3-4 in a row, right? That just simply hasn't happened. But I do think that's a great start for Team Queso. We're only on game number 2. Game number 1, you chalk it up, you just let it go, short-term memory loss, right? And then you kind of come in fresh, which I think Team Queso did. Now, where my concern does turn to, though, Hot Jukes, is directly to this Be Bold Influence Rage saga that's developing. It started yesterday. Influence Rage was getting the best to Be Bold, but today, on the most important day for Influence Rage, that could literally make or break them, it's all Be Bold.
Well, this is what happens, right? This is what happens. Yeah, Influence Rage was getting the better of Be Bold on their double points day, right? So maybe Be Bold said, hey, since you did that, it's time we get some revenge, and it's working. 2 games in a row, Influence Rage, and pretty much put up donuts. Yeah, they got a couple points here and there, but they know that's not enough, right, to make it to the Esports World Cup coming around the corner.
It's not enough. And if I'm Influence Rage, I am starting to get worried. But I do question is Be Bold in their head, right? Because it's like, it's hard to dig yourself up out of that rut and also not to get paranoid.
Yeah, it does start to mentally affect you, and knowing that you're on land, you're nearby them as well, things are probably going to get really heated. And I love that Hot Chicks goes, it's not paranoid, it's rage, right? I'm living up to Influence Rage at this point, because to keep throwing down 0-point games on the most important day of the week, in the final week, look, it is just not the time to let that happen. So what do you do? How do you counteract that? How do you change the narrative from what's been occurring? I mean, you just stick it to Be Bold, because especially going down to Be Bold and then watching them go to second place here on Miramar, I've got to feel some type of way.
You have to, and it hurts. That's going to be, I think, a narrative that's going to continue throughout the entire. I mean, we're going back to Erangel where they first challenged him, right? Team Queso, though, 36 points. You know, Hot Jukes, again, like, you could be critical. Should they have been more aggressive to clean up the rest of the eliminations in the final 3? I think so, right? But also, 36 points, you've got to be happy with that when everybody else is only getting 10 or 11. And also, it's not just everybody else, is it, right? The biggest ones you've got to watch out for is iNCO Gaming and Deathwolves. iNCO only gets 4. So for Team Queso to get 36, that's a big leap ahead of iNCO and potentially Deathwolves, right? At least consistency-wise.
Yeah, I mean, big game for them. Well, no doubt, right? You got to give them their flowers for sure. At the end of the day, though, we need to be realistic, right? They want 3rd place. They don't want 4th. They want 3rd. They want that guaranteed spot to the group stage. So I've been in this game a long time. I've seen too many tournaments where teams get cut down by just 1 point. They don't make their dreams come true by just 1 point. So when I see Team Queso, yeah, that was an automatic win. When they could have got more, that's when I start getting critical here. Because, yeah, look, they make that jump, but that's still a big gap they need to cross.
That is a big... Well, so what is it? 557 now to 618. That's at least the absolute bare minimum to catch up to Influence Rage. And then, obviously, iNCO Gaming up to 674. A tremendous jump. I mean, so we're talking about 120, right? So it's like... Now you do start to get worried when you put it into perspective, right? And you do look at the standings. So I do understand your criticisms, Hot Jukes. Rose of War, though, again, double points as well for them. It's looking a bit out of reach, Tiff. Like, I don't know if they're going to be able to make that happen. FURIA continues to drop. They've got to feel deflated. But for Deathwolves, you know, honestly, keeping it pretty consistent. I mean, again, for Deathwolves, I think this is a pretty big day. Even though they're not getting the most elims or placing points, I think Deathwolves is still going to be all right going into their double points tomorrow.
Yes and no, because they're having a perfect case scenario happen for them. iNCO Gaming has a 4-point game. Influence Rage, a 2-point game. Deathwolves have a 4-point game. This was the chance, right? They are having these situations that are being given to them because B-Bold is essentially having this war with Influence Rage, which is opening the door for you to make a massive play for 3rd place, especially with iNCO Gaming having that. So now at the end of the day, we're looking at Team Queso, who just comes off the back of a 36-point game is the farthest away from 4th and 3rd place, that has the biggest potential because they're actually putting points on the board.
That's a fact, right? Another big game from them. They catch up to FURIA, to Deathwolves. You don't know how, that can snowball, especially on your double points day. Titan Gaming, though, not too bad, right? 4th place, 5 eliminations. It doesn't move the needle, but gets them a little bit closer to NRG Galaxy in terms of the race for North America. Still want to see Hyper, though, continue to move up. Are you happy, Hot Jukes, with Hyper's at least early game, right? I mean, 7 eliminations. They finish in 11th place, but they're still showing that prowess of, like, want to get in your face and improve and be aggressive.
Let's go, baby. I mean, I love to see them not giving it up. I love to see the teams at the bottom, just putting in work, being more aggressive in general, because, unfortunately it is, too late for them to, qualify. But this is that time that you just say, hey, I'm here for a reason. Come fall, I'm going to come bring it. And Hyper and NA in general, right? We're seeing them do it.
By the way, update, Titan Gaming, unofficially, Redox should have just hit his 100th elimination for the America Spring season. He was sitting at 99. I don't think he got any, no, he didn't get any elims in game 1. He gets 1 in game number 2. So shout out to Redox, right? Hitting that big 100, knocking Deathwolves Guizhou all the way down, at least 1 peg, right down to, like, I believe 6th place. So he joins in the top 5 for Redox. Well done from Titan Gaming. Well, chat, that's 2 games down, Erangel and Miramar. We hop back into Erangel for map number 3, the halfway point, and a lot of work still needing to be done for the race up to top 4. I don't know at this point if Influence Rage has it today. B-Bold seems to have their number, and they are in their head. Let us know, chat, what are you thinking about in terms of the top 4 and who needs to step it up? We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 3, Erangel, coming your way.
Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman's set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman Set, Dark Arts Gentleman Glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman Set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season, day number 14. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Chooks and Spider Tiff, and game number 3 about to be underway. We're heading back into Erangel. Hot Chooks, your worries, right, about Be Bold versus Influence Rage, right? That kind of story's been going down, and it's been pretty epic to see. And I'm so surprised that it carried over to Miramar, which is now a worry for game number 5. But game 3, Influence Rage already has their own worries at this point.
They do. They have a big worry now. I mean, that's the worst thing that could happen, is a team that's got nothing to lose hunting you down. And it hurts so bad, because even if they win the fight, what are the chances they're going to leave with all 4 players on?
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Be Bold are going to be looking to thirst the second they get a knock. And that's just going to crush their overall chances of getting a crazy game to rocket launch them into 3rd place. So yeah, Influence Rage, it's change up time, baby. Right? If you've been throwing fastballs all day, it's time to throw some sliders, something else.
Some curveballs even, man. You know, I don't know. If you've been throwing at 100 miles per hour, start throwing at 50. Trust me, that does work, actually. There's some good compilations on the tube. But no, hey, Tiff, this is big. And I continue to harp on Influence Rage, because they're the team that's the closest into breaking into top 4. But now Team Queso shows life. And then that brings up the question, can they be consistent enough to break in to the top 4? Because Team Queso is an exciting roster. They've shown wonderful consistency throughout, or at least, you know, some decent consistency throughout the 14 days. But at this point, with 2 days left, Tiff, it's not really about consistency, is it? It's more so about, like, you just need a huge flash-in-the-pan day, kind of like what iNCO did, or like Team Liquid did yesterday, right? All the other days, they don't matter. Chalk that up. Now it's time to go big or go home.
Yeah, it's very much like when we were talking in week 1. It was a marathon, right? We have 15 total days of gameplay, and now you're into the final 2 days, and we've already expended 2 drops on match day number 14. So we are now into that sprint. The finish line is in the distance, and Team Queso is 61 points away from Influence Rage, who is dealing with their arch nemesis, Be Bold, at the point in time.
Well, chat, now it's time to sprint into the PMSL Pass. It's active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arch Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Well, Chad, I asked you to get the conversation going. Who do you expect to go big today? And you've got that conversation going. Now continue it as we head into game number 3. Hot Juke, Spider Tiff, take it away.
Continue it, because there's a lot to talk about. You said what was it? 61 points?
Yeah.
All right,
61.
so there's 61. Wow, so 61 against Influence Rage, which they're in 4th place. Let's be real, the survival stage sucks. I mean, it's gonna be hard. You're gonna get to go Riyadh, which is gonna be amazing, but to go and get through past the survival stage is gonna be difficult. So your goal here should be 3rd, right? And Team Queso against iNCO have 117 point difference, right? So that's still makeable. With double points at play, Team Queso can do that, right? So that is why I would have liked to see them play it a little bit more hardcore. They need to take more risks here because they need big points. Because yeah, 61 point difference from Influence Rage is great and all, but it's their double points day too.
You're not wrong, and that's going to make things so tough. And I don't think they have the capability to jump into 3rd, and please prove me wrong if that's the case. It would take a stellar miracle to make that occur there for Team Queso, but the survival stage, that slot is very much open, and honestly, do what it has to take. If the way the cards have been falling for iNCO Gaming, Influence Rage, and even Death Wolves, then that makes sense. And FURIA is just 18 points back from 4th place, so they still have a fighting chance to make that happen. It's not over with. Still, I just want to see something good come from it, but it just hasn't really occurred in the first 2 drops of the day. Still 4 more to go, including this map on Erangel. But man, I'm just honestly grateful to be here casting over this because it's chaotic.
Oh, it is so chaotic. There's just so much action here. It's jam-packed. This is the day we've been waiting for. These are the championship rounds, Tiff, right? And we're right here getting to witness it. Couldn't be more excited. But man, so much is at stake, and so many different teams can get that last slot. So I want to see more action. I want to see more teams pull a Be Bold at this point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That would make things interesting.
It really would. It's so wild because Dave and I were like, I know I said this earlier, I was like, we were waiting for Be Bold to get aggressive, get into the fray, and just do what they can. So for them to come out swinging here in day number 14 has me all kinds of confused. Now, granted, we did get to look at that zone. It is going hard over towards the west. And with Alpha7 holding the north, a lot of teams have already started rotating in. So I'd imagine that we're going to see the chaos start to break in shortly, especially people looking for control on that southern bridge like we saw Team Queso kind of already take. Knowing that Team Liquid lands military base and so have Death Wolves been out on that eastern side, Team Liquid's going to have to hit that rotation straight into Team Queso, and if we get an early fight between those 2 teams, it's going to be tough considering we need a miracle performance of Team Queso today.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing is that the miracle could happen because they already had a great game. So I said, I'm going to say the same thing I said last time. You know, the door isn't open for Team Queso, and they don't even have their hands on the knob, right? But the door's there. The door's there now. You know, it is totally possible for them to make that big run. And at the end of the day, they need that last game to be their low for the rest of the day here if they want to make that run. So let's see. Let's see if they're able to even surpass up iNCO in double points. after today.
I would love to see that. That's kind of a good way, a good threshold to break. And if you come into today and you do achieve something like that, think of what your last day is going to look like, because you're already riding off that momentum. You're like, Riyadh is in our cusp. We know it's capable. We saw what we did yesterday, and we just really have to focus on that. But for now, SLR, AGG just across from them, taking some pop shots here. Now, you got to be careful, and SLR doesn't need to overextend or be too aggressive in this scenario, because they still do have teams in the nearby vicinity. Not 9Z, though. 9Z's vibing, dead center of zone, looking for some action.
Oh, yes, they are. And 9Z getting aggressive with it, I will say. I mean, we've seen them in a lot of really big fights early on. They're very, very close to Royals of War here. So that's going to make things a little bit interesting. And Royals of War, yeah, they would need to go nuts. They're 93 points behind 4th place. So at this point, with how they've played the first couple of matches, it's not looking too healthy. Especially considering that, I mean, Influence Rage, Team Queso, a good couple games. We're going to see them even press that lead even further. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're Rules of War, I want to just see aggressiveness. Like, just start pushing teams like crazy. You're going to have to start rolling the dice at this point.
Yeah, you really have to, and hopefully you get some good numbers, or however that works. I don't know what kind of rolling the dice of what I want to see on there. Maybe some snake eyes. That'd be kind of crazy. But for them being 93 points back from 4th place, we wanted to see something that we saw from Team Queso, but Team Queso instead finds Royals of War and doesn't deny them unless Royals of War can answer back. But we're just chucking frags straight onto Tonka, sends them down. What's Erangel going to be able to do? Because he rolls up in the vehicle trying to answer back.
Let's see what happens here, because, yeah, Victex is looking to try to get in the mix, but he gets taken down as well. So Team Queso are doing exactly what they need to. They are getting so hungry. Unfortunately, maybe a little too hungry. They lose a player on this backside to Colgoat. They need to wrap things up here quickly, because third parties could be coming any second now.
Any second.
There it is.
It's in Hyper. They have been on one here today. Erangel done and dusted. And Team Queso, if I have not been able to get my reset, and we needed perfection, we know how I said it earlier, and Hyper, unpredictable.
Woo, and Team Queso are out of there. I was saying run. They need to run and run away quickly. And unfortunately, 2 players. So I like the aggressiveness. I will give it up to them. But oh boy, this is going to hurt bad. Because again, they need double-digit elimination chicken dinners every game. And right now, it's already looking abysmal. Can they bounce back with some more limbs, though, against 9Z? We're about to find out.
Well, 9Z kind of grouping up. Team Queso rolled up in their turf. Simple. Looking for some angles here, but you can already see we've got a DBS out for our player, but Simple goes in, takes him out, hits the full, and now down to a solo for Team Queso.
Oh boy, down to a solo, and that is rough. So, I mean, I always got to give props when they're due, and I'd rather see that. Yeah, a lot of people would be like, hey, Team Queso, you should play it passive, this and other stuff.
No, I don't.
They need third. They need third, and that's the way they need to do it. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them this game, but they tried it, and that I will respect all day long. See Liquid looking to get in the mix, though, here. Chief popping some shots on 9Z, and they are out of here.
See, what's really nice is they left their island. They were already able to rotate up into the center of the play zone and kind of mirrored Team Queso in that rotation. So it makes very sense that they are here and now in getting into the mix with these squads, considering this is the way Team Queso rotated throughout. But Team Liquid still very healthy, trying to break that 900 point. I know I said it was going to happen last game. Well, it didn't. They're at 898, just 2 points away. So does it happen this game, Hot Jukes?
Let's see. Let's see. It should be pretty easy to do. They're looking to get a little extra spicy here at the start, but so's Alpha7. They know what is at risk here, and they are going against the right team, the team on the bottom, and they got some good, solid points there. So let's see just how many more they're going to get.
Ooh, okay. Very low. And that picture-in-picture, as we get to keep an eye on that zone there towards the right. iNCO Gaming, your third-place team, rotating in towards the northeastern. Be Bold just ahead of them, which immediately when I think of Be Bold, I'm like, okay, well, where's Influence Rage in that picture? Are they just going to start hunting straight for them? Because look at that. They're rotating in. They could mirror them. They could.
Absolutely could. Let's see. Yeah, they're going to hunt it down. They need every elimination they can get. So they are hunting down Deblib. And, oh, they're like, we got a runner, boys. We got a runner. And they are chasing him down. Oh, but he may have gotten away for now. Oh, yeah, this is trouble. This is trouble. They are setting up a trap here.
Job's not done. And back to this building we go. But, okay, look, I love chasing. I love just going across. We're outside the play zone. It's totally fine. We've got time in the world. And then you'll have to rotate in eventually. But how far is too far to hit that chase?
Oh, that's always the question. How far is too far indeed? So let's just see how far it is as Doran is now healing up. Anything is possible here. All Glory Gaming and Titan Gaming going at it. You know, pretty inconsequential fights here between these two teams. But still, right? Titan Gaming looking to show everybody that they are ready for the fall split coming up around the corner.
Especially when you've got double points today. Try to make the most of it. Coming in 13th place. They are 19 points behind NRG. Could look to unseat them, but Doran, not when you've got multiple players kind of waltzing, ready at the stairs. A limb, though, and inactive, still up here for Titan Gaming.
Yes, they are still up there. Keep an eye. A limb goes down. That's going to be tough there. So inactive. Inactive, just push, dude. Just push. Turn around. Why not at this point? But hey, just looking to survive. Maybe get some practice. Oh, Influence Rage. In trouble against FURIA. This is a big fight.
This started going down when we were on that engagement with Titan Gaming, and FURIA had opened it up, grabbed some fools on Diego, and now Milovan is just going to be caught out. Influence Rage falls again. 0 eliminations, but this time it wasn't Be Bold, it was FURIA, so it doesn't matter who it is at this point. Influence Rage is just not having a good day.
That is no good. Influence Rage just getting beat up time and time again. They go out here. That's 3 games in a row on their double points day where they pull up basically goose eggs. So, it opens the door for a lot of squads. The Death Wolves are looking to put up some big points. This could have been a big opportunity for Team Castle, but they're down to 1 player. So that's going to be more difficult. And it's up to iNCO as well to just keep on pushing that lead that they have in 3rd place.
For Alpha7, just looking for any kind of frags that they can grab. AGG still very much outside in the blue. We'll see once Alpha7 decides to call off the chase with Entity 7, and they're literally split on the map, chasing each member left of Entity 7, which is kind of wild to me, but you know what? We're here for the chaos.
Hey, we like it. We like the chaos here. Next zone, look at this. All right. We got a Chopsticks circle, and Team Liquid are going to be the team to take up Chopsticks. Alpha7 pushing in from the outside. You can see them right here. Full squad. But they live to play on the edge. And they're going to have to. They're going to have to play on the edge and do it well. They are closing that gap with Team Liquid. But Team Liquid in their position right here are looking very, very good. So let's see who's going to end up on top.
95 points separate them currently, and when the day started it was 115. So we are shaving points off, and neither of these teams are going to have double points available to them. Just mere drops, carnage, and doing what you can. And if it's chasing members from Entity 7, sure, do what you got to do. Already on 2 eliminations, want to bring it to double digits if they can. And like you said, the Chopstick zone, knowing that Team Liquid's already positioning themselves to get into it for the long game. What is Alpha7 going to do? Well, they're going to fight, and they are going to move the way in they can. And same with Hyper, being hyper aggressive today.
Yes, they are, and we love to see that. Starting off the day so strong, and Hyper got their revenge from yesterday, and we love to see that, right? They're going to hopefully try to get the last laugh here. In a good position in this next zone. They are very split, though, and I don't mind splits, but if you're going to do a split, you want to make sure you're in a position where you can cover each teammate. But, you know, Hyper, they tend to kind of err on the side of just too separated, where if one gets knocked, there's just no hope for them. And I think that's something I want to see them tighten up with here soon. But Baton gets the explosion onto Hate, so it does work out for now.
I do love that. And Deathwolf still being up, FURIA still being up, and honestly, iNCO as well. iNCO is going to have to use this at a time, this drop here, to just really bolster their points. And for Deathwolves, you only need 1 full team wipe to tie Influence Rage. You get 2, you unseat them, you put yourself in solidified into that 4th until we go again.
Yeah, Baton gets the flush there onto Hate. Franco's nearby, and Caprice is going to be taking up that solid position there. So they're rocking a 3-1 split. Caprice being scout and solidifying their spot. But we'll see where this next zone's going to go, Tiff. What we're going to get? We're going to get a center zone here?
Honestly, for Team Liquid's sake, yes. Because I want them to hit 900 for now. Titan Gaming have fallen. No eliminations, despite it being their double points day, so that'll stay at 0. For Deathwolves moving in from that south side, we've got a couple threats here in the nearby distance. It's going to be NRG Galaxy towards their west and SLR towards the north. And it doesn't quite center up. It moves more towards the west. Still pretty good for Team Liquid, but better for FURIA.
It's actually might be a tough one for Team Liquid, considering that if that zone continues to shift away, they're going to have to run out in the open. So they're hoping to get a lot of eliminations here. That's what they need to do. Hurry up and get some shots, because everybody wants their spot. Everybody's going to be looking right at them. So they're going to probably have to defend a lot of pushes here.
Deathwolves already hitting the rotation. We knew they were going to have to contend with NRG. When would that happen? It's got to be soon. Here's Fate on the screen. Looking at all of the rotations coming in from Deathwolves. You have to be like very cautious here, because all it takes is one of those members to double back and just like run you over. So keeping the vehicles for cover. Fate does grab a knock. That'll open the fight here. Gets the full, even better.
There we go, and that's even better for them, but rough for Deathwolves. Losing a player like that is going to be difficult, and not to mention, they're just blind sending it. They're rotating, just trying to cover this circle. They might get shot out again here. Let's see. Stars is waiting for him. Yeah, Stars is waiting for him. The trap is set, and it is gonna work. So Deathwolves on the blind rotate, getting punished. This is them adapting strategies. It has to be. Deathwolves desperation pushing like this is just out of character, and it's not working out for them.
Yeah, it's been really tough, considering like everything is occurring for them to hit the 4th place spot, right? You cannot give anything more to them. And you heard people, like even Baton yesterday, when they lost and got 2nd place in that final zone, we just gave them a gift. Well, Influence Rage is giving you a gift to try and unseat them, and you still are not able to maintain that. You just have to focus in your lane, play that game, hit the rotations, and just be smart about it. And you're down to Obscure. For NRG Galaxy, though, picking up 1 elimination thus far, needs to hit that rotate and own that southeastern side of the play zone.
Yeah, Deathwolves, yeah, your double points day is tomorrow, but you cannot depend on that, especially when you got a team like Alpha7 who are going to be thirsting and hungry for points. Teams at the bottom are going to be just pushing silly, and Obscure goes down. That is going to be absolutely rough, as Deathwolves are eliminated with 0 points. So yeah, not able to take that gift, like you said earlier, Tiff. It's going to be difficult, but still 3 matches left to go. Anything can happen.
Well, maybe the gift was meant for FURIA. They're sitting on 4 eliminations, 10 points out from Deathwolves, 14 points out from Influence Rage. So keep your eyes on them. They're kind of in that northwestern side of the zone. Teams that are nearby them, All Glory Gaming, Alpha7, and then they have Hyper out to the west, which is, I quite frankly, I don't want Hyper anywhere near me at this point.
Don't want them anywhere near you, and I cannot blame at all. So let's see how this is going to go, as Baton... Oh, yeah, Baton is out in the open here. FURIA, but is FURIA really utilizing this to their best ability? That's my question, because they need crazy points, but they also need to stop Deathwolves hard today and tomorrow, and continue to hope that Be Bold hunts down Influence Rage for the rest of the day. I
mean, that's true, but at the end of the day, Deathwolves and Influence Rage are both out of this game, and just the way that this day has gone, it's very much in FURIA's favor now. We just need to see something massive come through for this game, because if all the teams on the north collapse on each other, FURIA can just sit back from their positions and clean it up. But for NRG, it's tough for them. They're kind of on the outside looking in on the southern side.
Definitely on the outside looking in. You can see J7 trying to look where to go for this next circle. It is going to be a tough one. They're going to have to push right into the open here to that tree line. Oh, iNCO Gaming still up here with 4, but they are beat up bad. And I bet is going to have to find a way into this next circle as well.
Oh, and it's Be Bold out here. just really taking shots, doing work on them, allowing other teams to apply the pressure. 1 HP for Nenebete. David trying to hit an angle.
Oh boy. Let's see, David, yeah, trying to hit those shots. iNCO Gaming 7 is on the run right now, and I cannot say that I blame him at all. So let's see. Oh, what is he gonna do in this position as 7 is trying to push up here? They do make it to this chopstick side, but they're gonna have to push through B-Bolt.
Oh, this is just... I don't want to say today is chalked for a lot of teams, but it's feeling like it.
It's not looking good. That is for sure. NRG Galaxy get eliminated here. Alpha7 still up, but Nenebete putting in some work. That's what we want to see.
We do want to see that. And also, Hyper has decided to full send a team elsewhere. All Glory Gaming going to fall. Team Liquid getting into this as well. Takes down 2 members of B-Bold, allowing iNCO Gaming to waltz right in and try to clean that up. Now, granted, if Team Liquid is already getting here, then you have to worry about them really extending out into this fight.
You definitely do. And you can see Vitali, oh, getting those thirst. 3 eliminations so far for iNCO's looking pretty good. But let's see what else. Team Liquid is right next to them. That would be a big battle for them. And it looks like it's coming as Nunez, with a mistake, does molly Nenebete, but they should be safe because Fran is not looking in this direction. Oh, that nade. Oh, I thought it was bouncing off the top of the roof. That would have been bad.
Oh, no.
Oh, they're able to make it for now. Now they realize Fran is overextended. Oh, he gets 1. They cannot afford to lose 1 player here. They lose them anyway. Little of a mistake here for iNCO. Losing a player like that's going to be rough.
And B-Bold falls with 1 elimination. Let's see if we can get that pickup onto Nenebete. But did this open the door for Team Liquid to full send? Because you see the frags, they're incoming. Team Liquid just looking for some angles here on the outside, looking in. The molly connects, re-knocks Nenebete, and 7 goes for the push, but falls to Ayala.
Oh, here comes Team Liquid now, looking to soak up those points, and that should be enough to finally cross that 900-point threshold. First team to do that in this tournament. Alpha7 are still alive, though. Let's see if they're going to be able to close that gap by a little bit. But, man, Team Liquid are starting to soak up some points. Let's see where this next zone goes. It does go a little bit towards the side of Team Liquid, so not a tough rotation for them, but they're going to have to push out wide in the open.
This is crazy. Hyper's on 10 eliminations on that western side. They have just really been fragging out, and FURIA starts to investigate what's occurring down there. They decide to rotate back on up through the north and kind of play the long game because they're sitting on 4 eliminations. And at the end of the day, they just need to bolster that, just knowing Deathwolves are 10 points ahead of them. But for Hyper, a team that's in 10th place on the leaderboard, still able to move up because they have 24 points separating them between them and the first place, or not first place, first page.
Yeah, they're almost there, looking to break through that first page and represent North America. Love to see Hyper showing up big here towards the end. And let's see just how much further they're going to go up here. A Simple does get a knock on the baton, so they're going to have to actually, that res is too far out, so they're going to lose baton. FS trying to get this lucky nade on the FURIA. Let's see if he can get it.
All right,
No.
Caprice. I don't know. We want a happy baton, right? Sour
Happy
Patch said
baton.
it the best. Like, Sour Patch is like, yes, we love you when you're like this. I mean, you just got fully limbed when I talked about you being happy, but it's fine. We go again and drop number 4 on Sanhok. Happy baton, happy me.
Happy baton, happy Sarpatch, happy everybody. And let's see, as Cardosin's gonna get pretty happy here with that knock onto Connor. Kowski's gonna take down FS, though. That's gonna be a big loss there for Hypers. They're down to 1, and that edge play working so well early game. Towards the end, it's tough, and rightfully so. This zone right here is very difficult. It is all wide in the open, and that is the position that they were forced to take. So it's an all-out war here on this side, but it might be a war between Alpha7 and Team Liquid at the end of this.
That is the battle that we need to see. Team Liquid already getting 6 eliminations, Alpha7 on 5. Now, they did start clawing back on that points differential, but it is a mountain because Team Liquid had a really good double points day yesterday. The frags, they are going through the open field. They're connecting. We're seeing knocks, and Well, and Hyper, they have fallen with 10 eliminations, but this is the battle that I want to see. The two titans of our lobby.
Let's go. Let's see how it's going to work out. Cardosan getting some shots down on Magrela. He pops out the vehicle, but gets shot in the back by Potro. That is a big, huge win there for Alpha7. Let's see if they're going to be able to steal that elimination. Oh, but Potro does get the confirm. But that hurts Team Liquid big time, as it is just Ayala left for the team.
Oh. This is, okay, look, hear me out. You could argue all day that you said earlier Mythic was the best player from this squad on paper, right? Ayala might be one of my favorites. And that's just because of the angles and the openings that he creates for a lot of the Team Liquid members. So to have Ayala last standing, I bet we're going to get some mixy moments. Maybe.
Let's see him mix it up here in a second, as he might have a shot onto Revo, but man, Mafioso is getting it done. This is the problem with Alpha7. When they have their backs to a wall and wide out in the open, this is where they're best.
That's true. They got all 4 members up, 7 eliminations on the board. The only team that's got all 4 members up is also FURIA with 6. So very much a like story here on this drop number 3 for them. And, well, you know what happens when you leave a 9Z solo left in the lobby. You've got to deal with it while you can. And, well, A7 going to pick up that elimination.
Let's see. Are they going to be able to get that elimination here onto FURIA with that nade? No, not going to be able to do it. So just a little bit too short. But again, this is where they work best. All they got to do is just focus on the people in front of them. And let's see who's going to get that critical first knock between Alpha7 and FURIA.
It's a matter of time. Honestly, can we just talk about the fact that Team Queso is currently in 4th place right now? They made it to the top 4 and still alive. They get top 3. Team Liquid, Ayala, gonna get caught out. Good for them. Great for Alpha7. But I love that we're making the most of our placement points on our double points day.
Yes. You got to be able to make the most of it, especially on your double points day. So Team Queso, I mean, this was huge because they lost everybody so early on. And this is the best case scenario if you're Team Queso to do that. So they got 5 eliminations. Hopefully we could see him snake another. But at least 3rd place placement points are going to be solid. So unfortunately, their last game, it was great, but it isn't going to be their low game. This is definitely going to be one of them here. So let's see what he decides to do.
This is what I would do. Because you're going to have this big battle, this big 4v4 isolated fight over there between Alpha7 and FURIA. If I'm Team Queso, I've done enough, right? Maybe I go over there, look for some off angles, and just try to rip eliminations away from either of the squads.
That could definitely happen here, especially like right now. Sit back, relax, let this fight happen. If FURIA and Alpha7 get into it, just let them take out each other, maybe secure 2nd place, and hopefully, yeah, like you mentioned, clean up some eliminations on the way. But he cannot shoot too early. He does not want to give them any reason to shoot in his direction. Look at that. Alpha7, they don't need sightlines. They don't need to see you. They see those smokes, they're going to pre-fire it all day long trying to hit a hit marker.
You might as well. If you've got the ammo, you've got all the utility to make that work, send it. Greline here on the screen, and we are going to start getting shot at there, and you just got to go prone, try to reset, figure things out, because, I mean, it's 6 eliminations. You're knocking on Deathwolf's door, and we just have to get across.
Oh, I cannot believe Potro took this. He took the roof. He took the roof, and he's looking to still get active here. Very, very risky. Because a lot of people are going to be looking in this direction. Yeah, you saw him just peek his head out there for half a second, immediately peek back down.
Well,
that smoke's going to go towards that hay bale there. But oh my goodness. Yeah, I think Potro realizes that, yeah, just 2nd place isn't enough. I need to steal some limbs here. Let's see if he's going to be able to secure at least one. Jumps down. Vehicle's away. Yep, never mind. Oh, they were staring at that vehicle.
Revo!
He said, "No, sir." And that is Team Queso eliminated. Hey, look at that. Revo just shooting some victory shots after that one. And they're looking for this chicken dinner. 10 eliminations so far from Alpha7.
They just had to do that, didn't they? They really did. You're not even going to let him have a chance at picking up some more points on double points day. Come on.
Oh, boy. Alpha7, they are ruthless. I'll say that right here, right now. They
Not
do
wrong.
not care. They do not care. Let's see if they're able to secure a chicken dinner here at the end, though, because this is getting really close. FURIA gets the knock, though. The first one on a McGrellin. It's a 4v3.
Okay, look, but we got 7 nades in the hand of one member of FURIA, so it is a matter of time.
Oh,
you get the thirst, you hit the drive-by. Can you take advantage of this situation?
If you got the nades, you should be chunking them right now at that vehicle. You get it one hit, or at least worst case, you force them to pop up. Let your teammates get those shots off. That could be interesting. So FURIA in the vehicles. Uh-oh. Are they going to make mistakes here? They don't. As Carrillo gets a knock, Revo gets thirsted. It's really up to Mafioso and Carrillo. Oh, FURIA! Get the chicken dinner, and you can see these guys pumped up. So beautiful game for this squad. Alpha7, they put up some good points on the board as well, though.
They really did, but FURIA is 18 points back from 4th place, and with Influence, Rage just dropping the ball here today. FURIA needed this winner chicken dinner with 10 eliminations.
No way.
Yeah, that's
no way.
That's big. That is big. FURIA, was in the conversation on the double points day. They were non-existent. Now we're 2 days away. Actually, just a day and a half away, right? To be more specific, even 9 games away from crowning our champion and, more importantly, our top 4. And FURIA makes now an appearance out of nowhere with 10 eliminations and a winner chicken dinner, which I think is at the perfect time, Hot Juice, given the fact that the only team that's performing well, who has a real shot at making it in, or at least holding on to top 4 or making it into top 4, is Team Queso off of the back of 2 games, right? They get 3rd place with 5 eliminations in this game, and then 2nd place, or excuse me, 1st place with 8 eliminations last game. So FURIA is making this potential like, hey, they could do this moment.
There's no way, Taylor. There's no way this team should still be in the conversation. Let's be real, right? With Influence Rage on their double points day, they should have way more points than this. They should have a lead that there's no way FURIA could even get close to passing, but they've dropped the ball. They've dropped the ball so hard that Influence Rage, or I'm sorry, that FURIA is now like, hey, Influence Rage, right? We might just kick you out of top 4.
Dude, they are, it's like they're chalked. I mean, some teams just get it in their head. It's like, man, nothing we're doing is working. Be Bold, I think, hurt the mental of Influence Rage, and now FURIA is just cleaning them up. I mean, that's just the way it is, and I think that could be any team, honestly, at this point. Influence Rage have to pick themselves up from the gutter, because at this moment in time, it's just not working. But again, the big caveat is, Tiff, none of the teams really in the race for top 4 is doing that well, outside, of course, of Alpha7 and Team Liquid, who continue to be consistent.
Yeah, and while this is happening, Team Queso is just finding different ways. They had a 36-point game in drop number 2. They made the most of a lackluster performance here in drop number 3. You have a solo that goes all the way to top 3 teams left standing. So you're doing the best that you can, and you just have to know that Alpha7 is going to reap the lobby in terms of eliminations, because they're already gunning for what they can do to get ahead of Team Liquid. So they're doing the best, and that just shakes everything up, along with teams like Hyper, which have just also been full sending anything and everything.
Ooh, that's 20 points coming out from Team Queso. That's great, because, 36, I believe, from last game. So 56 over the past 2 games is massive. We know they needed to close a 60-point or 50-something point difference between them and 4th place, which was Influence Rage. So the potential to catch up is absolutely there, especially with 3 more games to go. They know they're going to see a Miramar again, so the potential of another winner chicken dinner is there. They know they're going to see another Erangel again, so if they can just clean up that early game where they lost 2 members early on, going against Royals of War, there could be a potential that Team Queso, a team that excites me, could very well dethrone so many hopes and dreams from the top 4 race. But FURIA too, again, 20 points, Hot Chooks, they're back in the conversation. So things are developing in a pretty chaotic way over even the first 3 games.
Oh man, it's so chaotic, because now this is just an all-out war between so many squads. As we take a look here at the 2nd page, and the big name, Tiff, you can see it right there at the bottom.
I mean, yeah. Influence Rage over there? Yeah. I'm nervous, honestly, because I had so much faith in this squad. They were looking stellar yesterday, just being consistent. They had that win on drop number 5 for Miramar with 11 eliminations, but it just wasn't their double points day. And now, looking at the overalls, FURIA did what they needed to do. 18 points back from 4th place coming into Erangel, drop number 3. They grabbed 20 and see that 4th place. That survival stage is in their grasp.
You know, the thing was, I knew we built this narrative about FURIA being chalked, and I hopped on board with it, and I believed it at the time. But I also there was just
they should be.
But there was a feeling in the back of my head, Hot Chooks, that was just but I don't really think they're out of it. Compared to the other rosters, if their double point state today doesn't work out for Influence Rage or Team Queso's doing their best, but Rose of War, for example, FURIA's in there.
They should be out of this thing. There's no way they're still in this conversation. I'm so shocked because, it's double points day for Influence Rage.
Right.
Team Queso and Rose of War, right? All these teams need points. Alpha7 desperately need the points because they need to catch Team Liquid. And it makes me scared because you got, Influence Rage just going absolutely bonkersly bad at this point. I don't know what else to say. It's just so crazy. And you got Death Wolves playing scary. Right, they're not just doing hardcore pushes like we've seen before. We see them playing it very soft, which opens the door for FURIA as well. So, man, I don't know. I don't know who's going to get 3rd or 4th place at this point.
So we don't know, and that's the exciting thing about the standings currently, right? It's who is going to get the top 4 because it should be apparent who's going to be there. But it's not, because the teams just don't perform well on their double points day from time to time. No changes on the second page, but first page is definitely heating up quite a bit. Things are for sure getting exciting. Sanhok, though, is a map that is coming up next, obviously. But for Team Queso, this is one that they need to perform well on. We know their Miramar is solid. We know their Erangel is solid, but is their Team Queso, is their Sanhok going to be solid? For Team Queso, they need 3 maps that are solid. If they don't have that, well, their top 4 run, it might be over with, or at least it's going to come down to Sunday. But hey, map number 4 is going to be Sanhok. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue the tournament.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we We've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with a code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season Day number 14. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Spider Tiff, and we are going into Map 4, which is Sanhok. Storyline-wise, though, FURIA, they jump back up into the driver's seat in 4th place. Influence Rage aren't performing well because B-Bold shut them down early on, and I do believe their mental at this point is in the gutter. They need to uplift themselves and change something. But the good news is, Hot Jukes, Sanhok is a fresh slate, right? It's time to come in fresh, at least if you are Influence Rage, because something has to change.
Yeah, I mean, something has to change indeed, but this also could be a big opportunity for FURIA. And the reason why it could be a big opportunity for them is because they like to go to that little island right there on the left of the map. And if the zone goes there,
and it does,
this could be another big game for FURIA. So yeah, Influence Rage need to change their strategies. They need at least one big game today at a minimum. But I mean, with 3 more left to go, they could still have a monster day. But it needs to start now.
They could. They could. And Deathwolves, too, another conversation. A team that is looking to gain as much as they can today before they head into double points tomorrow. Today has not worked out for them, Tiff. Deathwolves, where are they struggling? What's going on with them?
It's very much the same story that we see from Influence Rage and also iNCO Gaming. They're just not being able to get that momentum that they need. And honestly, don't leave things till tomorrow. We are already seeing so many different teams from all over the leaderboard that are just looking to frag out and do everything that they can, which is why some of our teams that are needing to perform well, just not being able to get that moving for them. So hopefully we can shake things off. I don't care if you stood up, did some jumping jacks, grabbed a bunch of water coming into Sanhok, because this is the perfect map to get everything back on track.
I think so. I think so. Like I said, it's a fresh start, in my opinion, right? It's a map that's only played once. This is where you gain your momentum once again. It's also an aggressive map. Team Liquid, though, tends to do very well here, but the good news is for Influence Rage and FURIA, both of those teams, Hot Jukes, yesterday, Influence Rage did lock in a 2nd place on Sanhok with 10 eliminations. Oh. That would be insane for them, given how their first 3 games ended up turning out. But for Influence Rage, seriously, what has to change? Because we talked about their mental maybe being shocked. We talked about potentially, just getting challenged by B-Bold early on. Were they being targeted? At this point, I don't think so, because they weren't targeted in Game 3. I think it just happened to be happenstance that they were running into each other, especially over the past couple of days. But Influence Rage, as a competitor, which you have been, What do you do on this roster to pick themselves up?
You gotta have that one player just scream, "Let's go!" You know what I'm saying?
Which is your thing?
It's my thing, but it's got to be their thing, right? They need something to just kind of relax a little bit and play their same game. You remember when I talked about it pretty much all tournament long? I wanted to see teams do something to disrupt squads on their double points day, and all it took was one hot drop, right? That's all it took. One hot drop, one little, rotational thing, and it just so happens Be Bold took them out twice. It got in their heads, and we can just see how effective it's been here. So they got to just kind of wash their shoulders with that, say, hey, yesterday we crushed it at Sanhok. Let's do it again here today. And if we're able to do that, we can still have a great day and still make sure that we secure a third place position here. It's still possible for Influence Rage. It's not over yet.
I think so. It is definitely possible. After yesterday, I'm just shocked at the performance today. But again, I believe it's just, it strictly is, it is a mental thing as far as I'm concerned. I know they have the gun skill. We know they can be successful, but I think those early games just knocked the wind out of them. Without question. Now, as far as Team Queso goes, again, still a big leap that they have to take in order to catch up, right, and get up to the top 4 position. But it's very possible if they continue to get these 20, 30-point games. 30-point games is really what's needed. I know Miramar Erangel can go well for them. I'm curious if Sanhok can go well for them. That's really the big question mark. If they can get through that, I think anything is possible. And speaking of Team Queso, by the way, we do have an interview. Sarpatch was on site with Team Queso's Portro after their Game 2 win. Let's hear what Portro had to say.
Guys, here we are with Potro from Team Queso. Bro, congratulations, a great match. How are you guys feeling? Felicitaciones por la buena partida, ¿cómo se están sintiendo?
Bien, tranquilo y contento, a seguir sumando.
Yeah, we're feeling fine, relax, just have to continue getting some points. Today the teams are, you guys got double points, and the teams that are up top are playing so-so, especially those that are 4th and 3rd and 5th place. Do we still have hope to get to qualify to the World Cup? Los equipos de arriba están ahí medio más o menos, no están sumando tanto, tenemos doble puntos, ¿tenemos esperanza todavía para clasificar?
Sí, la esperanza siempre está, a seguir sumando, a aprovechar los puntos dobles y ojalá que los rivales no sumen tanto.
Yes, hope is the last thing you lose. We have double points, so we have to continue getting some points, and hopefully the teams up there don't do many points. Mr. Potro, thank you very much. Best of luck. Let's go back.
Hotchukes, I love that answer. Hope is the last thing we lose, right? Their goal in mind is to go to the qualification stage, maybe even make it into group stage. Team Queso are locked in.
They're locked in, and there's still 3 games left to go. It's possible. It's possible. They've done great so far. I just hope that they don't have a bad game and just lose that momentum. Utilize it. The problem is, though, Tiff, it's going to be hard at Sanhok, because Sanhok is anyone's game, right?
It really is, but maybe it's Team Queso's. I just did some math. I used a calculator because caster math gets wild. If they average 14 points per game and FURIA does absolutely nothing for the rest of the 3, well, Team Queso has done enough to take that 4th place slot. And based off their 36-point win and drop number 2 and a 20 points that they salvaged from Erangel, they're exceeding the expectations of that number.
Well, let's see what their start looks like. A strong initial is needed. Team Queso come out the gate swinging, and that kind of statement can be applied to multiple teams now trying to break into the top 4. I'm excited for this one. The odd map out. See how it works out. Hotchuk, Spider Tiff, take it away.
Let's go. Let's get it going. Let's continue this tournament right here, because you know what? It's almost over here, Tiff. It's almost over. Only 2 days left. Actually, I'm sorry, 2 games after this and 1 day left. Are you kidding me? This is where it's all about. So FURIA going to their same spot. Team Queso going towards Hot 10. Both these teams are just praying and hoping that the zone goes their way.
Like, what do? Do you drop on FURIA? Do you chow them? Do you get mixy? Because I want to see that level of assertion come from some of our squads. Now, granted, if I'm Influence Rage and everything's been a little done and dusted, but no, it's the time of the essence. Hey! Picks up a weapon, he takes down stars, immediately fools them, and this battle has been occurring since the dawn of time. It's been written about in the history books of ages. Capri's answers back with maybe one of their own, but when Hyper's down to 2 and gets down to 1, FS, what are we gonna do about it?
Oh, what are you going to do about it? Because you're right. This battle has been etched in the stone of PUBG Mobile, and you do not want, at the bottom line, Tiff, right? E7 beat and Hyper here. This is the second to last one. We're only going to see this battle happen one more time, and that's going to have to be tomorrow. So let's see if FS can do some work here in a 1v2 situation. Oh, he had the opportunity. The nade was pulled back, but didn't capitalize on it. And that, he might not get that chance again.
Oh no, because all they have to do is just hit him with a massive push. Yesterday, we had some people that decided to roll up on this fight pretty quickly. For now, it's still that 1v2. FS is trying to force them into the angles to really work upon that, but not a lot of ammo left. Kind of unfortunate. And that seals the deal. And
look at Stars, he was laughing. Stars was laughing at that one. He's smiling because he's like, oh, they got us, dude. They got us. Oh, so far, Entity 7 get the last laugh on Hyper, but we will see this battle one more time. Honestly, that's the finality I want to see, Tim. Right? You know who's gonna win that one?
You get one more chance to see that tomorrow. You realize that, right? Like, you gotta like just be like, all right, crack the knuckles, going into Sanhok. Who's taking it? Hyper or Entity 7? But at the end of the day, Hyper did walk away with 2 eliminations and force Entity 7 to be a duo.
I guarantee you, Stars, he don't even care about this leaderboard anymore. Like, tomorrow, that's the battle, right? They're going to be just warming up for match number 4. And, oh, we better see that hop drop again. Otherwise, I'm going to be so disappointed.
I would too. And we get a look at where that zone is going to be shifting towards. We're going to the south side of Sanhok.
Oh boy. All right. Well, we got a southern Sanhok zone. That's going to make things very, very interesting here. So looking at this position, and this would have been a great zone for Hyper, but unfortunately they are out of here. Now we're going to have to see FURIA push on down through. This could be a good chance for them to pick up some nice points against E7 because let's be real, FURIA, yeah, their gap is getting close as we watch this battle one more time.
We have to.
Always hilarious. Yeah, we got to watch it one more time. Oh, FS. Goodbye. Yeah, FURIA. Oh, the shots of the box. That's what we missed. That's what we needed to see because it was definitely some toxicity right there. All Glory Gaming going out. Nice from 9Z. But yeah, FURIA, they don't need to just catch, hold on to 4th place because Death Wolf's double points day is tomorrow too. So they need to just continue on that rampage and just get points like crazy here.
Yeah, they really do. Death Wolves so far in the prior 2 weeks have only accrued 57 bonus points. So haven't necessarily made the most of them. Royals of War currently on theirs, makes the play into there and gets kind of taken out. Can Tonka hit this res before anyone decides to push on it? Because, I mean, at the end of the day, Entity 7, duo.
Duo. Yeah, that's the position they're in, and that's some easy points right there if you're Royals of War, but still, they don't want to make many mistakes because NE7, they got nothing to lose here. Oh, Erangel should have an angle, though. Oh, yeah, he saw. He knows exactly where they're at. They're in big trouble.
All right, looking for those angles. Hate, though. Throws out that nade. Doesn't connect.
No way.
Is able to grab the knock on to Victix. There goes the full. And the fact that we're making this work. Okay, there we go with Erangel. There goes the full. And now Hate last standing.
How did this happen? Oh, even losing a player, if you're Royals of War right here, is just brutal. And, oh my gosh, yeah, okay, you get the thirst on your double points day. 2 eliminations, but losing Victix here is going to be early. Oh, NRG, though, getting up against Alpha7. This is a nice fight here. Let's see who's going to win this one. And it looks like Team Liquid's in the mix as well. So Spec trying to shut down the most vicious squad in this lobby. And he is pre-firing like crazy. Revo catches Malaz. Fate pushes in the open, gets taken down. Alpha7 just absolutely deleting NRG.
That's crazy to be seen. Elsewhere, Be Bold started picking apart Team Liquid, finding one. I believe it was Mythic going down. So Team Liquid will be left to a trio for the remainder of this Sanhok and a full reset coming in from Alpha7. Despite some trades coming through, we did not give up any eliminations to NRG.
Oh, no eliminations at all. We like to see that. So, I mean, Alpha7, they need to make this catch, and that's how you do it right there, right? Just continue to just put in that work, put up some points, not losing a single player. Best case scenario for sure.
Very much so. But for now, all Glory Gaming. We've lost out on Padrino. Down to 3. And you can just see the angles that we are. We're very separated. Guapo is out here spectating on 9Z, and Fran and Melgar just towards the south. Now, knowing that Alpha7 had just cleaned up that fight, will be looking to rotate in. And it seems to be that they have set their eyes on to 9Z's position.
Oh boy. So they are setting their eyes on 9Z's position. Anything is possible. So Alpha7 are just continuing to look and dominate here as Mafioso playing it very, very quiet. That's what I think. That's why Alpha7's so good, Tiff, right? Is their ability to have that aggressiveness and passiveness like a light switch, right? Ooh. They flip it off and they can go full on turtle mode and then just straight on lion, right? And just a flick of a switch here. And now it's time to turn on the lion because this zone has shifted even further south. They're on the edge here. They're going to have to find a way to cross this water.
This is very similar to the Sanhok we witnessed yesterday, except it pulled way further out towards that coastline, and Furia was just on the edge. Now that they're already reading this, they're hitting that rotation towards the center of the play zone. Now, if I say it's similar to yesterday, do you want to know what happened? Furia grabbed a top 3 finish. Influence Rage grabbed a second with 10 eliminations, and it was Team Liquid who was able to win it with 11. But Team Liquid already suffered some casualties, losing out on 1. So now, what is Influence Rage going to be able to do? Furia, though, already picking up some more elims. Has won once Erangel.
Let's see. Furia, if you're going to take out an A team, might as well be Rolls of War, right? Shut down their double points day. Don't even give them a shot to even get close to catching you. And with 3 matches left, they could have. They definitely could have. But Rolls of War just have not had a good double points day today at all. So, you know, possibly falling down to the pressure. So many different things could have happened. But Tonka runs on the open. Oh, barely makes it to that rock.
He's like, this is a nice rock. This rock just saved me.
I love this rock. He's like, I love this. Is my favorite rock.
Erangel just stuck behind the tree.
Don't leave the rock.
No,
don't leave the rock.
Someone finds an angle onto Erangel. They'll fall. That tree is not big enough to hold you from all angles.
Second rock. Man, not looking good. Yeah, Rolls of War. Just inconsequential at this point. I mean, losing everybody with just one player. For Furia, yeah, might as well go for the full push. Get this confirmation and shut them down. And they're looking to get a little bit active here. But at the same time, not trying to take risks. So let's see what Furia opts to do. They have one player behind them in a vehicle, but they're second guessing themselves. And honestly, I can't blame them. They have such a strong position in the zone.
They really do. And honestly, I look at that and I'm like, Be Bold does as well. You're surrounded by Team Liquid and Alpha7 and Furia, which doesn't make me feel comfortable, but it just depends on what that positioning looks like so you can really anchor down throughout it. 9Z, though, suffering still some more losses here. I'm not sure if we're going to ever be able to recover Connor, so it's just going to be Choco and Elite left standing to run it out.
Run it out, indeed. And that's what's going to happen here. As you can see, Choco ready to get on the move. But again, 9Z just so far down the leaderboards. Not really much they could do. But hey, trying to make a name for themselves here. I'll tell you what, out of all the players for 9Z, I got to give it up to Elite, though. Elite, just always you see him make those clutch plays for that team.
Ooh, this is that positioning that I was talking about from Be Bold. They've got 1 elimination so far. Still looking to get on that front page. And with Royals of War being on their double points day, it's a good opportunity for them to break through those 9 points that are needed to jump onto that first page. But when you look at the setup here, 9Z the duo just to their south, Team Liquid 2 ahead of them. It's interesting when you've got a crate that's like, yeah, I kind of want that, but no one's going to extend out to take that right now.
Oh, yeah, they're not. But you know who needs to extend out right now? Look at the top of the map, Tiff. It's iNCO and Team Queso. So close together. That is a massive battle that's about to happen, especially with this next zone. Where's it going to pop to? It pops down south, so they're going to have to fight each other.
That's
and Influence Rage is right there, too.
That's scary, but I love that Furia had used the last stage to move further east, and Titan Gaming grabs a full on to White Elegy, knowing that they were kind of so far away from the rest of the team. and taking one, forcing them to be left to 3. Redox, you know, has been just substantially improving, fragging out, getting crazy, and it's been so nice to see. And speaking of nice to see, Silence comes on up. Nunez shuts him down. That's unfortunate.
Ding, ding, ding. The battle has begun between these two teams, and it's so unfortunate indeed for Team Queso as they are getting shredded. And this is that dream, right? That hope we were talking about earlier. Oh, it's going to crumble away here as they lose so many players. But more hope for iNCO, right? To continue to hang on for 3rd place. Potro. And of course it's Potro, the last player up for the team. And so far away from the zone, it's not looking good.
It's very much what we just witnessed from the drop 3 on Erangel for them, except they don't have the eliminations to be worth kind of going the distance for, right? Because it's double points. So if you're just doubling a 3rd place position, that only gets you 10. It's still better than nothing on your double points day. And Redox here, peppered from afar, still repositioning. We're on that eastern side. We're not in the next play zone. And you've got a couple people that are looking for you. And it's going to be SLR trying to answer back for what they took.
Yeah, they're trying to answer back indeed. And it's just looking a little crazy here as Titan Gaming are on the full push, trying to find a way into this next zone. And let's just see where they end up. So Titan Gaming, double points day. Not having the day that they've been looking for. Yeah, inactive in the blue here. They're just going to go off to blue. It's going to be hard. Unless they make it into the water. But still, that's going to be a hard cross. Redox with a full send. And Fran is just waiting for him.
Like, oh, hey, so nice to see
Hello.
you. Maybe we'll see what the rest of your team gets to. They're just looking to find any kind of elimination, hoping that they're already weak from blue and that they just have to pepper them a few times. And the next thing you know, they've got a knock. That's great. They've already got 2 eliminations for AGG. And well, Hyper is above them. And if they wanted to break into the top 10, it's tough because of the way Hyper has played throughout the first 3 drops. That one they're going to be a little more silent on because at the end of the day, if someone's driving by, they could just hop out the vehicle and chow this if they really wanted to.
Yeah, they sure can. So Titan Gaming, they need to push. They have 2 players. You have one Fran. Push out, take them out, and then let Doran make it into this next zone here. But Titan Gaming looking to play it passive. And that, actually, yeah, I think they're worried about Grupo up north. So kind of stuck. Looks like they're going to just make that sacrifice of Doran.
Yeah, you can see SLR starting to move into that play zone, but it bounces back towards the west. Furia, where did you commit to the south side? So now when you think about where you need to go, you have Death Wolves to your west, Alpha7 to the north.
Oh, boy. And you can just see Doran on the move. And he's actually being able to get closer here. Oh, that's a big one, though. Death Wolves versus Furia. That's a big battle. And it looks like Death Wolves got a little bit of the better of them here. And this is going to be all the way on the south side. So Death Wolves have a big opportunity to gatekeep them. That's Rules of War eliminated. That's a tough loss there.
That is tough. They did get some eliminations, but I think these are good shouts here between Furia and Death Wolves, right? Death Wolves opened it up, and now Alpha7, they hear the shots. They full send from the north and will be a third party to this situation. And as soon as I'm Furia hearing that, I want to be like, okay, maybe we just see what Alpha7 can do while Team Queso falls with 0. That is so unfortunate.
Yeah, so unfortunate indeed. Rattle Boy is going to go and start off the nades here. This is a big battle between 2 teams. Death Wolves below them. They're going to have their double points day tomorrow. So if you're Furia, you need to do extra work to take this team out here and now.
Rataboy, pretty low on health. We see that nade cooking to answer back to Furia, and Alpha7 hasn't overextended by any means because if you think about it, they've got a nice compound inside that next play zone. Death Wolves, they're trying to hold out on the west, returning to some cover for themselves. Influence, Rage, I see a player that gets knocked because they decide to rotate in, and they've got to deal with Be Bold and iNCO Gaming nearby them.
Yeah, they do. Let's see right now is we're going to watch Influence Rage. This is the team all eyes are on right now. Influence Rage, it's their double points day with 1 game. They could rocket launch past Furia. So they're in a good position here. They're right here near Sami and going to hold this spot down, but they cannot overextend. Oh, and look who they're going up against.
Yep.
Out of all the teams, they got their eyes on Be Bold.
You know what? We've already got Law down and out. Not sure if we're going to be able to get that res back onto them. We'll see. It looks like a player is looking to hit that recovery, but iNCO Gaming starting to set their sights onto SLR, and Diego, not straight towards Rataboy, catches him out in the open. The tree, though, might stop that full from occurring.
Oh, what a shot from Guizao as he gets the knock. And let's see what happens here, because I guarantee you if Death Wolves realize this is Influence Rage, they should, yeah, now they know. After that thirst, they know, and you can see them pop out the vehicles immediately. They need to take this team out.
We wait, we see, we use vehicles for cover, but we've moved into the center of the play zone, and it's starting to look real bleak there for Diego.
Oh, boy. Influence Rage is splitting their forces. They're looking at two different teams here, and they are getting punished for it. Yeah, now you got iNCO looking at Milo, Death Wolves looking at them as well, and both of these teams are looking to hunt down Influence Rage. So this is what I was talking about. Sometimes you don't want to take that fight earlier on because you're going to get targeted.
You know what's going to be really interesting? I was curious if FURIA was going to hard wrap on Death Wolves while this was going down, but it doesn't seem to be that. They cut north just ahead of them into the line of sight, and Death Wolves shuts that down. It must be the 4th place survival stage curse. The moment you hit 4th, you just cannot do anything.
Oh, you really, really can't. And it is so crazy to see that as FURIA getting eliminated here has gotta hurt. Team Liquid, though, pressing on to be bold. Surprise, surprise, there is somebody there. Let's see what Ayala can do in the front lines. Hey, able to get some nice shots there. Trying to go for the confirm. Not able to do so as Be Bold is ready to hold up. Be Bold is looking to just destroy everyone's dreams here.
Dreams being crushed all around as Team Liquid has fallen. Now, granted, we're chilling. We broke 900 points already. We're sitting at 909, but Alpha7 on 6 eliminations could really thank Be Bold for this moment.
Oh, yes, they can. And they should. That's for sure. Because Alpha7 are getting some eliminations onto Titan Gaming there. That's 9 already. So Alpha7 are turning things up here from the south side. And they got their eyes set towards the center of the map. But right now, my eyes are really on... Look at this. Look at this. Almost every single person here needs these points so desperately. Except for 9Z, you know? But you got iNCO. They get the zone. That's huge. Influence Rage need to now gatekeep Alpha7 as a duo. That's going to be hard.
Yeah, you're just going to have to find some crazy angles knowing that 9Z and Be Bold are going to be moving in from the eastern side also. So it's not just Alpha7 you have to contend with, it's everyone else on the side of that lobby. Death Wolves really needs to make a play for iNCO Gaming, but you have to choose your timing on that because Alpha7 could go on that major south side sweep. Because with iNCO Gaming getting this zone pretty much gifted to them for their positioning and having coverage, it's just makes such a difference.
It does. That makes a big difference here. You can see Vitali waiting for that bell to go off as the zone is now beginning to close. This is a stage 6 shift. Alpha7 are going to start pushing into Influence Rage, and that battle will happen. But meanwhile, Death Wolves, they might spot him. Nope, Carrillo does first. He gets the thirst on the law really quickly. He knows it's Influence Rage. At the end of the day, the only threat Alpha7 has is Team Liquid, and they are already out. So they're just looking to put some points on the board.
Perfect opportunity. They could get crafty. And Mafioso, through the blades of the grass, sensing that there's players all around them. And I thought they were going to hit that long wrap. They don't. They're going to work the eastern side of the play zone instead. Death Wolves full sends over to iNCO, and iNCO are going to be the ones to kick things off.
And here they go. Obscure getting eliminated. So that's Death Wolves out of there with 5 eliminations. And meanwhile, Alpha7 have just their eyes on the prize here. Looking really good. This is a big game, though, for iNCO. This is a huge opportunity for them to continue and extend that lead. They get the circle here. They need to win this game.
They do, honestly. Coming into this match with 679 points, 59 over FURIA. And if you take a massive win, I honestly think you've secured 3rd for you. Set her out, grab a knock, we get another one. We just need some eliminations here. It's double points, but with Federal last standing, and we can just see them threading between the tree and the boulder. We reposition and try to let the fools come to you. Fran from behind gets fooled. You love to see it.
Federal is just going crazy. White out in the open, gets another knock. This man is trying to keep his tournament alive. As, that could be it. I mean, that's a good amount of points there for Influence Rage. But Alpha7 is so hurt. Automatic iNCO Gaming win. And you can see the pop-off. These guys are pumped.
Oh, yeah. It's like, hey, we're in third. We want to go to the ESWC group stage, and that could just really seal the deal, knowing that there's only 2 more drops for today and 6 more tomorrow.
Unbelievable. So many teams that needed those points so desperately got them on Sanhok. That leaves 2 more matches left to go today. We got a Miramar and we got Erangel. This is going to be interesting, Tiff. It's going to be a close battle. As a matter of fact, Taylor, what do you think about that? iNCO Gaming get the chicken dinner.
It's big, man. iNCO Gaming is a team that needed some life, right? They were slowly just maintaining what they had, but you got to get a little bit worried. Despite the other rosters, struggling a little bit, iNCO still needed to do some more work in order to solidify the position that they have. So good on them. 12 eliminations, too, is one of the top scores of the day. In fact, it is the top score of the day, so you can't argue with that. But I want to go back to the beginning. This fight's been taking place. It's literally day 1, Tip, and finally E7 gets a win in Ruins over in Hyper.
I just have a feeling Stars is gonna wake up 20 years from now and he's got a family and we're just out here telling the stories. Back in my day, let me tell you about this Entity 7 in Hyper Battle of Ruins.
And dude, that battle was legendary though, because that's what started the trash talk in the venue. And I know me and you, Hot Jukes, were very excited about that. You remember Stars popping off at E7, and then E7, kind of backed away from that. But over the past couple of days, when they know where their standings are on the leaderboard, they kind of just said, all right, let's just make this battle legendary. iNCO in the replays waking up a bit, starting to slay out and looking decently well. A great game though for Death Wolves. I'm glad to see them get a couple of points right. 5. They know their big day is tomorrow. Today is about maintaining what they got. Alpha7 with 12 themselves. Be bold though. A team that seems to be the boogeyman of so many other rosters out there today, Hot Shoes.
There's always one. There's always one. Every tournament, there's somebody on the lobby who doesn't have anything to lose, that just starts just crushing hopes and dreams. And it just so happens it's Be Bold. I mean, they've done it all day today. You can only imagine what they're going to do tomorrow.
But here, this is what I really want to talk
about.
That play was great from Federal. So he's the last one alive. He has to try and secure a 3rd place, Tiff, and he does so, right? So that's big. You're getting more placement points. You only get 5 eliminations, but I feel that pop-off play, that pop-off moment from Federal gives faith that Influence Rage could potentially have a strong 2 games going back into Miramar and then Erangel. So I'm glad Federal finally showed and put in some work.
It wouldn't be the first time we've seen someone on their double points day have massive games in drops 5 and 6. I mean, Team Liquid Wink 1, you're welcome. But Influence Rage grabbing 20 points right there is just salvaging, because there's a name that's missing from this top 8, and it's going to be FURIA.
Yeah, FURIA, right? FURIA just... Where are they at in terms of the standings go? Well, they had a great game number 3 and 9th place, 3 eliminations, just not enough. 3 points, right, Hot Jukes? So they had that flash in the pan play. We're getting excited for them, and then they're right back where they started the day off, right? Just kind of lackluster performances.
Good. I'm going to say good.
Wow,
I'm going to be toxic.
He's a hater.
That's right. I am a FURIA hater, because honestly, they have not played well enough in this tournament, I think, to deserve that spot to the Esports World Cup. There's so many teams. One of them in particular, I think Death Wolves should definitely be hunting down that spot tomorrow. The fact that they're even in this conversation here after the double points day they had with Group A, it makes me shocked. And just like that, it is passed up by Influence Rage. So if they want to prove me wrong and they want me to get up hyped about them, I need to see just FURIA aggressive dominance here for the rest of the tournament.
So the good news for iNCO Gaming fans and iNCO Gaming as a whole, they sit in 3rd place. They just break 700 points at 701. They've got a really big lead over Influence Rage, who's in 4th place, and an even bigger lead over Death Wolves. So that means most likely iNCO Gaming, especially if they finish strong in the last 2 games, drop 5 and 6, they might have just secured their 3rd place finish, their entry into group stages for, obviously, over at the Esports World Cup. So that's big, Tiff, right? 3rd place. It looks like iNCO Gaming might be locking it in today.
Yeah, I think that's why we saw them so happy after that winner chicken dinner, right? Especially knowing that you grabbed 12 eliminations, a 22-point game, and you're just like, yes, I think we have done enough, barring any historic run from Influence Rage in these final 2 matches. That's going to be the real difference maker.
Definitely is going to be. Influence Rage, we'll see how far they continue to go up. Royals of War will drop down, so they're on now the second page, something they had, or somewhere they haven't been in quite some time. They've got to get back up to that first page, especially if they want to increase the amount of money that they make overall from the America Spring season. Hyper still staying about where they are, but you got to give Hyper credit. At least today has been decent, although that last game wasn't necessarily the best. I still feel they're slaying out and they're being aggressive when they need to. E7, though, did get the best of them, which was pretty exciting. Hotchukes going into Game 5, right? It's kind of do or die for a lot of different rosters out there. iNCO is now in a great spot, so realistically, the 4th place position is what is being fought for.
Yeah, 4th place is what's being fought for, but I mean, I still wouldn't take my eyes off of 3rd because Death Wolves have their double points day tomorrow, but Death Wolves need to start getting more solid here towards the end because there's not a lot of time left.
Not a lot of time left, and not a lot of time left today in general, right? Only 2 more maps to go, Miramar and then Erangel. The last chance for Group C during at least this 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. Their last chance to make an impact. Will they do so? Well, it's up to them, right? Only 2 more maps to go, but I am excited to hear at least from Sarpatch, who's on site, to talk to Furia's Archerson after their big game just a little bit earlier. Let's hear what Archerson had to say.
All right, here we are with Artursin. I call him Arturito. Artursin, great match today. Congratulations. How are you guys feeling? Como estão sentindo? Parabéns. E parabéns por o jogo.
Muito obrigado, estamos sentindo muito bem. Só queremos pontuar e subir na tabela.
See, we're feeling great. It was a great match for us. We want to make more points and go up on the table. Yesterday was a tough day, or a couple of tough days, but how are you guys feeling up to these 2 days? Ontem foi meio difícil. Como vocês estão sentindo agora esses 2 últimos dias?
Cara, foi difícil os últimos 2 dias, porque nós não pontuou o que nós queria pontuar. Então, tivemos a frieza de reconhecer o que erramos para acertar hoje e no seguinte dia, que é amanhã.
Yeah, we had 2 tough days, but we sat down cold-headed and see what was the mistakes that we were doing to fix them. Last one, Adrian yesterday didn't play. What happened there? He's back now and playing well. O Adrian não jogou ontem, o que aconteceu aí?
O Adri estava com a dor na mão, ele não pôde jogar e a fisioterapeuta falou que ele não precisava jogar porque ele poderia piorar muito mais a mão, e decidimos ele ficar de repouso para jogar hoje tranquilo e amanhã também.
Yeah, he said that his hand was hurting. The doctor told him that he shouldn't play because he could be worse, but that they decided to take him back in the team. Mister, thank you very much. Let's go back.
Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman set, Dark Arts Gentleman glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season, day number 14. I'm Taylor Reflection Snowball, joined by Hot Jukes and Spider Tiff. 2 more games to go. We're hopping back into Miramar, which was a great map for Team Queso, and hopefully is a good map once again, given the fact that they have a lot of ground to cover and only a short amount of time to do it. Their chances of breaking into top 4 are starting to dwindle away, so they've got to grab the bull by the horns and, quite honestly, get a record-breaking Miramar as well as Erangel. We'll see if they can do that. Now, Hot Jukes, I do see you shaking your head, but I want you to maybe kind of nod a little bit for Federal, who put up a tremendous performance as a solo to score top 3. And again, that narrative, is that what Influence Rage needed? I hope so, man, because I don't think their story is over just yet.
Dude, that was disgusting. That play towards the end just got me so hyped. I know it got their teammates hyped as well. I mean, you got to get in that mindset. Towards the end, we got everything on the line. You gotta kind of just get in your head, just be like, I'm the Reaper, dude, and just start taking out everybody. And I think that was the mindset he had right there, because that was clean.
It was clean, wasn't it? It was really nice to see. Got me pumped up without question. But Tiff, be bold, right? Now they have to deal with them once again, potentially, if they don't change up their landing spot. Influence Rage has exactly what it takes to beat Be Bold, but they haven't been able to do it today. I'm hoping they don't have any nerves about that, because most likely they will meet again.
They will, and honestly, you just need to run off the back of the performance that Hot Jukes was just talking about. Kind of take that mindset, try to change it, because at the end of the day, you've just gotten back into 4th place, right? Just 20 points to be able to kind of carry through. It's the last 2 drops of your final double points day, and the difference is, do you want to make a play for that potential top 3, unseat iNCO, or at least get closer to it to maybe have it in your grasp for the final day? Don't leave things to chance, but do your best here for sure.
That's it. Well, good news for Influence Rage yesterday on Miramar, exactly where we are, map number 5. They got a winner chicken dinner with 11 eliminations. That would be 42 points. That would be huge for them to take. And then would start the conversation of, okay, is 3rd place actually up for grabs? iNCO Gaming is sitting with a very comfortable lead at the moment, but the absolute certainty, 42 points, would get them very, very close and would definitely make not only iNCO nervous, but Death Wolves nervous as well if they don't start to wake up in these next 2 maps. But I do get a little bit worried for everybody else. You know, normally the conversation revolves around Alpha7 and Team Liquid. Alpha7's been having a standout day today, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, they've been doing great. They're closing that gap with Team Liquid. They're going to really leave it all on the line tomorrow, because that gap is just not getting passed up today. Pretty much no matter what Alpha7 does, but it can easily be passed tomorrow. And I'm hyped to see Alpha7 start playing that aggressive play style that we've been waiting to see, right? They're getting those early eliminations. They're hunting them down. So that's great. But like you mentioned, Taylor, right? If we see Influence Rage get that game they had yesterday, they're going to be close, because right now that gap is 63 points. I did the math, right? So 63 points in order to get to 3rd. And I think that's what they really, really need to do, because, yeah, Death Wolves are going to have their day tomorrow as well. You just don't want to leave it up to chance.
63 points, man. Federal honestly has to be the difference maker. I mean, he's the guy that, in my opinion, has to lead the charge here. Because he's the one who's performing, like, when Influence Rage is doing okay, like they did in the last game, he was the one who was leading the charge, whether it was incredible plays or eliminations. Federal is the guy. And actually, Tiff, Hotchuk's mentioned that. It's like, you need one guy on your team, if you're a competitor, to just say, let's go, right? And get your team ready to go. I'm looking at Federal. I hope he's going to be the man to bring it all together. But like I said, and constantly say, it's up to the players to choose their own destiny. We're the ones who tell the story. They're the ones who, implement at least the chapters. I cannot wait to see how this one is going to unfold. Miramar is exciting to begin with, but it's even more exciting to know what's at stake. There's only 8 games remaining for the America Spring season, and you need to make the most as a competitor out of each and every one. Let's head into it. Map number 5 on Miramar. Let's see who makes the most of it. Hotchuk, Spider, Tiff, take it away.
Oh boy, it all comes down to this. You heard the man say it. 8 games left, and we do not have very many Miramars left. This will be the 3rd to last one here, Tiff. So if you're Influence Rage, you did well yesterday. At this point in time, you got to have a repeat performance. You have to. So let's see. They're actually going to be the first ones outside of the plane heading toward Puerto Payaso. Let's see if... no, it doesn't look like anybody's headed their way. So regardless of where the zone goes, Influence Rage most likely going to have to make a big rotation.
It's true. I mean, this is the map they did win yesterday, and I would love to see them be able to do the same today. For now, you just got to keep your eyes out and just make sure that B-Bold doesn't get crazy here.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at B-Bold, so they're going to be heading towards Minas Generales, so nothing too crazy. iNCO Gaming, they just went off a great chicken dinner, so we didn't get to talk about them so much, but they need to do the same thing Influence Rage did, right? They won the last game. They need to use that momentum to rocket launch them to victory here. So we're going to see where the zone goes. It's going to be a southern one, so iNCO most likely not having to move too much. Team Queso are in a great position as well, and Influence Rage aren't too far away from this, and if they head into this circle, they can go against some of the, weaker squads so far in the lobby, like Entity 7, 9Z, even Rolls of War have been having a rough day today. So let's see if Influence Rage can capitalize off that.
A lot of rough days all around, but something that's interesting is where you see teams that have shaken things up and Hyper have moved into that FURIA drop spot, as FURIA has once again chosen to go towards the north, abandoning that drop so far for today. Now, and Hyper will have the entire south side to their own, and as that zone kind of centers up, including their drop, they can really decide where they want to kick things off with.
They sure can, and let's just see how it gets kicked off here. So no crazy hot drops, nothing out of the ordinary just yet. So, oh man, you could just definitely feel the tension in the air here, because this tournament's almost over, and there are so many squads looking to punch their ticket to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Man, that's going to be a crazy time here. And let's just see. Let's see if FURIA could even have a crazy bounce back, because they're not technically out of the game yet. It's just a lot's going to have to work out for them in order to make that happen.
Well, I mean, might as well rotate around in style, because this just looks fun. And this is a team that just got booted out of 4th place because Influence Rage did move up by 20 points. So if I'm FURIA coming into this game, knowing that I am yet again back and I need to fight my way in and have to be perfection, this is a team that needs to go sort out Influence Rage by themselves.
Yeah, they do. Like, honestly, that's what you have to do. You have to shut down Influence Rage today, and you have to shut down Death Wolves tomorrow. That's the strategy if you're FURIA. And honestly, the reason why I said good is because I just don't see them doing that. They've been playing it very, very passive. They do put themselves in good positions, but when it comes to kind of rolling those dice and making those kind of bold plays, FURIA doesn't seem to do that. They err on the side of caution, and right now, they need to start getting a little bit reckless. They have to take those bets.
Speaking of taking bets, I just want Influence Rage to go crazy this game. I want a 12 elimination at least win. Ooh. I'm calling it. That's what I need to see, and I just need them to follow up on it. We don't need Law going down, getting caught out from some crazy angle from 200 meters away. Need them to stay up, live their best life, and frag.
Survive. Survive Law. Let's see if he's gonna. He's in that dodge, ready to get moving here. He's gonna be gassing it up too, so it's gonna be filled to the brim here, Tiff. So it looks like you heard what you were saying.
Hey, get active, baby. Get active.
About time.
Let's go.
Right? That's right. Cool. Let's see just where he is gonna go though. He's gonna be the scout for the team, so he's gonna be heading out pretty early here. And looking at this zone, yeah, so Law, I'm sorry. Law is going to be the first one on the road. This entire side of the zone is wide open, so they can pretty much pick the spot here.
That's true.
First battle.
And it's Royals of War. We've already lost out on Victix down, and, well, trying to chill inside the building. Entity 7 on the outskirts, looking for angles. They're already making plays. Can we hit the full onto them? I'm not too sure. Air God grabs the dock onto Deblim. There comes the full, and wow, the chaos is ensuing.
Yep, Royals of War taking advantage of the last place team here, just flushing them out little by little. So that's 3 players down. They know where Franco is. Yeah, Kogo needs to get in the vehicle and try to hunt them down. They need all the points they can get because Royals of War double points day has been abysmal. Maybe they could try to make a crazy comeback, but they need like 15 elimination chicken dinner back to back.
All right, Franco, get in there. Go ahead. You can probably got some information. Probably just saw Justice shoulder. Moves to the second story. And I feel like once someone takes that position on the second, oh, okay, we're going up again. The fire says maybe not. Run straight into it. We're burning. We are burning. It is crazy. And finally, some semblance of just, okay, well.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, sometimes you gotta shoot the gas can. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Deny the points.
Sure. It just had to go out in a Michael Bay level explosion. It's fine.
I mean, I saw him go out in slow motion. That was poetic, to be honest.
You know, goodbye, Entity 7. We'll see you next
Goodbye.
time. One more chance here on Erangel today for match day number 14. But
chance for what?
anything.
Not last place.
Sure.
Let's go. Entity 7, come on. Challenge SLR. I want to see it.
You might as well. If I'm Entity 7, I am just hot dropping on SLR every single game.
As we watch this back. Franco, let's see it. Dun, 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 dun,
In the
dun.
arms of an angel.
That's right. Oh, and he flew away in style. Beautifully done there. B-Ball punch in the air because all they want to do is destroy dreams. And they had Team Liquid at their sights. And I think they did. Did they not? Yeah, they got one of the players from Team Liquid.
Team Liquid's like, bro, just leave us alone.
Stop.
We have 909 points. We are going to Riyadh. We don't need this.
That's right. And I'll tell you what, B-Ball doing this is a bold strategy, Tiff, because guess what? These teams remember, you know? So come the fall, yeah, look at that. B-Bold sniping out one of the players of Team Liquid. The more you grief teams like this, come next season, they could do the same exact thing to you.
They just might also. So for now, Be Bold picks up one, grabs the bus, hits the rotation. We'll see them later. But for now, as that zone is still relatively central here for stage one, I'd be curious to see if we get a dramatic shift in the play zone, because I want things to get even more chaotic than we've seen. Oh, this'll do it.
Oh boy, let's see right now. It's Colgoat. 3 eliminations so far for Rolls of War. Looking to own Los Leones. Alliance. They are holding it down here for now. So next zone, we'll see where it's going to pop. Influence Rage in a pretty solid position here. Team Queso are dead center. And this is a big one here. Meanwhile, look who B-Bowl's looking at. iNCO. Are you kidding me?
Do it. Do it.
That was evil. That was an evil laugh right there.
You might as well.
All the teams. I mean, you're not wrong. If you're B-Bold, you got nothing to lose here. And look, they're getting on the move. Maybe they heard that laugh.
I mean, iNCO Gaming is pretty solidified in the top 3. I'm convinced that they'll somehow withstand everything. Just, you think about their double points day. It was the miraculous record-breaking double points day for a team, and it put them into the top 3. And they've just been able to withstand any threats for now. And that big threat was Influence Rage coming into this day. The only thing that they're going to have to contend with is going to be Deathwolves tomorrow. And that's an 80-point differential as it currently stands, which is a 40-point day on a double points day. So that turns into 80. I mean, look, Deathwolves shook things up today. It could be there.
It could be there. It could be there indeed. Info Law's in trouble. That dodge is on fire. One more bullet should do it. He has to send it out. And he gets there just in the nick of time. That was close.
See, told you I'm worried about rogue shots from a distance with Law. I don't know why. Everyone gets him caught out on these rotations, on these angles, and it starts to spell the demise for Influence Rage. So I'm going to need them to keep Law close.
Oh boy, I'm real close, because that, I'll tell you what, was too close for comfort. That is for sure. That was scary. So we'll see right now what happens is Milovan on the move. Influence Rage just need to set up. They need to quit doing these crazy rotations. Just fight together.
You said it.
You can't afford to go out like that. If you're going to go out, might as well go out, you know, with your weapon in your hand rather than a crazy rotation in a vehicle.
Yeah, live life like Hyper today. It's exactly what they've been doing. They've been fragging out all throughout our earlier drops. We got a little NRG Galaxy versus Furia elsewhere. J7 on your screen now. Looking to see what we can do. This big isolated fight over here. We've got the car for cover. Spec, though, still looking for angles. Instead, we're hitting the bush. It's fine.
Oh, Furia. That's it. This is going to be it. This is the nail in the coffin for them. Nice shot there, though. But, oh my gosh, no way. I was about to say, did he get that crazy? How has he had that much time to continue to shoot? Finally gets shut down there. As NRG are going to look to pick Spec back up. There's Kayovsky. Last player up for Furia. And that is pretty much all she wrote. One more game left for them to try to put a dent into that third place position.
You know, this is really unfortunate that the moment they touched the survival stage slot, it was pretty much their death sentence for the remainder of the games.
It's tough.
There might be an actual curse on that slot.
It really is. It really is. Everybody who gets that slot just suffers. Suffers a terrible and slow and painful demise. And look at this next zone, though. iNCO Gaming, pretty happy because they are going to be on that southern Picado area. They're going to be hanging out near Sin City. As a matter of fact, Nanabeth is still inside of it. And going to get moving here soon. SLR, meanwhile, dead center. They got their eyes 360 all around them. But it looks like Dragon is keeping an eye there on inactive.
Ooh, okay. Well, Sean, let's see where we've kind of set ourselves up. And yeah, the zone kind of moves out towards that eastern side, almost relatively central. And for Hyper, they're going to have to fight their way on in for that south side. So that'll be interesting to see in iNCO Gaming. Still trying to rotate on in, but it seems like we're still really preoccupied looking towards our south there for SLR.
Very classic. Here's FS is on the move. And yeah, SLR just looking to have some fun here and pass and continue their second to last place. They do not want to get passed up by Entity 7.
Definitely not.
Don't want to do that. Be bold, though. Be bold. Looking to get into the mix as well, as they always do. They're on the north side here. Oh, that's against NRG. Yeah, so NRG, just get the vehicles, rotate around. There is no reason to fight this so far in the blue.
It's like, don't worry, homie, get in. We got to go elsewhere.
Right.
At least they're going to be able to catch up with J7. Good. 3 eliminations for them thus far over the Deathwolves on 0. But look who's just ahead of them. Milovan falls to Higo. And, well, that's going to open the door.
That is going to open the door indeed. Oh, boy. Law, meanwhile, starting to press the issue here. And he's going to look to try to pick up Milovan. He's got that mini. And Federal's actually. So that nice little teamwork right there. And neither team knows who this is yet. So Federal's going to pop him up into the vehicle. And he is out of here.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do.
Save him.
You can pick up your teammates in terms of vibes. You can physically grab them in game, hit the reset because they know that they needed this. We cannot afford to lose any players this early on, considering into stage 3, we still have 15 teams up, and knowing that we're still kind of just towards the southwest of Picado, and Team Queso dead center of the play zone. But it's Death Wolves who are on the outside still looking in, trying to find their footing ahead of their double points day tomorrow. Would be good to start shaking some points up, at least putting them their way for now.
Would be good indeed. Let's take a look as Guizao is climbing up to the high ground here of this building, all the way to the top floor. Next zone, where is it going to head? Will it send her up, or will we get a crazy hard shift? It goes down south. That's a great shift for Hyper and for Death Wolves. Meanwhile, yeah, Alpha7 in the mix. So many top teams here that need these points are so desperately are still in this game.
Okay. Here we go. 9Z on the other side. Stars looking to take an off angle. Capri's hitting the full on to Connor. So at least we've got our focus in check. But they've got the time, they've got the positioning, and can just really focus on the gatekeep. You just can't let anyone wrap you, because Elite still throwing frags straight into AGG. Picks up Guapo.
Uh-oh. Yep. Nice little nade there from 9Z. I'm just going to keep my eye, though, on the field, because I definitely need to keep an eye on these teams that need these points. So we're going to continue to watch this action here. 9Z been pretty active here towards the end. I like to see 9Z step it up. It's always good to see some teams, you know, really show a lot on their final days.
Very true. Very true. I mean, look, this is like my final 2 games that I get to witness here. And, well, Padrino still doing more work over here. 9Z, it's just a lot of people tossing a potato back and forth. And Fran in here with Padrino. And Simple says, no, you're not going to get away with that. But the off angle comes through. Stars finally had that payoff.
Yep, Stars said, yes, you will. Yes, you will, because All Glory Gaming barely sneak away right there. And then Hyper getting active. Titan Gaming against Be Bold. Man, all these teams at the bottom are taking each other out, leaving these, you know, big squads that need points. Oh, this is a big one. Nice. It's 7 getting a nice knock on a Kolgo. Gets knocked in return. The rest of the team is not here. That's a huge loss for iNCO.
Rather unfortunate. Mind you, something more unfortunate is Federal hitting that fall somewhere off screen. Vitali trying to hold their own, but finally turns around, takes the DBS, and just says, all right, look, I'm sorry. That was a throw.
Well, that was crazy. They flew right above him in the vehicle. Vitali was like in a blender being like, where am I getting shot from? I do not see them. And they pop on down and get the finish. So another big fight. Here we go. Influence Rage. Oh, beautiful nade. And guess who it is? It's Be Bold once again. These guys are in an Influence Rage's head. Law needs to hit this shot. He misses by just an inch. Luckily for him, though, Redox gets a knock on Lorazin. Perfect timing here for Influence Rage.
All right, Milovan. Let's see what you got over here. Redox, though, picks up an elimination, and Fran gets fooled. Be Bold has fallen, but now can we find the angles to put that pressure straight back onto NRG? You know, you got a duo left standing. They're already on 4 eliminations, but Influence Rage only has 1, and they just start to disengage, get out of dodge, and basically say, we don't want to fall here.
Yeah, we cannot afford to. We need to put up some serious points here. They have 1 elimination. iNCO Gaming get eliminated by SLR. That opens the door for Influence Rage. Right here, right now, Influence Rage, they had to have seen that. This is their chance to put up some major points on the board.
We're coming in with only 3 members left standing. We did lose Diego early on, so it's going to make things more challenging. And Milovan is kind of off by himself right here. You can see the 2 vehicles are not going to be in use to be able to make a play towards. And, well, Milaz isn't going to want to let that happen. We got to take our chances where we can, but trying to find the off angles from the high ground. Maybe we pick up elimination here, or maybe you go thank Titan Gaming to be able to seal the deal there on Milaz.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Anything can happen at this point here. You can see them getting in the vehicles and are ready to take off here. That Bugatti is ready to go. It's backing up into him saying, hey, let's get out of here because we need to find our way into this next zone. And it's going to be hard because they're going to have to push past, out of all the teams, it's Alpha7. Meanwhile, and Hyper right over here by Church, getting into it with All Glory Gaming. Fran frantically running up on top of the hill, barely dodging those nades.
Oh, this is going to be interesting for sure, but we need to see some big eliminations going the way. Fran Pedrino, FS picks up one, and Hyper, though, not afraid to chow anyone today.
Not at all. And Hyper, nothing to lose here, looking to break through that first page and end up in a solid position for a North American team. And they still have everybody up here. It's just Pedrino. So they got to be a little bit careful. But now, oh, look at that. Alpha7 against Influence Rage. They did make the push. And Alpha7 just straight up stiff-armed them. That's got to hurt.
It really, truly does. Kind of wild over here. But NRG Galaxy falling with 4 eliminations. And, well, Law still up. And is going to be on their own, man. Influence Rage can't get anything going. This is just heartbreaking to witness.
Yeah, it's just Law. Last player up. Gonna try to make the push here. Let's see what he does. He might just deny the point. Oh, yeah, that shot. He just said, "This. I really want to make something happen," but it's looking like it's just not gonna happen.
Well, maybe we go for some placement points, try to make the best out of a bad situation, but those shots are clean. I'll take those.
Now, I can't believe it. What a shot right there. And you're going to know he wanted to go for the thirst, but Blue Zone's going to be too powerful. And that's Influence Rage out of there. And a tough finish, especially considering that iNCO went out early.
Oh, well, 2 eliminations, or 1 elimination, 2 points, thanks to double points day. It's not enough, but I mean, you're still in 4th place, but I'm at FURIA. Knowing that I need some points to move the issue, and I've only got 1 up, it's tough. So we all look towards Death Wolves to make something magnificent out of this.
Yeah, let's see what happens. As FS getting, just trying to hold on there. Team Liquid are in a solid position. They're just shooting at everything that moves outside of those windows. So nothing to worry about for them. Meanwhile, yeah, Death Wolves are going to take the hillside. So many teams that need these points are still up in this game. You got Team Liquid, Team Queso, Death Wolves, Alpha7, and even a player from Worlds of War, but not much he can do it just as a solo. Let's take a look here where this next zone's going to go. Centers on up right onto Team Queso. This is a big chance for them. Can they finish strong?
I hope so, because if we have Team Queso all up, all alive, we're getting centered up on, this is your chance to finally put those double points to an even better use. You got 36 points on that initial drop 2 of Miramar. Do we go back to back on Miramar?
That would be huge. That would be so huge for Team Queso. You can see them just laser focused right now, but they can't get too tunnel vision. They got to keep their eyes on the prize here and look pretty much 360, because anybody could come and crash on them from pretty much any direction. There's so many teams here. SLR is gonna have to make a push here soon. Titan, even Alpha7, and Milos is focusing on one of the players from SLR out in the zone. So, oh, this is starting to make their heart rates have got to be at all-time high. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah. That adrenaline starting to kick in, and you're like, okay, we're in top 9. We just have to focus on our lane and defend the north. For Titan Gaming here, though, 5 eliminations. That's some nice moves here for their double points, but a relatively open field, and well, we're just trying to get our homies out of the way if we can. Alpha7 full inting on a Death Wolves, though.
Yeah, and here they go, and rightfully so. They needed to make a push, and out of all the teams, it's Death Wolves that are taking the Alpha7 punishment. Alpha7 doing a great job of just getting eliminations early today. They have definitely closed that gap between them and Team Liquid. Titan Gaming forced to hit the deck as Redox, wow, gets a nice shot onto Revo there. Revo gonna have to get res pretty quickly, and look at that. Alpha7 so quick to get that res off.
Yeah, you've got to do exactly that, especially if we're looking for angles here, and Death Wolves just full sending any kind of frag grenades down onto Titan Gaming, just imploding huge. Them. And how many do we have? Queso out there cooking another.
Looks good. Oh, just short. I mean, they have so many nades, but none of them are hitting. Somehow Titan Gaming is just surviving. Oh, but that one is going to finally tick. And Inactive needs to hit one of these nades here in return. Oh, just a little bit short, and gets caught by that nade as well. You can't be rezzing right here. You gotta know that nade's coming. Oh, but You can get that res off if Doran makes that push. Little did he know Queso was right behind that door.
That was almost something. Let's be real. We get the res, bringing a limb back to their feet, and now we just need a full send up, see if we can clean out the rest of the Death Wolves. There should only be one, a nice 2v1 if we can close the distance. I can't imagine that anyone's going to have any nades on that side because how many they sent down on a Titan.
Yeah, let's see what Titan Game can do. Last 2 players up. A nice game so far. And out of, unfortunately, all the eliminations are on the players that just got taken out. Revo just gets shot from Mythic of all people. That's a battle that needs to happen. So they don't know who it is just yet. But I guarantee you, if Team Liquid realized that this was Alpha 7, they would be hardcore just focusing on this area.
Yeah, well, pretty low. Revo is currently down. They're on 6 eliminations. It's pretty powerful considering Royals of Roar are the only ones out fragging them right now with 7 eliminations and left to a duo. But some of these teams just love soaking up, but we see where that zone centers up to. And SLR, Team Queso should be able to waltz right in. They'll have to leave their building, but hopefully we can find some angles to work with and check it out. Wowzow, in a really precarious situation.
He's got to make a play. He's got to make a play here for Death Wolves against Titan Gaming. It's a 1v2 situation. Oh, Alim's got the nade. Oh, he's got the DBS. Queso runs out in the open, gets the 1v1, but loses it. I will say this, though. Team Queso are in a great spot, Tiff, but they have 0 eliminations. They need to start getting some here soon.
They really do. They really do. But just like what we witnessed from Hyper in that game number 1, the last time we saw them in such a powerful position on Erangel, we're like, look, this is a great position, but they have 0 eliminations. Then we go deal with the rest of the lobby for a little bit. We come back and they're on 5. Then they start creeping up and they eventually took that win with 7. So maybe Team Queso can take one from their books.
See what happens. Potro does get 1 knock there. That could be a good elimination if he's able to get the finish. Let's see if he's able to. But meanwhile, yeah, Team Queso doing a great job. They need to focus on clearing their backs first and then look inwards. Potro gonna get the confirmation. That's 1. And they need to pretty much finish this entire lobby here if they want a shot at that automatic ticket to Riyadh.
Ooh. Let's see it unfolding. Our last match of Miramar on the day. 7 squads left. Someone's going to be breaking double-digit eliminations here. And Hyper finds Cardozo from a distance. Hits the full. That's unfortunate if you're Team Liquid. Down to a duo and 0 elims for the game.
Alpha7 going to try to hit some low tosses here probably in the next few seconds. But Tom's looking straight up, though. Almost getting ran over, and it does end up happening. McGrellin gets the run over on Capri's, and that is Hyper done for. 9 eliminations for Alpha7. This is where they really start to ramp things up. This could be a huge game for them.
Yeah, but SLR starting to go through Team Queso right now. SLR falls, but do we lose any members? Can we hit the reset? Can we go back to 4?
Team Queso finally move out of their buildings, and they're able to take out SLR, but they need to win this game. This is a huge, necessary win for Team Queso. Alpha7, 9 eliminations. They've already done so much. Their double points day is tomorrow. This is Team Queso's last chance.
All right. Portra on your screen. Royals of War have fallen. 8 eliminations, still solid for them. We have a limb just ahead of them. But the biggest threat that's left in the lobby is going to be Alpha7 on the south side.
Yeah, Team Liquid with just 2 players up, stuck just outside of the zone. There's no way he runs out of the open there. So he may just deny these points. But Alim is just hiding in this vehicle. Nobody's even looking in this direction. Yeah, look at that. They're laughing. They're laughing here as they watch Team Queso drive by. And they cannot believe it. He's going to survive. He's going to survive even longer. Silence is right there, and they still don't see him in the back seat.
Do you see this? They're like, shh, it's fine. Everything's fine. Don't even speak. Don't say anything. They're going to hear you. Like, they're going to hear you. No!
Oh, no way! Alim ruining the dreams of Team Queso. Milos was just turned around instantly to try and help his teammates and wasn't able to do so. Alim crushing the dreams of Team Queso.
Down to a duo. A duo.
Got him. Milos shutting down Alpha7. Are you kidding me? In a 1v2, what a clutch play.
Okay, well, this makes a big difference from what we just witnessed. Now you got Milos last standing from Team Queso. You've got one member of Titan Gaming left, and Alpha7 brought down to a duo. Mafioso on your screen, but Alim is going to take out Team Queso. So a 1v2 situation here for Titan Gaming.
Are you kidding me? Alim just destroys Team Queso all by himself. He kicks 3 players down, and Alpha7 said, okay, that's enough. They get the chicken dinner after that one in glorious fashion. So many eliminations. They're going to be hunting down Team Liquid tomorrow, Tiff.
They really are, but I'm grateful for them to grab the double-digit eliminations after we asked for the ending on 11 with 2,300 damage. Gotta feel good.
Throwing up the hearts. That is how you finish off the day. But Taylor, Alim, are you kidding me?
I love that we had the picture-in-picture with the players, though, able to see them laughing about it. They were having a great time, apparently. No, I'd be so furious, right, if I was Team Queso at that point.
Yeah.
Because it's like, that's the second day in a row, Tiff, that Alim has been an absolute nuisance by himself.
Sometimes you just gotta get into those solo shenanigans, am I right?
Sometimes.
Please, PUBG Mobile. I would love a picture-in-picture of the team, right? But as well as the opposite team.
Yes.
Can you imagine to see the reaction from Team Queso when that happened? That would have been insane.
Oh, dude, that would have been, I'm telling you, I'd have been throwing something. I would have been mad, bro, because it's like, come on, really? Just sitting in a car? But, I mean, come on, Alpha7 also nearly pissed off, too, to be honest with you, given the fact that Milos did shut them down, or at least shut one down at the very end. It was an exciting ending for sure, but a strong finish for Team Queso. They needed that for sure, right? 6 eliminations, 3rd place. It moves the needle just a little bit. They obviously wanted a little bit more. I think that we go to the beginning, Hot Chooks, and, for Influence Rage again. Just not a good performance, right? I was hoping we go back into Miramar. We know what they can do on Miramar, right? We've seen them perform in the past, and, well, we just didn't get anything from them.
Yeah, we didn't, and that's what's just so tough. I mean, one more game left to go here, and, I mean, it's just not looking good. There's so many teams that need these points. This is what I've been talking about, Taylor, all tournament long. You do not want to leave it up until the last day. You don't even want to leave it up to the second to last day because everybody is so desperate, and they're just putting it all on the line.
They are desperate. I mean, you have to be. Only now 7 more games to go. Not a lot, for sure. Only one more game today, obviously, being Erangel, map number 6. Titan Gaming, though, shout out to them. I thought they were going to be putting the blender in this moment, and Tiff, they kind of were, right, with the nades, but they still finished strong.
I'm shocked with what they were able to achieve because now we get to go back, start looking at that Alim. Granted, this is going to be where Alpha7 cleans up and Hyper. They've just got all the angles. Migreline brings the vehicle to deal some damage. And Team Queso, yes, they clean up SLR here. And they think that they're going to hit a reset. But this is where things go south.
My rock. That's all I remember. That's why I can hear Hot Juke still saying, this is my rock. This is the one that I control. But man, that's just right there. Beautiful. Alim, man, just picking up the 2 like that. And even Team Queso in this moment right onto Alpha7. He was doing everything. Milos doing what he can to try and just get any additional points for Team Queso, Hot Jukes.
Oh, man. I mean, honestly, that was a huge play. A huge play right there. I mean, 22 points. Look at how many points we're giving out in just this game. Are you serious?
It's the most I've seen. I mean, honestly, it's the most that I've seen in such a long time. Royals of War capitalizing on their double points day. Finally, right, coming alive. They needed to do this earlier, but we'll take it now anyways. Team Queso with 22, also a decent placing. Alpha7 with 21, but Titan Gaming coming out of nowhere with 32. And again, give credit where credit is due over to Alim, picking up the eliminations as he did at the ends. But now this is a massive game, one of the biggest games we have seen yet. Obviously on the second page, not a lot to write about. Furia with 0, unfortunately. Influence Rage with 2. it's just going to get harder for them. iNCO Gaming, I'll let it slide given how they do have that point lead, right? And the other teams aren't necessarily, accelerating towards them too quickly. But a fun game nonetheless. We look at the standings, Tiff. Are there any movers? There is. Deathwolves will move up a spot, but no surprise there given the fact that, FURIA, Deathwolves, there's only been like a couple of points separating the two, so they're bound to move up and down.
Yeah, they're just going to keep shaking back and forth. But at the end of the day, like, Deathwolves 15 points outside of 4th place. FURIA just a few more behind them. So you're not safe if you're Influence Rage, and you're still 63 points back from iNCO Gaming, and that can't really be recovered in just one game. That would be crazy, and it would probably be the best game that we've seen throughout our week. So I'm not going to hold my breath on that one. Royals of War, though, after their performance, will jump on back to the first page here. Team Queso, got some work to do.
A lot of work to do, right? A lot of work to do. Still doable, though, to at least get within distance to maybe close that gap. I mean, 599 to 640. It's absolutely possible. Honestly, at this point, I would even take a 30-plus point game. Even if they just finish right below Influence Rage, it allows them to have a chance for tomorrow. But in order to have that chance, in my opinion, they need to finish off game number 6, Erangel, with 30 or 40-plus. Yeah, I think Hot Jukes, that's the only realistic option for them.
For sure, yeah. I mean, Team Queso 599, these guys are playing like they're on special right now. They can't do that. They got to go off in this last game. They need to put up some serious points. But look at the second page, and I'm happy to see Titan Gaming step up here. That was a good one. That was a good one.
It was good. They move past NRG Galaxy over there in 12th place. So a little NA on NA action. Of course, in Hyper still the top North American team as it stands. They really haven't given up that position. I don't even think once. Maybe NRG Galaxy passed them up after a magnificent week, but I don't really remember if that was the case. So in Hyper's been the most dominant team so far when it comes to North America, of course. Good stuff all around, really, whenever it comes to game number 5. The most points we've seen earned by a mile, really, from all the rosters. But we only have one game left today. One more chance for Group C to capitalize on their double points. And for some, they absolutely need to, right? I'm looking at you, Influence Rage. I'm looking at you, Team Queso. Will you close that gap? This is, quite honestly, your last chance to do so. As we do go on break, though, we got Sarpatch on the scene with iNCO Gaming's Inabente after their Map 4 win on Sanhok. Let's hear what Inabente had to say.
All right, guys, here we are with Nemesis from iNCO Gaming. They just won the 4th match in a great way. Congratulations. You guys are in 3rd place, still comfortable. How are you feeling for the last 2 matches and then tomorrow? Parabéns por o jogo hoje, essa vitória. Vocês estão cômodos no 3º lugar agora? Como vocês estão sentindo para enfrentar esses últimos 2 da agora e amanhã?
Não vejo por esse lado que a gente está tão cômodo. Eu acho que a gente tem que buscar muito ainda. Esses 2 dias são dias muito importantes para a gente e a gente estava em busca do top 2. Acho que tá difícil agora, mas se a gente encaixar as plays perfeitas a partir de agora, talvez ainda dê.
Maybe not, we don't feel that comfortable yet, but we're still looking perhaps to get a 2nd place. We will have to play perfectly from now on, and we're gonna try and get it. Mano, isso aqui, 2º lugar, é algo que é importante, né? Avançar mais, pegar esse cupo para o Mundial. Você sente que já você tem esse cupo? Do you feel that you already have that place on the World Cup, or you feeling maybe not yet?
Não, como eu falei, não está nada cômodo. A gente não sente que a vaga é nossa ainda. A gente tem que conquistar ela e faltam 2 dias aí ainda.
Yes, we don't feel comfortable yet, but we feel that we have to fight today and 2 more days. Just keep going and try making some more points. Bro, thank you very much. Let's go back.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season, day number 14. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Chooks and Spider Tiff, and check it out. It is the final game of the day, right? The final game of day number 14. Only one more day remains after this. 7 games total. We're getting down to the end. Tiff, we've talked about it all season long, right? It's a marathon, but now it is a sprint to get to top 4. Who is sprinting their way there? Who needs a big game 6?
First off, Alpha7, because if they want to claim the title of being the very best, getting Team Liquid just in the palms of their hands where they want them to be ahead of their double points day tomorrow, I think they're having a stellar performance. But if you're Influence Rage and you want to cement yourself in that 4th place spot, this is going to be your last chance to do so, because Death Wolves also have double points day tomorrow.
That's a great point. Now, I do want to bring up a little bit of another storyline, Hot Chooks. 2 teams that we haven't really mentioned too much today. Alpha7, Team Liquid. Alpha7 still has double points tomorrow, excuse me. If they can close that gap a little bit more on Team Liquid, they might be able to break that 2nd place curse tomorrow.
I mean, they've already done it. They've already done it, to be honest with you. They've closed the gap so close that tomorrow they could easily pass them up. You know, and I'm excited to see what happens tomorrow, because oh my gosh, right? I mean, Team Liquid need to shut down Alpha7. iNCO needs to shut down Death Wolves. Anything can happen here. So yeah, you do not want to wait until then. So like Tiff said, right? Alpha7 got to put points up. Influence Rage, iNCO need to do the same thing here now.
Well, hey, iNCO coming out strong within a bet day, saying they're going for 2nd place. All right, so that's a big move, right? We're talking 150 plus points, but you know, in a bet day, I trust. Okay, have we had a 100-point game? I don't think we have. But hey, anything is possible. Maybe it is a bit of a stretch. But Tiff, I'm excited for this final game. I really am, and it's also your final game when it comes to America Spring Season. So I know it's going to be a good one. I'm expecting a knife fight actually off the rip. Who has it been? It's been in Hyper and E7, right? Or has it been in Hyper and someone? No, SLR hasn't it been? Who has it been?
That's right. You know what it needs to be? It needs to be bold and Influence Rage. That's what it needs.
And a knife fight off the start?
Settle it.
That would be crazy. Naya. Do it. Do it.
No. Influence Rage doesn't need that right now. We need that as viewers. They don't need that in the standings. Come on, that'll be just pure evil. It'll be almost like throwing. And I hope they don't, man. I really don't, because Death Wolves tomorrow, they're going to be on an absolute tear. But it is exciting to go back into Erangel, given the fact that we've already seen in Hyper take a big win there. We've seen FURIA get 3rd place. FURIA's actually been on a tear today when it comes to Erangel, Spider Tiff. 3rd place in the first Erangel, 1st place in the 2nd. They're looking to go 3 for 3 today.
Might as well. Let's do it. Honestly, final game of the day. Lay it all on the line ahead of Group D's double points tomorrow. I don't care if it's knife fights. I don't care what it is. Either Influence Rage wins and takes it all, or give it to Team Queso at this point.
Just hand it over to Team Queso.
Yeah.
Hey, a big game for Team Queso here would be huge. Reason why? Well, they're at 599. I think, again, Hot Chooks, if they could just lower that gap a little bit more, right? If they can get a solid 30, if they get a 40-plus point game here, they would be right in the running to make tomorrow that much more entertaining. So Hot Chooks, Team Queso, I'm hoping they do it. We'll see if they do. And for all of you in chat, I know you may not be playing, but you have the opportunity to get involved yourself with the PMSL Pass. It's active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with a code and a link. Redeem the code, the provided link, to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Well, for day number 14, our final game has arrived. We're hopping into Erangel, the last chance for Group C to earn double points. I hope they make the most of it. Hot Chooks, Spider Tiff, take it away.
Here we go, the last game here of the 2nd to last day of the PMSL Americas Championship. Who is going to come out on top here, Tiff? By the way, I will say this. I am super excited because there's a lot of teams that need to stand up and start running, right? Right here, right now. like my daughter, Tiff, because I just got some news.
What's up?
She just started walking today.
What?
Let's go.
Hey, next thing you know, she's going to be running. It might look a little bit like Hyper at first throughout our first couple of weeks, but look at them now, sprinting, grabbing all the elims. They're growing up right before our eyes, and that's what's going to happen to your little daughter.
That's what's going to happen indeed. Oh, how time flies. And it is flown for these squads, right? Because they have been here in Brazil the entire time, just learning each other, figuring each other out. And Influence Rage are off the rip here. They're not going to get that Naya drop, but they are dropping in that area where you've seen so many knife fights in the past, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen here today.
Ooh, well, we'll keep our eyes out. What a hectic plane path. And we get that western zone, man. And Hyper, though, going to be going right into the fray of things. I like the positioning. And Team Liquid, they're really close to Death Wolves for now. And it would be quite interesting to see them just kind of deal with them this early on.
Oh, yes, indeed. And, man, one team in particular I'm looking at, too, is going to be Death Wolves. They're all the way down there in Novo, their normal drop location. And they're going to have to travel here big time because the zone has shifted here to the west side of the map. Team Liquid's going to have to do the same thing. So we'll see if they're going to be able to get there safely because Alpha7, they're going to be on the hunt to close that gap, like you mentioned earlier, Tiff.
I just want to see chaos. I am here for all the weird things. I want to see Int City, baby. That's exactly what I need. And, well, because you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. I'll be in chat. I'll be watching because it's going to get messy.
Oh, it's going to get messy indeed. Messy indeed. And I ended up getting a chance to talk to the Alpha7 coach here.
Okay.
I got a chance to talk to him, and he just said, oh, man, it's business as usual right now. We're doing solid. He's very proud of the team, the way they played today, and I would be too because, man, they really made it happen. And this is kind of like what I've been, assuming. I've kind of been thinking at the back of my mind. We saw them not perform as well in the earlier this last week, right? And I figured, I was like, when the time really comes down to it, they're going to give it all. They're going to go all out and start putting in some work. And that's exactly what they did here today.
It's true, but you've got to give it to these coaches and these teams. They're always like, it's business as usual. Everything's fine. Just relax. Just wait and see. But I just want someone to come out swinging with some hot takes leading into the final day.
Yeah, me too. Let's see who that's going to be. Be bold, get here early. So they're going to have Yasnaya all to their lonesome. But you know what? We got to hear from one person, Tiff. It's got to be a limb from Titan Gaming. After that crazy surprise play against Team Queso, let's hear what he had to say.
Well, guys, here we are after match 5. I'm here with Alim. Alim, that was a crazy ending to the match. We were right there in the car, got 2 elims. Can you tell me a bit about that last part of the match?
Можем рассказать про последнюю часть матча, когда там была какая-то ситуация с машиной, правильно?
Да. Я не видел опции, где играть, потому что везде были люди. Я просто сел в машину и ждал момент.
He didn't see other options because there were people, so he just sat in the car and was waiting.
And it worked out. He got 2 more points, and with double points now, it's really important. It's been tough for today. Do you think this match is going to be better?
Говорит, что эта тактика сработала, потому что у вас сейчас много баллов, и, возможно, вы идете к победе. Как ты думаешь, ситуация была сложная, но ты думаешь, она улучшится сегодня или завтра?
Мы постараемся сделать все возможное, чтобы вернуться хотя бы повыше.
They will try to do all the best to come back to good results.
Let's hope for it, all right? Thank you very much. Let's go back.
Oh, you heard it right there, man. These guys are looking to do the best they can, and they've had a lot of challenges, this Titan Gaming squad. They had to have their, Alim got injured early on. He was out for a while. Coach Juancho had to step in, Tiff, and not to mention the communication issues that they've had. We heard Alim getting translated. He speaks Romanian. You got another player that speaks English. Another one speaks Spanish. That's been a tough thing for them to cross, but look what we have here.
Ooh, okay. Some nades going out straight towards Furia. Now, mind you, they're in 6th place overall, just 2 points outside of Death Wolves. FS, what can you do when you just get fully sent by Furia?
Ouch. A good point there for FURIA. Bad play there for Hyper. So they're going to lose a player pretty early on. Hyper doing these splits once again, losing teammates early. It's going to hurt. Meanwhile, I'm looking at these rotations. You know, Death Wolves are still way over there in Novo. iNCO are right now by School, and Alpha7 are all the way over there by Yasnaya. So they're taking a very, very safe rotation. I mean, speaking of safe, look at Influence Rage all the way up at the top near Severny. I mean, no, everyone's rotating in super late here in the last game.
It is actually quite interesting because I feel like as the series typically goes through, people get more aggressive. But Influence Rage is like, no, we're not going anywhere near Yasnaya. We know what happens. And then you think about who is going to be rotating out of there. Is Be Bold, right? Alpha7 hot on their tails. But when Influence Rage decide to descend from the north, they will run into Be Bold.
Oh, yeah, they will. They will for sure. And you got Entity 7 just trying to poke fun over there at FURIA. Yep, look at that. Popping some tires. Toxic. Entity 7 just... Oh, they almost... Arthurus almost got caught right there. That hurt. So there, FURIA is now officially on high alert. I mean, Entity 7's hilarious. I mean, even taking these peaks at this point in the tournament is just ridiculous.
It's fine. Now they're just going to maybe look to hit some clips for the timeline because at the end of the day, what more can you do?
What more can you do? You know what I'm saying? Hey, put it, like you mentioned, on the timeline. That's right.
Show off the skills, have some fun, live your best life.
Put a heart.
Yeah,
maybe a laughing emoji.
A laughing emoji.
Take
Now
that.
you're getting wild.
Now we're talking crazy, guys. If they're gonna do that, make sure that you use that hashtag, right? PMPL Americas, so we can see it. By the way, tag us too, right, Tiff? Easy retweet.
Ooh, yeah.
Easy
you know,
retweet.
I might retweet that.
Let's go. Let's see what happens here. Is you got Team Liquid on the rotation coming from military. Nobody decided to camp out this spot, which I'm kind of surprised because, I mean, Alpha7, so many teams could have. They knew that Team Liquid was going to be coming this way no matter what.
This is a stereotypical rotation for them, and Team Queso does land just ahead of this bridge over by Ferry Pier, and they've already elected to move straight into the play zone, pretty much dead center, but out towards the west. Royals of War are going to be the ones centered up in the play zone. Influence Rage finally descending from the north on your screen right now. Alpha7, though, should be just over the cusp of some of these rogue hills, so they need to be weary as we move on in.
Oh, yes, they do, as this zone's going to go even further left. So this is how we're going to finish the last day of this tournament. Team Queso are moving very quickly. They're actually going to be taking a very dominant spot in this position because now half of this zone is gone to water. We'll see just how chaotic it's about to be. I mean, look how many teams are just now forcing their way in here at the last second.
I mean, look, you're gonna have to. It's better now than ever because you've got the entire exodus of the eastern side, and as we just keep on moving in, Team Queso looking to put themselves in a power position for the end game. But I get very weary when people move into positions like this that are so desirable early on, knowing that people are going to want to unseat that from you. And Influence Rage still trying to make their way on in. They've maneuvered around Be Bold, around Alpha7, and checking in with Royals of War because they were originally centered up in the play zone, and now definitely not.
Yeah, definitely not indeed. Oh, man. I mean, right now I'm looking at the south side. You got Death Wolves coming in very late. They're going to have to battle it out here. Royals of War are centered. And Team Liquid somehow circumvented everybody. They're going to be challenging Team Queso here shortly.
Here we go. FURIA, though, has one elimination. Would love to see more from them today, considering we just got to answer back. Even getting ahead of Death Wolves, who does have devil points today or tomorrow, that will be a good start for them because knowing anything can happen on your points day, but if they have one just like Influence Rage, that's just tough, right? Couple hard run first 3 drops. You saw Team Queso out in the distance, and if we're about to share some space with Team Queso, I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't either. Meanwhile, we got Gary in the mix from iNCO, putting in some work onto All Glory Gaming. And, oh, yep, there it is. Team Queso, mighty, mighty close to Team Liquid. both these teams going to have very good positions here in this zone. Team Liquid looking to put up enough points today in this last game to hopefully stave off Alpha7 tomorrow, and that's going to be a big, big challenge, Tiff.
All right, Portra, we heard from them early on, and well, a 36-point win in drop number 2. Some other moments where you've had 20-point games. Would love to see a north of 30 on the board for them, break into the 600s, and that would put them above Death Wolves and in fighting distance with Influence Rage. But if Team Liquid is starting to encroach on your territory, it's not a comfy feeling knowing how far back we are looking for angles.
Yeah. Looking for angles, indeed. Everyone's going to be looking for some right here with this next zone shift. Where are we going to go? Is it going to go back to mainland? It goes north, so it doesn't hard shift back into mainland like so many teams' perspective. As a matter of fact, Team Liquid are no longer in a good position. They're going to have to move up, and Alpha7 get the zone locked on them. A dream scenario for this team.
Ooh. Okay. Well, maybe we chalk it up and see an Alpha7 back-to-back and drop 5 and 6 if they can withstand the pressure of everyone hitting the rotate. Titan Gaming, the furthest team on the south side. We're going to have to keep that momentum moving forward straight towards 9Z, just over the horizon. And with a limb pulling some shenanigans on the last map, would love to see that, but NRG instead grabs a knock onto Chief.
Oh, knocks a knock onto Chief. Team Liquid need to hold on here, and Fate and the rest of NRG Galaxy are looking to make an even bigger name for themselves here as they get ready for the fall split coming up around the corner. And taking out a player from Team Liquid is definitely a good way to do that. So NRG, you can just see them getting active early on, hunting down some eliminations.
All right. Fate, the vehicle, just around the little hill here. Might go ahead and reunite with the squad. Influence Rage, though. All members alive. 0 eliminations thus far. That's okay. We just have Law up. We've got everyone. I'm feeling confident.
Oh boy. Influence Rage are just trying to hang on here at this point. I mean, this is their last double points game, and they need a big one here, especially if they're looking to catch iNCO. The problem is, there are so many other teams looking to do the exact same thing. One of them was Death Wolves, and they lose Rattle Boy right here. Oh, man. I mean, things are really starting to heat up.
Law shooting across the way there, straight and towards iNCO Gaming. Now, if they can take down iNCO Gaming here and have a banger game, that's a W in my books. And I would love to see Influence Rage do that, because iNCO Gaming's still not in the play zone. We'll have to keep moving towards Influence Rage. They have the line of defense. They need to gatekeep. But the issue when you start gatekeeping is people will full send you Nunes. Does a little touch and go there with Milovan and just reassesses. They're starting to cook the nades, but Influence Rage says, no, we're going to focus on our position here.
Oh, yeah. Influence Rage, you need to be careful here, because Influence Rage can definitely make things happen when they get aggressive. But this passive Influence Rage is going to make me start questioning things. They can't just err on the side of full passiveness here in this situation. Because this is what happens when teams are so desperate to stay alive and they need these points. They change their strategies. And to do that at the last second could cost you big time. And let's see if it ends up playing out for them as the next zone is about to pop. Where's it going?
It's a big deal. This is a big deal. And that's crazy. Alpha7, whose favor did you earn?
Oh my gosh, Alpha7 just getting blessed right at the right time. You couldn't ask for a better shift here, because look how many teams are on the south side. That includes iNCO, Team Liquid, Influence Rage, Team Cancel, even Death Wolves, all the major teams fighting at the top now have to push up against each other. It's going to be a straight up bloodbath.
That's true, and we know Influence Rage had already focused on their position, but they didn't quite get into this shift, and iNCO Gaming sets their sights onto Royals of War, and they're close to sending them home. Should be the finishing touch right there. And just like that, smoke to hit the reset. Do we get a full reset without a third party right here?
Oh, man. Let's see. And I bet they're going to be getting it. Team Liquid must have heard this. Team Liquid, yep, they heard this. They're looking at a third party and shut down iNCO. And meanwhile, let's see what happens. Is Nenabete too focused on too many different directions? Team Liquid shuts them down. That's huge for Influence Rage.
And there's no way no one else heard this fighting over here and is going to look to maybe run on over here, right?
Oh, yeah, no way. No way there couldn't be some team at the bottom of the leaderboards looking to gatekeep the best team in this tournament.
It couldn't be. Not 9Z. Not 9Z drew in a little drive-by for some information before maybe setting their sights on getting back towards the play zone. Now, 9Z looking at a compound just ahead of them. They're like, that looks enticing. I think I'll have it.
Well, let's see. Maybe we'll have some Ayala for dinner first as he's getting full scent on. But Choco runs out of ammunition. Now he's going to be setting his sights on the Mythic. Mythic turns and said, you know what? I'm ready to get into some action. Let's do this.
Death Wolves eliminated. Okay. And Mythic takes out Choco. Stars elsewhere with the third party onto Ayala.
This is bad. Cardozine driving away. He's down to half an HP. He spins out. Jumps out the vehicle. He's in big trouble.
Things are getting crazy.
Influence Rage comes.
Yeah, and Team Liquid down and out. Influence Rage does need these eliminations. Currently on 0. The Chow from Law straight onto Elite knocks him and just starts chucking nades into the direction. There goes Choco. This is a big one for Influence Rage.
Oh, a massive one. Right place, right time. They soak up 4 eliminations. That's going to double up and a whole bunch of loot to boot as well. But they're going to have to start getting moving here. The next zone is about to pop. They should have free and clear right in front of them an excellent path into this next circle. So Influence Rage, man, couldn't have lucked out at a better time.
Okay, NRG out here gatekeeping Furia.
Uh-oh. Look at this, J7. Eyes set on the Furia here. Influence Rage, maybe even looking at a third party of this. They got to watch out for Fate, though. Fate on that off angle could definitely cause some problems.
Keep your eyes out. Influence Rage has some eliminations. 4. One's falling incredibly low, so we'll need to keep our eyes on that positioning because now they have found themselves on that south side. And if they're smart here, we can hit the wrap onto NRG. Don't let Fate feel that freedom of just being able to roam around, look for angles. You have to shut that portion down.
Yes, you do. The next zone centers even further up towards the north. So Influence Rage need to third party this or they need to focus on zone. Meanwhile, Furia is just trying to get past NRG. NRG, J7 almost getting ran over there, gets shot out of the vehicle. So Influence Rage with the third party.
See?
I think they might just steal that one.
They need to. They knew it. They were just biding their time to be able to make that come through.
Uh-oh.
And now Milovan falls to Furia. You cannot fall to Furia right now. Federal down. Diego, where are we in the mix of things? The last standing and Furia full sending. Molly goes out. Burns through the door.
Got one.
This is good. We take the full. And now
got
start
two.
aiming.
He got
this
him.
is huge.
Are you kidding me? Diego shutting down Furia all by himself. That is how you get it done. Can't even get these reses off. He's going to have to do it quickly.
Time is of the essence.
He's got to run.
We don't want Team Queso to hit the push, to sense anything. And Fate on the opposing side falls to so low.
This nade.
It has to be good.
He's got to hit. Diego. 4-3.
Oh!
Bang! Oh, mistake down to 1 HP. He's going for the res.
You have to. That's enough damage to make sure that they are not able to push from that. And that's going to be your first line of defense against Team Queso. But here the push comes in and he
got
does it. Diego doing everything that he needs to do for Influence Rage here.
He sacrificed his entire team. He had no choice. He had to push up. He's going to move up here, get the first aid off, and then going to have to full send it over the hill. As a matter of fact, I don't think he can pick up his teammate. He might be able to pick up his team. No. I was about to say maybe he can pick him up, throw him in the vehicle, and drive forward, but it's too late. Diego can't even go in the blue zone at all. Let's watch this replay.
Just a moment of silence for this.
Diego. Wow. Oh my gosh. So good.
And this,
oh.
you love to see it. Now let's just get a top 3 finishing placement to grab some mere extra placement points. A little cherry on top for you. Oh, just kidding.
Yeah, you know what? He did enough. Right there, that is how you finish off if you're Diego. Beautifully played. Now let's see who else can put up points. Team Liquid are out of this. Alpha7, this is their game, right? To close that gap even further against Team Liquid. Team Queso is the last team on this double points that has a chance at pushing up here.
Would love to see something massive out of them, but when you think about them being down to a duo, it's tough because Alpha7 had you in their sights. The gatekeeping is real. Fran falls. Capri's going big. Needs to find David.
Oh boy, let's see what David can do. David got his eyes focused on Hyper all by himself. Team Queso are pushed on the edge. They're not going to be able to optimize this at all. I mean, this is really all about Alpha7 shutting down Team Liquid at this time. Oh, David's on fire. That's gotta hurt.
Burn,
look,
baby,
even
burn.
more lava.
The floor is lava, and now when you've got Hyper laying siege to your building, anytime we see Stars working a stairway, it usually goes in the favor of Stars, so keep your eyes out.
Well, let's see. Keep your eyes out indeed. Let's see what good old David can do all by his lonesome here. And yeah, watch the replay right now. This is Diego, who just kind of full sent it and just got straight shot right. Nothing he could do.
Quite unfortunate. If I'm David on the screen right now, I'm calling my mom, asking her to come pick me up, saying I'm scared.
Help.
There are people outside.
Stranger dangers. Hyper, Stars. Right there with that nade. He's going to throw it right up here. David gonna have to jump out eventually. Nope. Goes for the 1v1. Can't do it. So Hyper shutting down B-Bolt's run. And now, looking at this, Team Queso Potro, the last player up. Yeah, there's not going to be much he can do from this position. He's just going to have to go out of the blue zone.
Oh, unfortunate. Alpha7 and Entity 7 just on the other side. There you go. We're out running. Deblim is going to pick it up, though. At least you deny it from Alpha7.
Yeah, deny it, indeed. That's the way to do it. But Alpha7 are looking to close that gap against Team Liquid, so all eyes are on them to finish this game strong.
Down to the final four. Entity 7, SLR, Hyper, and Alpha7. Alpha7 did win drop number 5, though, and they could hit a back-to-back, which would be quite exciting.
And it looks like they're going to do it here. They are by far the most vicious squad. SLR have the south side to themselves, and of all the teams Alpha7 pushes, they even send a vehicle out first. Are you kidding me? It's Alpha7 versus Entity 7, and Alpha7 already starting off strong.
Dreline here, looking for hate. Can we dabble around? Franco, though, picks up a knock on Carrillo, and, well, hate does enough thanks to Franco with the finishing touch. But Revo here, getting interesting. Yes, we lose out on Magrelin thanks to Franco being able to seal the deal. We start hitting the reset. 3 up. The nade goes through. Ticks a little damage onto Franco. But I don't know if you're going to be able to hold off 3 vicious members of Alpha7.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Tiff. Majority of Brazil have just become North American fans because SLR and Hyper are against Alpha7. And if you're a Team Liquid fan right now, you need to be cheering these teams on at the top of your lungs to help shut down Alpha7 from getting even more points, which is going to make it that much more difficult for Team Liquid to hold on to first place tomorrow.
You've got Revo, your elimination leader, so hear me out. They could get shifty, they could get mixy. It's going to be Hyper, the first contender of this battle, and there's only 2 of them.
Oh boy, let's see. Let's see. It is North America against Alpha7. Hyper as a duo. Revo on the push. Popping out the vehicle. Alpha7 just so confident here.
Ghost rides the whip, cooks the grenade, wants to let it connect, but they're just full flaming them. It works, though. Mafioso able to grab Stars. And now, can we regain advantage on this fight? If Revo gets fooled here and we go into a 2v4 against SLR, yeah, they needed to do this. They grabbed the vehicle. We're extending out, sending 2 members of SLR out to begin with.
Oh, and Mafioso takes down Koi. Are you serious? 2 major squads are now focusing up onto Alpha7. And Capri's gonna have to win a 1v1 here. Let's see. Can Carrillo do it? Does he even see him? He does not. He gets the res off, and they shut down Hyper. Now you got SLR versus 2 players, and of course, it's Carrillo and Revo.
2v4.
Are you serious?
Carrillo hits that and frag. Holy, here comes 2 more, and we're cooking a third. Roshan might get fooled here. Does it connect? No, it's just a little too far. The white LG back in the smoke. Koi to join Dragon. What are we gonna do? There goes the full 2v3.
It is
2v2.
now a 2v2. Dragon needs to hit something. He got hit hard there. Revo versus Koi. 1v1. Revo wins it, but he's down to 1 HP. Dragon, it's all up to you. Can you get it done?
Does he
Good
know?
nade.
He isolates it. It hits. Oh, but Dragon, it ticks. It doesn't even matter. We're trying to make it work. 1 HP in a dream, and Alpha7. You can see the celebration, the back-to-back winner chicken dinners.
Oh my goodness! Alpha7, did you see that pop off? These guys normally don't even make any emotion after a chicken dinner, but that one was just too dang good. Alpha7 on top. Team Liquid, watch your back.
Watch your backs. I'd be so curious what that's going to look like on the overall standings for the day, considering you're winning that double back-to-back right ahead of your double point stage Reflections.
Yo, they are destroying it, loving it. Alpha7 just popping off. And Hachik, she said you rarely see that. The reason why you do is, like you said, they now have Team Liquid in their sights. They know they are set up as well as they possibly could going into double point stage tomorrow. The second place curse about to be broken, or at least potentially could be. Alpha7 has done everything in their power to set themselves up well. I mean, we're talking Miramar, right? First place, winner chicken dinner, 11 eliminations. They follow that up with Erangel, another winner chicken dinner with 10 eliminations. Come on.
I mean, come on, indeed. This was like the best game I think I've seen so far in the tournament. I mean, it was so beautiful. You had Diego from Influence Rage just pulling off a crazy play to survive. And then you have a duo from Alpha7 clutch up the win. I mean, you couldn't write it better.
But right here, though, this was the play, right, Tiff? It was Diego who started it all in the house.
Yeah, this is what I wanted. I was like, I don't even care. Send some love their way. Diego understood the assignment, and Fate was like, you know, yeah, I'm no longer IGL. I just want to focus on fragging. And Diego's like, sit down.
Sit down indeed, bro. I could not believe that he took the entirety of FURIA and then one from NRG. It was just mind-blowing. And you know, we talked about Federal stepping up, right, in the past. And Federal was that guy who I thought gave a lot of momentum for the team of Influence Rage, but then it ended up being Diego who kind of carried the torch. Incredible job from Influence Rage. I wish they would have got a higher placing, though, Hot Chooks, but it is what it is. Now, in this moment, I'm looking at Capri like, brother, look left and right before crossing the street, right? He wouldn't have got ran over if that was the case.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Make sure you do that. I watched this video online the other day before we look at these match results, because congratulations Alpha7, and this girl was just walking across the street with her phone in her hand, just straight in her face. Hit by a car.
Oh,
yeah.
Crazy how that works.
I know exactly which one.
She's fine. She's fine, by the way. Like, let me just clarify that.
I remember
she's fine.
That went viral recently. Yep. I do remember that, and it was pretty wild to see, man. The Influence Rage, though, does get 22. So I'm curious what the standings look like from their position now. We knew they were at 599. Like you said, it's huge, and it does close the gap a bit towards fourth. It doesn't get them there, unfortunately, but it at least gives them the best chance to potentially break into the top four conversation. Same thing with Alpha7, right? Closing the gap a bit more onto Team Liquid. Now, for SLR, great job from them. I'll take that second place, along with Hyper, too. So, Tiff, happy with their performances across the board.
Yeah. I really am, honestly. Group C, it was a crazy day for them to have double points, and now that you're kind of finishing out FURIA, 5 eliminations. I mean, albeit you're making the most out of an interesting situation. Same with iNCO Gaming. To go out in 14th place and wrap up 5 eliminations, sure. You're still in third at the end of the day, and you just have to hold on to that tomorrow.
All right, well, I cannot wait to see the standings. Let's pull them up and see where everybody sits. So Alpha7, 876 to 916. They get close. FURIA, though, does move up a bit, right? So 4th place still well within their grasp. Now, granted, they've got a lot of work to do, but Influence Rage holding on to the 4th place, and iNCO Gaming in 3rd place. So now, Hotchooks, I posed a question to you for Death Wolves tomorrow. Potentially 3rd place, right? It's up for grabs, but I think iNCO Gaming, again, might have just secured their spot into group play.
It's possible. I mean, it is totally possible. Death Wolves can definitely pass them, though. I mean, just mathematically, from what we've seen on average of these double points day, if Death Wolves have a good one tomorrow, they will pass up iNCO Gaming. So iNCO cannot let up off the gas, but here's the big X factor. Alpha7, right? Alpha7 were on a tear today. With how they finished off the day with a crazy play like that, they're going to, I mean, I don't even want to say it because I've cursed so many teams, right? From seeing them do great the day before their double points day. But if Alpha7 have anything of what like they had today, the whole lobby needs to be careful.
They do. I agree with that without question. I do want to say, though, for Death Wolves, bonus points-wise, they only sit at 57. Okay, so, and they've got nearly a 100-point gap, around 80 or so, right, between them and iNCO Gaming at 3rd. But anything is possible, and I think tomorrow is the day that everybody understands this is the last day. This is our final chance, right, to be in person in Sao Paulo, at least for the America's spring season. It's our time to shine and really make a difference and make an impact. And I hope Death Wolves understands that to the fullest. But I'm also curious if anybody goes after them to shut them down. And the teams that would be doing that right would be Influence Rage and iNCO Gaming, because they don't want Death Wolves to get anywhere close to them. As far as the second page goes, 0 changes. Be Bold still there in 9th. We did see Royals of War drop down a little bit, but they managed to get themselves up to the top page once again. Titan Gaming did improve to 450 overall. I think they had a decent day. Again, congratulations to Redox for hitting 100 eliminations. That is some big moves from him, right? Again, knocking down Death Wolves. Guizhou down a peg, I believe, to 6th place overall. But a great day, an exciting day, even though we didn't get necessarily the biggest shifts on the first page. I still was happy with how everything played out. And Tiff, I've been very happy working with you throughout the America Spring season. I know this is your final cast. This is your final day. It's always great to work with you on various projects. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Ooh, that's tough. You're giving me like on the spot. I don't have any final words. It was really great to be here on PMSL America Spring to watch all 16 teams kind of duke it out and give it your all tomorrow, because at the end, you just want to go to Riyadh. You want to fight for that $3 million. And if you want that 44K first place here, Alpha7, you got to double down tomorrow.
Ooh. Double down tomorrow, and with the double points, right? That's what it's all about. Doubling down on your double points day. Again, Tiff, it was great to work with you. For a second, I'm not going to lie, I thought you were about to cry, and I was like, wow, this is really deep.
I'm not going to cry.
I was like, yo, this is really deep.
We don't pay her enough to cry, right? That's not in the contract.
You held it. You held it in. I love that. Hot Jukes, always great to work with you, man. You bring that energy. I think you'll be back tomorrow with Cameron Davis, if I'm not mistaken, right? So it's going to be a good day, insightful, final day, right? But either way, what do you take from today? What are your final words before we get out of here?
Oh, my gosh, so much. I mean, obviously, Tiff, pleasure to work with you. For the first time casting, I had an absolute blast. Hopefully, we can do it again here in the future. When it comes to this, though, tomorrow, so many battles, the ones that Tiff said. But on the second page, there's a big battle, okay? And it's in match number 4. It's a battle in ruins, okay? Who's going to win it? Ed Hyper or Entity 7? The last time we're going to see that battle, and you know, I just seen the smile on Stars after they got deleted by them today. It's got to happen.
It's like we talk about first place, top 4. It doesn't matter. Ruins is what matters.
Yes.
Map number 4, that one moment, right, between E7 and in Hyper, who's going to take it tomorrow? We're going to find that out. I am sure of it. I know E7, they're going to be eating good tonight because they got their W today, at least one. It was a wonderful day for day number 14. Only one more day remains tomorrow, the final day, day number 15. Only 6 more games to determine who our top 4 will be, and most importantly, who will be our champion. At this point, it's either going to be Team Liquid or it's going to be Alpha7. I'll leave you to decide and have a conversation about who you think the favorite overall is going to be. But for myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Hotjuke, Spider, Tiff, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you for being here. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, because we're coming back at you tomorrow, 5 ET, to finish off the America Spring season.
Everybody, I'm Hotjuke, and I'm here to cast PUBG Mobile.
Okay, great. That's really what you wanted to do?
Yeah.
No.
6 eliminations so far. That's how you do it.
This is the same thing we experienced yesterday, though. All members of Hyper are alive, and we're looking for Fran. But this time, Fran's in a building. Probably going to deny that elimination from them, but it's not going to be enough. Caprice picks it enough, and another elimination that's going to be denied to you. And so now a 4v2. Come on, take it, Team Queso.
Let's see if they can. They're going to lose another elimination. So Team Queso going to get the chicken dinner here with only one of those. And you can just see, look at their faces. Uh-oh. Are they going to make mistakes here? They don't. As Carrillo gets a knock, Revo gets thirsted. It's really up to Mafioso and Carrillo. Oh, FURIA! Get the chicken dinner, and you can see these guys pumped up.
And we can just see them threading between the tree and the boulder. We reposition and try to let the fools come to you. Fran from behind gets fooled. You love to see it.
Federal is just going crazy. White out in the open, gets another knock. This man is trying to keep his tournament alive. As, that could be it. I mean, that's a good amount of points there for Influence Rage. But Alpha7 is so hurt. Automatic iNCO Gaming win. And you can see the pop-off. These guys are pumped. And they cannot believe it. He's going to survive. He's going to survive even longer. Silence is right there. And they still don't see him in the back seat.
Do you see this? They're like, shh, it's fine. Everything's fine. Don't even speak. Don't say anything. They're going to hear you. Like, they're going to hear you. No!
Oh, no way! Alim! You kidding me? Alim just destroys Team Queso all by himself. He kicks 3 players down, and Alpha7 said, okay, that's enough. They get the chicken dinner after that one.
Diego, where are we in the mix of things? The last standing, and FURIA full sending Molly goes out, burns through the door.
Got one.
This is good. We take the full, and now
got
start
two.
Aiming.
He got
This
him.
is huge. Does he
good
know?
nade.
He isolates it. It hits. Oh, but Dragon, it ticks. It doesn't even matter. We're trying to make it work. 1 HP in a dream, and Alpha7. You can see the celebration, the back-to-back winner chicken dinners.
Oh.